All right. Oh, boy. And shame. All right, notification just went out on YouTube for part 3. They say third time's a charm. Let me retitle this part 3. All right, part 3. Hello, hello. I'm just going to delete all of our links. I don't have time to reshare them. Everybody just have to come find it the old-fashioned way. Dang, this sucks. It's definitely a Facebook problem, so when this happens and I'm getting word from other, like I usually search X and see what's going on and if anybody's reporting, and it's just a Facebook server problem. So that means basically they're not allowing, if you're trying to stream right now on Facebook, it's just really glitchy. So it could die at any minute again. What I usually do is I keep trying. It'll eventually work itself out. Or if it just keeps dying, we'll have to do a bizarre thing and just do it exclusively on Twitch and YouTube, which would be very bad for the show. But that's about the only thing we can do right now. But yes, the servers are just not wanting to sync up. We use it's not like I'm on Facebook streaming. I'm on a software that streams to Facebook for me. So when that happens, I'm relying on that software, and sometimes it just doesn't want to work out good. But as y'all know, we haven't had any problems in a long time. I told Tanner, I was like, man, it's been flawless ever since we went to Streamlabs. We went to Streamlabs, a new service, and it's been flawless up until the last 72 hours. We've had problems with the chat getting hung up. We've got the chat's been hanging up, and I've been having to clear the cache. And I'll tell you, it's been dying, so... Jay Nutra wants Albert King. This is so to Jay Nutra. And I don't think I missed anything else earlier in part 1. And Javi Soto did want Everclear. Yep, Javi Soto did get Everclear. All right, so I'm making Rich Krulak, the other bidder, who I think was somebody relatively new. I got to make sure he's back on Facebook. If he is, he was at 45, and I think you bid 46 on Aerosmith. So if you want to bid 46 again, the Eagles was a $35 start. That's a Japanese pressing of one of these nights. And then AC/DC, Stanley Richmond did put a $15 bid out there, which is a VG copy. AC/DC high voltage. I hope I did not miss the Elvis album. I didn't even know we had an Elvis album. Is that something in the hot picture? I didn't even know we had an Elvis album. I'm assuming that's something in the hot picture that you've seen. Let me see if it's over here. Wow, we got the Angry Samoans. Yeah, I don't even see an Elvis record. So, all right, I'll find it though. Eagles had a bid. Who bid on the Eagles? Maybe I can find it. I never did refresh my chat, so my chat is still here. Who bid on the Eagles? Who bid on the Eagles? George Jones. Oh, you did. Okay, how about you just place that again? George Jones, Eagles, $35. Okay, there we go. Rich Krulak has Aerosmith for $46. I'll wait for that other bidder. It's in the high end. Okay, it's in the other crate. Oh, yeah, there's another crate Laura has right here. Okay. There's that. Okay, awesome. There's that. David Lee Roth is a sealed OG copy. Yes. Sealed OG does have the last one I have here in this crate has a little bit of a notch there. So make sure everybody's back on and with me before I kind of really get rolling. Sorry for the technical difficulties over on the old Facebook. Hey, Zuckerberg don't like it either because that means it's costing him ad revenue. They don't like when that messes up either, believe me. They want everything running flawlessly. But at one time we had 190 people. Now we're down to 114. There's probably a lot of people mad and left and they're not going to be back. That's why I hate when it dies myself because I'm like, oh crap. Well, everybody's going to get frustrated and not come back. So at least for tonight, they'll get distracted by something else. In the age of 2025, you can't let somebody else get distracted by something else. Otherwise, you might not see them the rest of the night. AC/DC high voltage. This is a final call. One bid, $15 to Stanley Richmond. George Jones, Eagles, $35. Final call. He has one bid for $35. And Rich Krulak has Aerosmith for $46. I was going to make sure the other bidder didn't want to bid again. And we're about to go through our third and final crate of new vinyl recap from this morning's video. And then we're going to go ahead and start trying to knock out all this new stuff. And in the last 3 minutes, there's been 9 comments on old Facebook posts. Somehow people are still finding the old stream even though I've deleted them. It takes a while for it to delete everywhere. So even if I delete it off of our page, it still shows up in people's timelines. And they'll still find it and they'll be watching it for 20 minutes thinking they're watching the show. And yep. Dan Moran, AC/DC already has a bid for 15. Here we go. All right. Boom. Let's recap this last crate, which has a lot of audiophile stuff. And Aaron Aerosmith's already at $46, okay? Now Dan Moran has AC/DC at 16. Now Stanley Richmond, you've been outbid. And now George Jones, I sold you for $35. All right, thanks everybody for sticking with me. I know you're a true fan if you're still here through thick and thin. All right, let's recap this. I think I just got a few more things to pull, and maybe you'll see some stuff in here you can't live without. That would be ideal, okay? That would be very, very ideal. 2 crates, 14 comments. I think I've pulled most of everything. Yeah, I'm really just looking for... Everything's been pulled. Yeah. No Rancid. There's 1 Rancid in here for Kelly Vladorchek. Okay, I'll get to that in just a second. All right, first thing I have is Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. That's a music on vinyl pressing for $38. Rich Krulak, you've been outbid on Aerosmith. Now Aaron Andrus has it for $48. He's out on AC/DC. This is sold to Dan Moran for $16. I'll make sure they're done on Aerosmith. Analog Productions, Leonard Skinner. How could you go wrong there? $59.99. And The Who's next is $38.99. Josie, I've already sold AC/DC. Sorry. Stanley had it forever. Then he bumped them, and I went ahead and sold it. That was very unfortunate, though. That is sold to Dan Moran for $16. Extreme 2 is $38.99. Now Aerosmith's at $49. Now our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is going to be Michael Schenker Group. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Michael Schenker is going to go up for $35. $35 start on this. Near mint minus and pristine vinyl. Let's put that there. There's the 2 inserts in the inner sleeve. Cover at OB and J Nutra on W for The Who. Who's next? That's sold to J Nutra. We have Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry is $38.99. And we have Carole King Tapestry. This is a MoFi pressing. This is $44.99. MoFi, $44.99. And we have Randy Travis, Storms of Life. Randy Travis is $44.99. That is a MoFi pressing. I've still got 2 of them. And I have Santana Abraxas. This is $59.99. Super Vinyl from MoFi, $59.99. Andrus, do you want back in on Aerosmith? If not, you can say out. Rich Krulak has it for $49. Andrus is back in at $50. Sean Schaefer has Michael Schenker at $35. Sean, are you normally watching on YouTube? I don't think I usually see you over there. Sean Schaefer has Michael Schenker at $35. STP Tiny Music's $59. And Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. Hall & Oates is $44.99. Marvin Gaye Collected, that's a double LP, music on vinyl pressing. Marvin Gaye is $49.99. And STP, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, $38.99 for Stone Temple Pilots. Ministry Dark Side of the Moon is $38, and Ministry Twitch is $38. Those are all $38.99. So we got several ministries here. I've got, let's put them all together. I think I've got 4 in-stock albums from Ministry. All music on vinyl pressings. Yeah, right here. This is a whole slew of ministries. Twitch, Dark Side of the Spoon, The Mind, and Land of Rape and Honey. When I ordered those, I was like, maybe somebody be like, Chad, I'll take one of each. I've got them if you decide you want to do that. I've got one seam split flawed facelift left. $5 off, $34.99 because it's got some seam split damage. Also, Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is $33. I've got one of those left. And George Harrison's Let It Roll. That is $59.99. Aerosmith's now at $51, okay? Sean Schaefer has Michael Schenker at $35. And give me one second over here. Next thing is Mudcrutch by Tom Petty, or I should say Mudcrutch with Tom Petty, $44.99. Guns N' Roses, the Ultra Rare Tracks, the double LP red vinyl, $36.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits is $44, and I still have Live, Mental Jewelry. Live is $33.99. Scott Van Sickle on Ministry, Dark Side of the Spoon. Okay, thank you on that. And over here we got, where's part 3 at? Part 3, here we go. Where's the live chat at? Is this part 3? Oh, a second. Is the YouTube video titled correctly? Give me one second. Scott, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say thank you and welcome. Or I'm going to say thank you and welcome. And just let me know if you are. What is the part 3? Okay, we are good to go. Live chat. Okay. And first thing we're going to do, he's going to let me know. Sean Schaefer gets the Michael Schenker for $35. Thank you on that. Let's put that away right over here. Thank you on that. Next is Aaron Andrus. I need to confirm if you're a first-time buyer, okay, because you're going to get the Aerosmith for $53. I think I've got 2 relatively new names there. The first one is Scott Van Sickle. He's a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. And Aaron Andrus, are you a first-time buyer? This is so due for $53. Y'all have caught us on a bad night with some technical difficulties, but most of it seems to be worked out. We will cross our fingers. About 20 minutes in is when Facebook's been dying, so welcome. We got 2 first-time buyers right off the bat tonight. We sold a Ministry, and then we sold an Aerosmith auction. So welcome to Coletco. This is your first purchase, and I hope it's one of many thousands to come. So welcome, and here's the simple instructions for Facebook buyers. Send us a DM. Okay, so on Facebook Messenger, I just need you to send us a DM. I need your email address and mailing address. Welcome to the Coletco family. Now, the good news is you're about to have the greatest opportunities to buy vinyl in your life. The bad news is now that you're in the Coletco family, you can never leave. But welcome. You're now in a group with many, many other people who are going to help you with your buying addictions, okay? So thank you and welcome. This is sold. Let's put up some more auctions, okay? If anybody else wants any more ministries. Also, the good news is you now have $8 in limited shipping, okay? So for the rest of the week, I'll be here tomorrow, and then we got Mr. Paul filling in for me on Friday and Saturday. And anything you buy Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, we'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. That's how the cookie will crumble, okay? And it's kind of like a Subway cookie. I love Subway cookies. All right, here we go. Next thing, De La Soul. This is a 1989 OG with sticker, but it's not sticky anymore. It has a De La Soul sticker, but it's not sticky. De La Soul, is this like a full album? Yeah, this is like an album, right? Me, Myself, and I. 3 sides, 3 bonus. Well, it's just got extra songs. It's not an album, but there it is, okay? This is De La Soul, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. I'll recap everything of this album. Actually, let's recap it one more time. This is the last new vinyl recap before I get into brand new stuff for tonight, okay? And here it is. I have Leonard Skinner. That's Analog Productions, $59.99. There is Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. Extreme is a music on vinyl pressing. It's $38.99. Carole King Tapestries, $44.99. Randy Travis. Carole King is a MoFi, and Randy Travis is a MoFi. Those are both new and sealed, $44.99. We have Santana Abraxas MoFi Super Vinyl, $59. And STP Tiny Music. That's also MoFi, $59.99. And Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. De La Soul's at $15. Today's my 24-month bond from Coletco. 2-year anniversary for Javi. Some people have been buying for 5 and 6 years. Some people have been buying for 3 weeks. Some have been buying for 3 years. Regardless, welcome every night. I'll be here, barring some unforeseen incident or a college football game. We have Deep Purple, last concert with Japan. Deep Purple is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is beautiful with Japanese insert, a $35 start on that. STP is sold to Aaron Andrus. Scott Van Sickle has the De La Soul at $15. Next thing was there's the Extreme again. Also, we have Iron Maiden Collected, $44.99. There's another STP, that's music on vinyl, $38.99. And then there's those ministries again. Land of Rape and Honey, Dark Side of the Spoon, Mine is a Terrible Thing to Taste, Twitch, Alice in Chains is still available. It does have a seam split. Deep Purple last concert in Japan's a $35 start. De La Soul has one bid for $15. That's going once, going twice. Also, we have Linkin Park Hybrid Theory for $33. George Harrison Let It Roll is $59. And Mudcrutch, Tom Petty, $44.99 on Mudcrutch. Tom Petty, blah, blah, blah. I'm still getting woke up, by the way. This is morning hours for me. Aaron Andrus on STP. He also wants the music on vinyl pressing. Mudcrutch is $44. Guns N' Roses Ultra Rare Tracks is $36. The Cure Greatest Hits is $44. And Live Mental Jewelry, $33.99. All right. Have pulled everything from the video this morning. Everything's been pulled, taken care of, and we're good to go. So, boom, boom, boom. All right. What is the De La Soul, STP, and Mudcrutch? Aaron Andrus, okay? Let's go ahead and pull that for him. Welcome, Aaron. Just want to make sure you have messaged our page. And by the way, a quick buying tip. It'll save you a lot of keystrokes and maybe even some time. Paul just, or Gregor just let you know as well, you don't even have to put the price, okay? Everything in the crates, it's no big deal, but everything in the crates are sticker price. So here later, when things get maybe really fast-paced, it'll save you some keystrokes. You don't have to worry about keying in a price. De La Soul is called Me, Myself, and I. 3 sides, 3 bug-out bonus cuts, and a free sticker. It is EX condition. It has one bid for $15, and we're about to sell it. Aaron Andrus has sent us his information. Aaron, I also need your mailing address, and I'm going to ask you for that right quick. And then who was the other person? Let's see here. There was one other person. Oh, it was the high bidder on this. It was Mr. Scott Van Sickle. He may have just not sent it yet, but Scott, I am on the lookout for that. Okay, there's that. All right. Done. Holy moly. All right. New. Clutch. Psychic Warfare. All right. Clutch. 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 Psychic Warfare. Comes out Friday. 10th anniversary, limited edition, blue smoke colored vinyl, Clutch. Here we go. The pre-order for this, they're $29.99, was Scott Smith. We also have one for Joshua Cross and Ben Doggart. Joshua Cross and Ben Doggart. We got one for Paul Cruz and Dwayne Worley. Paul Cruz and Dwayne Worley. Also Scott Dwallow and John Grace. Scott Dwallow and John Grace. Kristen Durham and Autumn Betts. By the way, De La Soul got a new bid for $16. Randy Klein and Bob Riger. Randy Klein and Bob Riger. Rick Peabody and Tim Floyd. Rick Peabody and Tim Floyd. Also over here we got Ken Cohen. All right. We got 2, 4, 6 extra copies of Clutch. And we just sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And that was Scott Smith, Joshua Cross, Ben Doggart, Paul Cruz, Dwayne Worley, Scott Dwallow, John Grace, Kristen Durham, Autumn Betts, Randy Klein, Bob Riger, Rick Peabody, Tim Floyd, and Ken Cohen. All right, and Brian Reynolds wants one. This is $29.99. We sold a GNR from the last crate I hadn't pulled yet. GNR was sold to Kathy Hodges. I hadn't pulled that yet for Kathy. Kathy wanted a GNR. I, in fact, can see your comments, okay? So that is sold to Kathy Hodges. Thank you on that. Kathy, that's sold to you. We got De La Soul 16, De La Soul 17, De La Soul 19, and then Deep Purple. This is a $35 buy it now. This is new. Okay, so this is new, just like all their other reissues they're doing. 10th anniversary exclusive, but it's not remastered. It doesn't say signed. I think it's just another series. I don't think they're going all out on this one like they have the other ones. $29.99 on that. And then we have Joe Sleep on purple. Deep Purple is sold to Joe Sleep for $35, okay? I think we've got into a groove now. Knock on vinyl. There's no Facebook crash again. I think we're good to go. So there's Clutch. We sold one live to Brian Reynolds, and I have 5 copies left. Psychic Warfare. Okay? Psychic Warfare. Just saying. That's still available. And then De La Soul is sold to Nat Reynolds for $19. Thank you for letting me know you're out, Scott. There's that, and he's out, and now let's get going again, okay? And then over here, we have the following. The next thing I have is Petra, Come and Join Us. Petra's a 1977 USOG VG condition, a $10 start. Pickle gets a clutch. That's sold to Pickle. That was $23.69. Pickle, appreciate that. Next auction is a Japanese pressing, and this is a Japanese pressing of Journey, and this is Journey Frontiers. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl on this one is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This one does have the Obi, by the way. Give me 1 second. $35 start. There's the insert. There's this insert, and over here is this, the Japanese pressing of Journey Frontiers. The Obi needs to be put back on the cover, FYI. It is here, just needs to be put back on the cover. There it is. And the next thing, there's no waiting list for this. I'm going to make sure right now, but I'm glad to see back in stock, essentially, Ozzy's greatest hits, Memoirs of a Madman. Ozzy Osbourne is $38.99. $38.99, Memoirs of a Madman. And I was going to do a restock post, kind of like No More Tears. 2 big Ozzies have showed up this week, kind of unexpected, undetected. And the first one was No More Tears, which we had last week. That one we sold out of already. And we have a waiting list. And then here is Memoirs of a Madman, which is essentially a greatest hits or compilation of Ozzy Osbourne. $38.99. I'm going to open up my good old-fashioned laptop here and make sure I don't have a waiting list for this. Let me make sure I don't. BOAZ and OZZ. OZZ. MOM. MOAM. Ozzy. Memoirs. I'm big on abbreviations. Ozzy. We have a wait list for an air freshener, a Bark at the Moon puzzle, Bark at the Moon album, a rubber duck, a Kansas City bootleg, another Aussie bootleg, another Aussie bootleg, and there's the air freshener. Okay, so all these are available. $38.99. We should sell a lot of these, okay? Aaron Andrus wants one. There's one sold to Aaron Andrus. And then Matt wants one. There's one sold to Matt. And then we got one sold to Jeff Brindley, okay? There's one sold to Jeff Brindley. And that's going to be my last crate. And we have finally filled up our first crate tonight. Petra is a final call. There's no bid yet. 77 USOG, VG condition. And the Japanese Journey Frontiers is a $35 start. $35 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Elvis Presley, live at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada, August 26, 1969. It's a 2019 USOG Graceland exclusive. Wow, that means it was made for Graceland, probably to be sold there, right? It's on gold and pink vinyl. Gold and pink vinyl, near mint. It is a $55 start. Good luck bidding, everybody. I've still got copies of Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. This is $38.99, Memoirs of a Madman. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 copies of Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman still in stock. And then the new clutch, that is Psychic Warfare, new for Friday, a 10th anniversary edition, colored smoke-colored vinyl, gatefold jacket, $29.99. That's crate number 1 of new vinyl tonight. Okay, Todd Saw is in on Journey at $35, and Elvis Live International is a $55 bid. That is now up for auction. Okay, good luck to all involved. Randall Jackson is on the edge of his seat, ready to bid. He is literally shaking with joy right now. What is the next thing we're about to put up? Another crate of new vinyl. I think I have another one with some waiting list, and I also have a pricing gun I need to go get, because we're going to be marking some stuff on the fly over here, okay? We're going to be marking some stuff on the fly. Luckily, I've already got them priced. I just go get my pricing gun and knock some of this stuff out. Let's go through this crate right here. I think you're all going to like it. We're going to do like we've been doing all week, knock out all the new vinyl in a row. Elvis already has bids for 55 and 55. Let me go get a sticky gun, a price gun, a tag gun. Paul calls them a tag gun. I was like, a what? He said a tag gun. I was like, oh, you mean a price gun. Let me go get this right up here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun. Hopefully my mother's is still up here somewhere. She does a good job hiding it from me, and if I can't find it, then I'm in bad shape. Yep. I wonder if my mother's watching. Mother, where's the price gun at? She hides it from me. I don't know where it is. That's not good. I might have to go get John's. Yep, my mom's hid it from me. I'm going to buy one to keep back here with me. My own price gun. Yep. Let me walk to the back and get John's. I told y'all, price guns is one of those things at an office. It's like pens at an office or something, or what's something that people constantly lose at an office? A stapler. You know, it's one of those Jerry Seinfeld jokes. Like, where's the price gun? Where's the stapler? Where's the... It's kind of like one of those, like something on a Seinfeld episode. Here's one. I bet we've bought 500 since I've been doing this. No, I hadn't bought that many. I probably bought 50. All right, here we go. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is Journey is sold to Todd Saw for $35. Here we go. $35. That's sold to Todd Saw for $35. All right, I got to start a new crate. If you're the owner, aren't they all yours? Technically, yes, but you don't want to go to somebody's desk and just start taking stuff off their desk. That's not good boss ethic. Laura, I'm going to come back there tonight and just take everything off your desk and then hide it. I'd get my respect would go way down. Oh man, we've bought thousands of sticky notes, hundreds of that, We've went through hundreds of thousands of sticky notes. That's not an exaggeration. Okay, we have a 77 USOG Petra. This is a no bid. This is a no bid. It's a $10 buy it now. All right, Elvis is about done. There's been two $55 bids and a $56 bid. Michael Snared has this for $56. Randall, you almost lost it. I've been talking about you for the last half hour. I've been waiting for you to place bids. You left and you've almost lost it. This is on pink and yellow vinyl. The high bid's at $56. Somebody just go ahead and bid 100 and we'll wrap that thing up. Petra is sold to Ed Riviere for $10. Randall's at $58. Boy, you went up to go walk your dog, and next thing you know, you've almost lost your holy grail. Next thing is REM, Life's Rich Pageant, a 1986 U.S. Allied OG, original on her sleeve, VG minus condition, $5 start on that. Here we go. Wow, look at this right here. Wow, there it is. We have Elvis at $60. Next thing, Lords of Acid. Yeah, that's true. We have Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, and the hot dog flavored water. Holy moly, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Folks, this is the album you've been waiting for your whole life. It is Limp Bizkit presents Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water. And this is on silver and brown colored vinyl. It is $46.99. This is Limp Bizkit. My Generation, Full Nelson, My Way or the Highway. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Wow. Full Nelson, what a song. That is $46.99. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, narrated by Boris Karloff, $36.99. It's on green Grinch colored vinyl. These are how much? Just $36.99, and there was a waiting list. I've got them right there. These are great pricing guns. Oh man, I love these here. I've told y'all the story. When I first got one of those as a kid, that was like, I felt like I had got the greatest thing ever when I was able to get a pricing gun. I was like, holy moly. I was like, wow, a pricing gun. I'm now a legit businessman. We have Grinch, Catherine Lutz, and Rick Peabody. Grinch, Catherine Lutz, and Rick Peabody. These two are sold. There's 3 left. There's another one sold. And that one sold to Brian Campbell. There's 2 Grinches left. REM is about to sell for $5. Okay, that's with Troy Overmeyer. $5. $5. He has 1 bid on it. What is it? It's an 86 Allied OG VG minus. What about Elvis? Elvis is at $60 of Randall Jackson. Steve Biddlecombe, you're out. Stanley Richmond has it. Randall Jackson, you've been outbid. Steve Biddlecombe, you've been outbid. This is at $60. $60 with Stanley Richmond. Somebody just go ahead and bid 100 and we'll wrap that thing up. Next thing we have is the Grinch, sold over here to Aaron Andrus. There's that. Chuck Edgar also wants one. Grinch is sold out. Those are sold out. 0 are remaining. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? There's that. Now, I've still got 2 Limp Bizkits. Why are those still in there? I've got 3 copies of 3 Doors Down, Away from the Sun. 3 Doors Down, Away from the Sun is $34.99. $34.99. There was 1 person on a waiting list, Bob Riger. I know that one from memory. That's sold to Bob Riger. And I've got 2 more left. Now Elvis is at $65. Thank you, Steve Biddlecombe. Now Stanley's out. Now Randall's out. Now REM is sold for $5. Wow, $5 for REM. That was sold to Troy Overmeyer. Sold for $5. Brian, I've already pulled your clutch. I've already pulled your clutch. Next thing is AC/DC, Highway to Hell. AC/DC is a $1 starting bid. A 1979 specialty OG pressing. A $1 starting bid. Here is another AC/DC opportunity. This is right here, Reunion Arena, Dallas, Texas, October 11th, 1985, $29.99, I think. Hold on a second. This is $29.99. Randall Jackson, are you kidding me? You're going out? You're going out? Everybody's going out on Elvis? Final call to Steve Biddlecombe. He's the real Elvis fan here. Unbelievable. $65. He's not even on the same continent as us right now. $65. That's a final call to him. AC/DC 1, AC/DC 10. Now, this AC/DC here is live in Dallas. We're about to find out who was on a waiting list for AC/DC. There's a waiting list for Nashville, and that's it. So this is available. First come, first serve. This is sold here. This is sold here to Clay Moore. That is sold to Clay Moore. Kathy, you were second. If you want on a waiting list, let me know. And AC/DC is at 5. Now it's at 20. And now final call on Elvis. And now we have Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues. Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues, volumes 1 and 2. Everything this man ever recorded in his life. Very little is known about him. Very little is known about the life of Robert Johnson, yet probably one of the most important people in music history. A sketchy biography. Nobody really has a lot of info about him. $29.99. We have a waiting list for this. Let's open up that waiting list. Let's open this waiting list right now. The waiting list is Brian Thurman. I've got 2 left. $29.99. Kathy wants on the AC/DC waiting list. Highway to Hell's the final call for $20. This is sold for $65 to Steve Biddlecombe. $65 to Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you, Steve. That's sold to you. George Jones wants Run. I bet he meant Robert Johnson. Still got 3 Doors Down and Limp Bizkit. Final call on AC/DC. Next thing is another Japanese pressing. That next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. That is a Japanese pressing of Monsters of Rock with Obi, Rainbow, Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Ride, and Touch. Have I pulled your Jethro Tull? No, I pulled Brian Campbell's Clutch, but I have not pulled your Jethro Tull. I haven't seen it yet. Don't worry, I hadn't forgot about you. I know you're not going to let me forget. I can promise you that. I can promise you, you're not going to let me forget about it. We have Monsters of Rock. This has an insert. It has a cover and Obi. Monsters of Rock compilation, $35 start. George Jones gets Robert Johnson. There's 1 left. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. I've got 2 copies of 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. This one here was sold to somebody that was a backup person. This was a backup person on the Rack video from Sunday. Let me find that. I think it was, I don't want to say till I can find the comment. There was only 2 claims on that whole 9-minute video when I went through all the records on our Rack. There was 2 comments. I did a 9-minute video, and we sold 1 of the same record. William Meadows. This is sold to William Meadows. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. And I did put a sticker on these. These are also $34.99, okay? Let me mark these with some stickers. There's 1. And there's 2, 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. This is sold to William David Meadows. Monsters of Rock is at 35 of Case and Palamumbo. The AC/DC over here is at 35. Folks, this is a G+, a G copy. This is less than G+. It's less than VG-. Over here, Johnny Hancock on 3 Doors Down, track list. And then also track list for 3 Doors Down. Somebody wanted a track list for Robert Johnson and the track listing for Limp Bizkit. How about I just go ahead and show you this? Now that's what I call Halloween. This is on orange and purple vinyl. Let's go ahead and pull up the waiting list for these. These are $29.99. $29.99. It's a now, that's what I call Halloween compilation. $29.99, okay? So let's go ahead and sticker these. There's 1, 2, 3. Now, that's what folks, it's right around the corner. Halloween is next week. If you haven't heard, they've bumped it up. So you might want to go ahead and lock one of these in because you're going to need it. You don't want to be at your Halloween party and someone's like, hey man, why don't you put on some cool spooky Halloween tunes? And they're like, yeah, Bill, where's your cool spooky Halloween tunes at? And you're going to be like, dang it, I didn't buy that. Now that's what I call Halloween from Coletco. And now my Halloween party isn't as cool as it's supposed to be because I don't have any groovy Halloween tunes to put on. Don't put yourself in that situation. Do not put yourself in that situation, okay? Do not. Just go ahead and say, Chad, I want some groovy Halloween tunes to impress my friend at my Halloween party. Go ahead and give me, now that's what I call Halloween purple and orange vinyl 2 LP compilation. And we've already got some very wise people that's jumped on that wagon. or jumped off the wagon, whichever. Melanie Jennings, Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts, and Amanda Darby. Melanie Jennings, Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts, and Amanda Darby. 4 people's like, yeah, I want to be cool at my Halloween party and put on some groovy tunes. There's 4 sold to the people I just read off. That was Melanie Jennings, Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts, and Amanda Darby. Here's everybody else that's left. Greg Herman gets 1. We got 1 for Janet Gray. There's 2 there. And now there's 3 left. Over here, this is this. This is AC/DC, sold at Josie Sinkbell for $35. Over here is Monsters of Rock. This has 1 bid for $35. I'm about to sell it. This is with Kason Palamumbo. He has that for $35. I go in a once and go in a twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Dinosaur Jr, the wagon. Speaking of the wagon, here's a 91 UK Euro Original VG Plus, a $10 start on Dinosaur Jr. $10 start on that. All right, next thing, and if you hadn't heard, Halloween's been bumped up. They're doing it next week all of a sudden. We have AC/DC, Rock or Bust. Rock or Bust. Look at this lenticular. If you want to keep yourself entertained, you can just look at this and just flip it back and forth for hours. Just endless entertainment here. This is AC/DC, Rock or Bust, lenticular vinyl, lenticular cover. I've never seen lenticular vinyl. This is $33.99, $33.99. $33.99. Craig is over here sweating, typing in track listings in Google and posting them in chat. Shout out to Craig. We had like 5 track list requests in a row. Craig's over here. He's out in California. He's got a headband around his head like a bandana. He's sweating. There's sweat pouring off of his face. He's trying to type in all these track listings. He's clicking, he's typing, he's Googling, he's copying, he's pasting. Thank God for the copy paste button. Craig won't have to type all this stuff out. He can just click copy and paste. Holy moly. This man's over here working volunteer overtime for everybody's track listings. Thank you, Craig. Next thing over here, I sold 2 Halloweens live, right? We got Greg Herman and we got Janet Gray. We got 3 people left. Some of y'all are going to have some lame Halloween parties. I can tell you that right now. If you don't have one of these, I'm going to go ahead and call it. You're going to be having a lame Halloween party if you don't have that right there. 29, Richie Lander says, Chad, I do not want to have a lame Halloween party. Give me a Halloween. You got it. Richie Lander, there's that. And then Scott Van Sickle says, give me a Rock or Bust. Thank you, Scott Van Sickle. There's that. And then we have Jamie Willis wants a now. They're all buying in. Chad, thank goodness. We do not want to have lame Halloween parties when our friends come over. Jack Johnson, Curious George, sings lullabies and songs from the film Upside Down. Great song from Jack Johnson there. $36.99. Jack Johnson and Friends. This is a double LP. $36.99. Chad Anderson's like, Chad, I do not want to have a lame Halloween party. Go ahead and give me that now Halloween. We're now sold out. Now it's going to be a waiting list. Now Kason Palamumbo wants Monsters of Rock. Now that's sold for $35 to Kason. We have sold every copy of Now. That's what I call Halloween. If anybody else wants one, you need to get on a waiting list, okay? It's an amazing track listing. It's probably the best Halloween track listing I've ever seen. We have Danny Thomason on Rock or Bust. Now we're sold out of AC/DC. Craig just shared the track listing. Look at all that. You get the Michael Myers theme. You get Rob Zombie. It is Tubular Bells. Don't Fear the Reapers on there. It is an incredible. Now we can take a waiting list for next week or this week. Somebody's watching me. Ghostbusters. The theme from Beetlejuice. Donovan. We have Oingo Boingo, The Monster Mash, Don't Fear the Reaper, Dragula. It just keeps going and going and going and going. And Dinosaur Jr. This is at $18. Think about it. Come Halloween night, when y'all are at your groovy parties, and someone's like, hey man, where's the groovy Halloween tunes? And you're like, dang it, why didn't I buy that compilation from Chad when I had a chance? David Bowie, Space Oddity, a 1972 U.S. Indianapolis. Okay, this is with the original sleeve. It's in EX condition. This is going to go up for a $30 start. Ground Control to Major Tom. David Bowie, Space Oddity, a $30 start. I got a restock of a very popular Ozzy bootleg I haven't had, especially since he's passed away. This is Ozzy with Randy Rhoads, live in Montreal, 1981. These are $34.99. $34.99. I've got a bunch of them. Ozzy, Montreal, 1981, with Randy Rhoads. $34.99. Gatefold, single LP, black vinyl. What color is rock or bust? Black vinyl. If anybody wants an Ozzy, I haven't had these available since the Prince of Darkness left us. They're back in stock. There was a big rush on all of his new stock. Some stuff is finally coming back in. Ozzy, I've already sold dozens of these in the past. Right now, the high bid on Dinosaur Jr. is Mortgage Guy Rob at $19. This is a 1991 UK Euro original, VG Plus condition, okay? It's a 1991 UK Euro original, VG Plus condition. A new bid just came in for $22. David Bowie's at $30. David Bowie's at $30. Here we go. First thing we have is Ozzy. Jay Neutra gets one. George Jones gets one. Stanley Richmond gets one. Dwayne Worley gets one. 42 Foxes gets one. Clifford Umstead gets one. Now there's 4 Ozzies left. These are $34.99. It's a superb quality. Superb. David Bowie's at $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing. It is a Japanese pressing of the following. It is a Japanese pressing of this. Here comes a Japanese pressing. It is Loudness, Thunder in the East. Loudness is a Japanese pressing. Thunder in the East. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Obi. Loudness is a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the cover and Obi. It has this insert booklet with it. Superb copy. $35 start on that. David Bowie still getting bids, and there's Dinosaur Jr. Buddy Cordova on an Ozzy. There's 3 left. Let's run through this crate one more time. Let's run through this crate one more time. Limp Biscuit, Chocolate Starfish, and the hot dog flavored water. $46.99. 3 Doors Down, Away from the Sun. That's a full original studio album, the newest reissue, $34.99. Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues, a 2 LP compilation, $29.99. Everything he ever recorded right there, featuring all 32 of his recorded tracks. That's it. $29. Considered the most influential blues release ever. 3 Doors Down, his greatest hits, $34.99. You got to think, it's not like in the 30s everybody knew who this guy was. It's not like in the 40s everybody knew who this guy was. Even the 50s or the 60s. He died in the 30s. It took until this release from Columbia. There's a Columbia 6-eye, Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues. It's actually a pretty dang hard record to get in high grade. That is when Columbia went out and reissued all of his recordings. That started to influence a lot of people. They started listening to it, and they was like, holy crap. You know, and a lot of people didn't know a lot about Robert Johnson. This is a DOL reissue, a modern one here with 2 LPs with everything he released, $29.99. Back up the top, we have Dinosaur Jr. The last bid was Mortgage Guy Rob at $25. Loudness got a bid for $35 and $35. And then over here, can you put up Pink Floyd The Wall? I will in just a second. We got Dwayne Worley on 3 Doors Down. This is, do you want the album or do you want the greatest hits? Do you want Away from the Sun or do you want greatest hits? And then over here, and then Oh So Adventure wants on the Halloween waiting list. Chris Martin on Robert Johnson. Chris Martin got Robert Johnson. There's that. And then over here, we got Dinosaur Jr. at 27, Loudness at 45. This right here is this. We have a 1972 U.S. Indianapolis. A 1972 U.S. Indianapolis. It is an OG for this RCA release, okay? This is the first time as a U.S. RCA release. Not the first time. It was released before on Mercury as Man of Words, Man of Music. It's a 72 U.S. with the original under sleeve, and the high bid on that is now the last bid I seen on David Bowie. We had an out from James Allen, and the bidder before him was Eric Van Leuven at $37. Eric Van Leuven at $37. Pink Floyd, we'll get that one on deck. We're going to figure out which 3 Doors Down Dwayne. Oh So Adventure on the waiting list for now. That's what I call Halloween. Chris Martin got Robert Johnson. Put Jerry Stone on a waiting list. Jerry Stone on a waiting list for Robert Johnson. Dwayne Worley wants the album Away from the Sun. That was a waiting list earlier. And then Dinosaur Jr. 27.28. Loudness out. Which Loudness is that? David Bowie, $38. Next over here, is Jack Johnson, Sing Lullabies from the film Curious George, $36.99. And I got 3 copies of Ozzy, Montreal, 1981, $34. We still have Spirit World. I still got 1 copy left of Spirit World. I will go ahead and tag you for that right now. It was Spirit World Eldorado. I've got 2 left. If anybody else wants a Spirit World, 2 are left in stock. This is Eldorado on limited edition Sea Blue Smoke. Make sure Jerry goes on the waiting list for the Robert Johnson. And this is Loudness Thunder in the East. Japanese pressing, Loudness Thunder in the East. Stanley Richmond has it for $55. Buddy Cordova got Spirit World. And Bob, you got the 3 doors down. You did. That's so do you, Bob Riger. Chris Aguero wants a Spirit World. And there was a CD box set in the 80s. Track rotates from Rare 78's reissue, all the static noise later on. Yeah. So another thing you got to remember about Robert Johnson is it's not like there's master tapes. What they did a lot on that stuff is they literally recorded it straight off of the 78s. Chris Aguero gets Spirit World, Michael Thrower on Ozzy. That's sort of Michael Thrower. So these are pretty lo-fi recordings. I mean, they were, think about it, they were recorded literally in the 1930s, everybody. So, but not only that, a lot of these, when they tried to comp them, you know, it's not like where they know where the tapes are. Boy, if they ever found the, I don't even know how that stuff was recorded. It's not like they was in a big studio with recording this to tape. Probably some kind of direct to acetate or something. If those ever were discovered, that's the kind of like Indiana Jones stuff people's out there looking for in the collecting world, like undiscovered tapes and acetates from Robert Johnson. Those would be priceless. That would be like walking into the treasure room in National Treasure. Here's a whole shelf of acetates of Robert Johnson's recordings. That'd be like the Holy Grails. All right. That stuff is, a lot of that's lost, undiscovered. So they have to comp them literally off the commercial releases for those 78s, which are worth thousands of dollars. Very rare stuff. I hope to own one day. I don't know if I'll ever get one in a collection, but it's kind of like on my checklist. I would love to own a Robert Johnson 78. That is like just unbelievable to have. I mean, just a guy, they released some of those. Only some are known, like 2 or 3 copies exist. Crazy. All right, so Dinosaur Jr is at $31. We got David Bowie here now at $40, and Loudness is at $55. That was the second crate of new vinyl. In case you missed it earlier, because we had connection problems, the only other new vinyl that was shown was this Ozzy right here. Ozzy right here, right here. This is Ozzy Osbourne, Memoirs of a Madman, a double LP, $38.99. This is an Ozzy Greatest Hits, Memoirs of a Madman, Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, Over the Mountain, Bark at the Moon, Ultimate Sin, Miracle Man, No More Tears, Mom, I'm Coming Home, Road to Nowhere, Perry Mason, I Just Want You, Gets Me Through, Changes, I Don't Want to Stop, Let Me Hear You Scream, and Paranoid Live. This is $38.99. $38.99. And then the Ozzy bootleg with Randy Rhoads is $34.99. That's live in Montreal. And the only other release you've missed is this one right here. Clutch, Psychic Warfares. Clutch is $29.99. Clutch is $29.99. So let me know if you claim an Ozzy, if you want the Greatest Hits or Memoirs, or if you want Montreal 81. I bet Janet wants Memoirs of a Madman. Thank you, Janet Gray. Rich Krulak wants Ozzy Montreal. There's only one of those. I love how they have Randy Rhoads on the cover. That's pretty sweet. Dinosaur Jr is still getting bids. Now it's tied at 35. Angry Samoas. Is there a waiting list for Ozzy Purple? No, there's not. There will not be any more Ozzy Purples. There's been people still commenting on that post. Those are discontinued. I can get clear vinyl. They're like twice as much. There's no more purples. No more purple Aussies are coming. Dinosaur Jr is still getting bids. Alonzo wants that last copy of, well, actually, Scully Mask. Who asked about it earlier? Scully Mac. This one goes to Scully Mac, okay? We're going to put on a waiting list then. We're going to put on a waiting list Alonzo. He's first on the waiting list for the Aussie Montreal 81. Scully Mac got the last copy. Mike Ospaw wants both. Mike, I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Montreal. I'm going to give you a Greatest Hits, though, or Memoirs of a Madman. Dwayne Worley wants a Clutch, okay? Is that a double picture disc? This is vinyl. This does exist as a picture disc, but this is vinyl. This is vinyl. That's black vinyl on that one, okay? All right, we've basically not sold any advertised auctions. As far as anything big, we've just sold Elvis. There's Bowie. And we got insane Japanese surprises. The Japanese stuff tonight is really high caliber. Metal, high-end titles from the 70s. It's really good Japanese stuff. David Johnson just spilled Diet Mountain Dew everywhere. He heard high-end Japanese. He just spilled Diet Mountain Dew all over his carpet. Now the cats are running around screaming. There's chaos in his house. He's just trying to lock him in a few Japanese pressings tonight. BJ Dickmere on clutch. That's so to BJ Dickmere. Wow. Still got some Aussies. I went ahead and stocked up on those because I figured that'd be a great one to have, okay? If anybody else wants, we're sold out of the bootleg with Randy Rhoads, Montreal 81. That's a waiting list. No waiting list for Mike Ospaw. Memoirs is still available. Clutch was a big pre-order. I've got 2 left. David Bowie is sold. And that last bid on David Bowie, oh, actually, let me make sure. It got bumped, I feel like, a long time ago by Eric Van Leuven for 40. Johnny Hancock, just so you know, you were outbid. Eric Van Leuven has had this for $40 for quite some time, okay? Just want to let you know, I'm putting it back in its sleeve. It's about to sell it. I'm about to sell it, okay? There's that. And this has also been sitting back here for a while. And that's Loudness, Thunder in the East. It's sold for $55. A Japanese pressing of Loudness, Thunder in the East is sold for $55. And that $55 bid was Stanley Richmond 6 minutes ago. He's had that for 6 minutes for $55. That one's long overdue. Oso just asked the price. It is long gone. Aussie No More Tears, that's a waiting list. No guarantee when they're coming in, though. It's a waiting list. No guarantee. That could be in next week. It could be a couple weeks. Now, this one has had a ton of bids. The high bid on this is $40 with Aaron Andrus, okay? Aaron Andrus has this for $40. The wagon. Final call. If anybody else wants in, let me know. I've got to bring over another new crate of vinyl. It's been busy. It's been very busy. We're going to end up getting all 3 crates of new vinyl down to 1. This next crate also has a restock. It also has new stuff I've never had. And it has plenty of waiting list. So let's get started right now with these. And this is the 3rd and final crate of new vinyl. I've got 3 crates over here from Paul. And we have plenty of auction stuff. Plenty. Eric Van Leuven, this is sold to you. Eric Van Leuven, this is sold to you for $40. Aaron Andrus on Dinosaur Jr for $40. Now, Aaron, you're a first-time buyer. I got your information, but I just want to let you know. If you're a first-time buyer, you've already bought several things. I love that. Thank you and welcome. But there's kind of a certain threshold once you get to a certain point. If you're brand new, okay, if you're brand new, and let's say you start spending more than $300 or $500 tonight, which you're very much on track to do, I may ask you to go ahead and prepay for some stuff, okay? I did say we would invoice you on Monday, but just because you're new and you've already made a lot of purchases, just FYI, I want to make sure you're aware that I may contact Ed or Tanner and we may invoice you early, okay? Just got to see some cash on the barrelhead. Hope you understand. Not picking on you or anything. It's just standard procedure here. New buyers who just drop in and they start spending quite a bit. I'm like, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's see a little bit of cash, and then you can go from there. Here is Pink Floyd The Wall. There is definitely some people waiting on this. Here is Pink Floyd The Wall, a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute, OG pressing, the first jacket with the original credits, EX, a $35 start. Pink Floyd The Wall, $35 start. I want to make sure, Andrus, if you confirmed hearing that, just make sure we're on the same page, okay? Some new buyers get very excited and we'll let them buy all week, and then they get their invoice on Monday and they're like, holy crap, I had no idea I just spent $7,800. So just giving you a heads up, okay? It'll be best for both of us. This, Edwin Blom says, what Zeppelin's in the crate? You're probably asking a question that a lot of people would like to know the answer to. Unfortunately, it's already sold. This has been a waiting list. They've been coming in onesies and twosies. Led Zeppelin Mothership. This one goes to Hiram Aponte. Hiram, you are next in line. Next in line is Jason Fordenrat. If anybody else wants a Led Zeppelin Mothership, they're $119.99. It's a 4 LP box. Just so you know, if you want one, it'll be a waiting list. No guarantee when they come in. This was Hiram Aponte's. He was next in line. Pink Floyd's already at $50. Next auction's going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Y&T Down for the Count. Y&T Down for the Count is a Japanese pressing of $45 start. Y&T Down for the Count. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. $45 start with Obi. There's the insert. Y&T is now up for bid. All right. I've got one copy of Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. That's a double LP, music on vinyl pressing, $44.99. I've also got two copies of Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. One has a sing split, though. These are $29.99. Let's pull this up right now and see what's happening with Ozzy. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list for... I think earlier I didn't say Diary of a Madman. So there was an old waiting list that's already been fulfilled, $29.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99. So I've got two left, okay? I've got two available, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, if anybody wants one. I've got a wait list. I feel like a couple of people's asked for this almost every day. Black Sabbath, live in Brussels. Belgium, 1970. This is Black Sabbath, $38.99. $38.99 for Black Sabbath. There should be a waiting list for this as well. The Black Sabbath waiting list for Belgium is Gerald Whitworth, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. Gerald Whitworth, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. Gerald Whitworth, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. Black Sabbath, $38.99. It's on purple vinyl, $38.99. $38.99. Those are all sold, and I have 4 extra copies if anybody else wants one, okay? 4 extra copies. Chad, I just got invoice for a mothership on Monday. Okay, we'll give this to the next person then. Who was the next person I said? Who was the next person I said? I better look, make sure they didn't get one either. Who was the other person? Led Zeppelin. The other person I said was, is he watching? Who's the next person? The next person is Jason Forderad. Let me pull up his invoice and see if he got one on Monday as well. All right. Let's go back over here and invoices and let me pull up Jason over here. Jason, are you watching? Let me see if he got one. Jason F. Jason F. Pearl Jam, Hank Williams, Smashing Pumpkins, John Denver, Britney Spears, Jack Johnson, Tool, Jack Johnson. And then there's one from August 18th, and he bought Sinead and Pearl Jam, the Rancantors, and John Denver, and Lords of Acid, and Chris Isaac, and Smashing Pumpkins, and Mothership. Okay, this is available. Who wants it? He got one 2 weeks ago. I'm bad about keeping up on my wait list. One of the many things I have to try to multitask during the sale. A lot of them I do from memory, and then I forget to pull them off. That's why right now I'm going to go ahead and take off this 3 Doors Down for Bob Riger, this 3 Doors Down for William Meadows, and make sure I hadn't done anything else from memory right quick. I'm very bad. I do it from memory, and then I forget to scratch it off, and then my memory fails me because I don't remember that I didn't scratch it off. I've already got the waiting list made for Mother Love Bones, though. Mother Love Bones, Puzzles, Black Sabbath. Okay, there's more Brussels. There's even more Brussels. Chuck Yeager, Michael Fairchild, and Michael Harara. Okay, I was about to say, I know there's more Black Sabbath Brussels. All right, so Black Sabbath. We had that first waiting list, which was Gerald Whitworth, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. And then the other waiting list for Black Sabbath Brussels, there was another one. Because we showed it again, and there was only one, and then more people added to it. Okay, and that one was Chuck Yeager, Michael Fairchild, and Michael Harara. Paul. Chuck Yeager, Michael Fairchild, and Michael Harara. So that's another 3 that's sold. All right, so there is 1, 2, 3 more sold. All right, all right. That's the pro of being on a waiting list. You trump everybody else that's live. If you're on a waiting list, you get it first. If you're on a waiting list, you get it first. All right, Pink Floyd, Blaine Zabnick. Some people's like, Chad, I don't like waiting lists because then I'll have an open invoice. I'm like, you're going to have an open invoice anyway. You buy from us every week. Open invoices are great. What, Paul? We love open invoices. Blaine Zabnick bid $50 on Pink Floyd. Okay? That was with Blaine Zabnick. Y&T got one bid for $45. There are 0 Ozzy puzzles in stock. 0. Waiting list for everything. Dwayne Worley, I feel like I've already read off your name for Black Sabbath. Did I? No, I haven't. Or was you on the other one? If not, then this one goes to you, and it looks like Danny Thomason's next. Okay? I did not read off your name. So this is so to Dwayne Worley. Danny, you're on a waiting list unless you say otherwise, okay? Then back down here, Pink Floyd condition, and where is it now? And then I was on the wait list from 2 weeks ago. You got one, Michael Herrera. And then down here at the bottom, Pink Floyd is at $54. Okay, let's go over these auctions again. Pink Floyd The Wall. This is a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute OG. The first jacket with the original credits. It's with the original inner sleeves. It's an EX condition. It's at $57 of Aaron Andrus, okay? He has that for $57. Next over here is Y&T Down for the Count. Y&T Down for the Count is a Japanese pressing, and this has one bid for $45. We're about to sell it. Now, we're sold out of motherships. The first person, or excuse me, we're sold out of Black Sabbath. Sean, you did get one. This Black Sabbath here is $38.99. If anybody wants on a waiting list, Danny will be first on the list. Okay, Mothership is available. Mothership is available. It's a 4LP Best of Led Zeppelin, $38.99. I've still got Ozzy Diary of a Madman, and the only other thing I've shown is COC, $44.99. Okay, this was a special request for Scott Dwallow. He wanted some Triviums. Scott Dwallow, Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence, $39.99. Trivium, In the Court of the Dragon, $64.99. And Trivium, this is Silence in the Snow, $39.99. So does Scott Dwallow. Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 58, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60. Tom Kelly on Mothership. Tom Kelly also gets Y&T for $45. Aaron, you were next on Mothership. How much was Led Zeppelin? $119.99. It will be a waiting list, just FYI, okay? The high bid on Pink Floyd is Derek Porter at $60. Stephen Freyu was second. Stephen Freyu was second on Pink Floyd, so Derek Porter has this for $60. The Mothership went to Tom Kelly. Aaron was next. Brooke or anybody else, if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? All right. Next auction. We have a request for Childish Gambino. We got Clutch, Neil Young, Dream Theater, Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies with Sap. That's going to be going up soon. We got Mo-Fi White Album, Mo-Fi Jerry Garcia, The Sword, Helmet, The Three Sounds, Def Leppard, REM box set. That's in one crate. Over here, I've got Queens of the Stone Age, The Beatles, Dio, and this is Dead Can Dance, Los Lobos, Devo, Dead Kennedys, Talking Music, Talking Heads, Angry Samoans, Beatles, Mother's Milk, and here's Childish Gambino. Childish Gambino is a 2014 USOG record store day exclusive, limited to 5,000 copies, a $35 start. Childish Gambino, $35 start. First thing we have is Pink Floyd 60, another 60, another 60. Now we're at 63. Aaron Andrus has bid $63. There was 5 people at $60. We have a request for REM, Helmet, Dead Kennedys, REM, Dead Can Dance, Dead Kennedys. Childish Gambino, a $35 start. More Limp Bizkit. The Significant Other. This is $39.99 for Limp Bizkit, a 2LP. It's just one of those days. Childish Gambino has a bid with 40 for Troy Robinson. Pink Floyd's at 64. Now Pink Floyd's at 65. If somebody just wants to go ahead and bid 200, we'll wrap this thing up. Next thing we have right now, though, is there are 3 Dio picture discs, so let's go ahead and knock one out. Here's the next one. Dio, Dream Evil. A 2020 Record Store Day OG Dream Evil picture disc. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Dio, Dream Evil, Naked in the Rain. Plays at a 45 RPM, $20 start on that. Next is Wilco, AM. Wilco is numbered. It's from the Rhino High Fidelity series, and Wilco is also $39.99. This is from the original master tape cut by Kevin Gray, pressed at Optimal. I think y'all been hearing some of this. It's already 30 years old. Wow. Wilco AM, 30th anniversary, $39.99. I only had one of these here. This was Grateful Dead. This was called Gray Folded. There was one person on a waiting list, Brent Robley. These are $69.99. Brent was on a waiting list for this. This is sold to Brent. And we have Wilco also sold to Brent. Luckily, he's watching. Brent, you was on a waiting list for that Grateful Dead release. Thank you on that. I better go ahead and scratch you off right now so you don't end up with 2 or 3 of them, even though I think you'd be okay with that. That's sold to Brent Robley. I'll get Hellman and all the other high-end stuff on deck. It is past 8 o'clock. And then the Aussie that's in here is Diary of a Madman, $29.99. Childish Gambino is sold for $40 to Troy Robinson. Thank you on that one. It's gone. And then Pink Floyd, Aaron Andrus has it for $69. Dio is now up for bid. It is a $20 start. Going once, going twice. There's no bids. Dokken, Breaking the Chains is on red vinyl. Dokken is $33.99. This is on red vinyl. $33.99. Breaking the Chains. I almost ordered them all again, but I was like, I'll get this one because it always sells. There's that. And this is something new from Deep Purple, Rapture of the Deep, which is a reissue of something that's long got a print, or is this something brand new? Man, I don't know. Sometimes I'll see these bands put out stuff and I'll be like, oh, this is a new album. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. This is something that came out in 1994 that I've never seen before. I don't really know the story here on Deep Purple. It's called Rapture of the Deep. 20th anniversary. Yep. See, there we go. This is something they put out in 2005. So obviously I've never seen it before on vinyl. And this is, let me look up the price. It's pricey because it's a 3 LP like audiophile type deal. It's $69.99. Deep Purple, Rapture of the Deep. Deep Purple, Rapture of the Deep. And this is $69.99. It's a 3 LP transparent sky blue vinyl, 45 RPM. And I have 2 of them. Deep Purple, 69. And then this is also really cool. Jazz, John Coltrane. This is from the Rhino Reserve. And lacquers cut from the original analog stereo master by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. And this is John Coltrane, Giant Steps, $38.99. The only 2 Limp Bizkit albums that's in stock, Stacy, is Significant Other and Chocolate Starfish. None of his other catalog is available to order. Or if they are, they hadn't never been in stock in a long time. I've tried. $3 bill, all that stuff is not in print. Just the 2 I've had tonight, Significant Other and Chocolate Starfish. Okay, Pink Floyd is sold to Aaron Andrus for $69. Okay, this is sold to Aaron Andrus for $69. Aaron Andrus also on Coltrane. Okay, thank you on that. Ben Hutzel, you just missed the wall. All right. Okay, the high bid on Dio right now is $30 with Randy Jr. tapering. Not much left in this crate. We're going to put it all together. I'm going to show you all the new vinyl one more time. We're about to go through these crates that Paul marked today. Next auction is REM Live at the Olympia. REM is a 2009 German OG limited edition box set. 4 LPs, 2 CDs, and DVD. All the LPs are EX or better. 1 CD just has a few light scuffs, scratches. REM is going to go up for $125 start. Coltrane is $38.99. $38.99. John Coltrane from the Rhino Reserve, $38.99. I've got one left. I've got Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. That's a double LP, $44.99. Music on vinyl press. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman is $29.99. I have 2 in stock. Limp Bizkit Significant Other, $39.99. One Wilco from the Rhino High Fidelity series, numbered, and this is all analog, $39.99. Doc and Breaking the Chains is $33. Dio's at $32 of Danny Thomason. Randy Jr. Tabor and everybody else is outbid. Now Solarplex has it for $35. There's the new Deep Purple release, Rapture of the Deep. Triple LP blue vinyl, $69.99. All right. There is REM, $125 start. Our next auction from the Japanese crate is going to go up right now, and that is Y&T Earthshaker. We had one just a moment ago, Y&T down for the count. Here's Y&T Earthshaker, Japanese pressing of Obi, near mint minus and pristine, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Clutch and helmet is on deck after REM. Y&T's a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Details on REM again. REM is a 2009 German OG limited edition box set, 4 LP, 2 CD, and DVD. All the LPs are EX or better. $125 start. As of right now, there's a no bid. Now Dio's tied at 35 with Solarplex and Randy. That means, Randy, you're out. That means, Danny Thomason, you've also been outbid. And then here was the only other vinyl from the first crate. And this is Jack Johnson and Friends. Sing Along and Lullabies, 36. Three Doors Down Greatest Hits, 34. Three Doors Down Away from the Sun, 34. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish is 46. And then the only Aussie in stock other than Diary of a Madman you've seen earlier was Memoirs of a Madman. That's a double LP, $38.99. And then here is Clutch, Psychic Warfare. That's the newest pressing, comes out Friday on blue smoke colored vinyl. REM has bids for $125, $125, $130. The last bid on Dio that came in was $35 of Solarplex. Randy, you're out. Danny, you're out. Now it's a final call to him. And then REM is a $35 start. Earthshaker. $35 start on Earthshaker. Okay. And that's it. Let's start going through some new stuff over here that Paul's marked. I'm about ready for my second energy drink so I can get into laser focus mode. It's the 8 o'clock hour. Knock on vinyl, Facebook hasn't crashed again. Usually if something like that happens, it's like early on, and then it'll work itself out. It's weird, but we're good to go now, hopefully. Sorry that it's 3 different streams up, but we're good to go. And Michael Freiberger wants that last Coltrane. You got it. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is Coltrane Giant Steps. And if you see me sell out of anything and you want on a waiting list, just let me know. The Dark Side of the Moon, that is discontinued. That is no longer available. The Dark Side of the Moon on clear vinyl, that was a one-time deal. Trust me, I was just as disappointed as probably you when I found out about that. It was a huge pre-order. I remember we got them in that night. I had 10, 20 extra copies. I'd even ever set one aside for me. We had 2 or 3 in the Hatchet Ed crates at some point, but those got claimed, and yep. Some of these pressings are odd. You just never know. They make them, and then they say, we're not making any more ever again. And I'm like, why? That's always my question, especially with like Pink Floyd, a band like that, but like, why not? They're just like, we don't want to. We don't want to. We don't need to. We don't want to. We don't need to. Great. Seth got a package in the mail here. What a bum. What a bum, that guy. What a bum. Man, I have a feeling Paul and Laura's marking some excellent stuff tonight. I'm honestly pretty excited. All right. Sorry, I was chugging a Monster. Literally. It's almost gone. All right, here we go. So we have Y&T. Jeff Brindley just bid $40. This is a Japanese pressing. $40. Earth Shaker Y&T. $40 on this. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Earth Shaker, $40. I'm here. Sorry for the lay. REM, $180 with Tyler Browning. There's been 2 or 3 people ask where Dio is. He's right here. Maybe you meant where the bid is. The bid on Dio has bid with Solarplex Studios for the last 7 minutes at $35. Solarplex Studios has this for $35. $35. $35. Solarplex Studios. $35. That's the high bid right now. REM's at $180. Y&T is at $42 with Mike Allspaw. Okay? Here we go. New stuff that Paul just marked today. Let's get started. I have Tom Waits Swordfish Trombones. 40th anniversary remastered, sealed. Tom Waits, $29.99. The History of the Grateful Dead. A 50th anniversary remaster. This is Bear's Choice, just $24.99. Dio is still at $35. Now it's at $36. Solarplex, you've been outbid. Danny has it for $36. Y&T's at $45. Now Dio's at $40. Now REM's at $185. Jerry Garcia and David Grissom. Record Store Day Black Friday. 25th anniversary. Seal 2023. $39.99. These are new arrivals. Sticker price. Brand new stuff that Paul just marked. Sorry, I was trying to down some Oreos and Monster right quick. Trying to get my main food groups locked in for the night. Holy moly. Trying to get my main food groups knocked out. Oreos and Monster. I don't know about y'all, but all of a sudden I feel like I've come alive. Holy moly. J Beach. 12078 on Grateful Dead. Thank you on that. Chad Smith was next. I got Jethro Tull Aqualung. Steven Wilson remix. Sweet. $24.99. The Best of REM in Time. A double LP REM. $34.99. And we have D'Angelo Voodoo. D'Angelo is a 2015, $34.99. Dio's at $42. REM, Joe Maynard, $185. Tyler Browning, you're out. Y&T's at $45 with Jeff Brindley. Mike Allspaw, I'll leave it up to you. Mike Allspaw's out. This is sold. This is sold for $45 to the following person, Jeff Brindley. Let's go ahead and throw up another Japanese pressing. How about Duran Duran Rio? Boy, there was a lot of activity last night for a U.S. copy. Here is a Japanese pressing. Hungry Like the Wolf, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, cover and obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Derek Porter on D'Angelo. There's that. They're sold to Derek Porter. And Pickle 2369 sitting on the park bench. That's Jethro Tull. Thank you. Pickle 2369. Wow, the Best of REM. Y'all know these are new, like $44.99. Great price for a lightly used copy. $34.99 on that. And then the REM box set. We may be done. One of the other big bidders are out. Joe Maynard has it for $185. Duran Duran, $35. We got Dio and Rio. Don't get those confused. Dio, Rio. Rio, Dio. Dio, Rio. This is Dio. This is Rio. This is REM. And we have Red Clay Strays made by These Moments. Sealed, a 2024 gold vinyl, $39.99. We have Dillinger Escape Plan. Irie Works. IRE Works. Dillinger Escape Plan, $49.99. 2021 Magenta. Boy, this is a great looking crate. Aaron Andrus on REM Best Of. Andrew, thank you for paying your invoice. Welcome to Coletco. Aaron's a first time buyer. We've already sent him an invoice. He's already prepaid for a bunch of records. Welcome, Aaron. If I can get double A. Is your middle name, does your middle name start with an A? Triple A. Aaron Andrus. Welcome. Dillinger. This is Dillinger Escape Plan to Mark Stanley. Bradley Smith was next. Duran Duran, 42. And we got Sonny Rollins, A Night at the Village Vanguard. Blue Note, $24.99. This is a 2024 mono remaster. REM is sold to Joe Maynard at $185. Welcome. Next thing over here is Dio. Dio over here is at 43 with Danny Thomason. $43 with Danny Thomason. Randy Tabron Jr., 45. Randy Jr. Tabron, Randy Jr. to the Tabron Jr. He has it for $45. Duran. I don't even know at this point. It's at 42 with Scott Sickle, another new buyer for tonight. And Sean Lee Hooker on Sonny Rollins, Master Moss 66, Sean Fairweather. We got a lot of aliases on here. And then we have Curtis Fuller, Soul Trombone. This is $49.99. The Jazz Clan, Freddie Hubbard, Jimmy Heath, Jim Cobb, $49.99. Dio, Duran, Rio. Next auction. Let's go ahead and knock out Helmet. Here we go. Helmet. Helmet. A 1992 USOG pressing. We love to hear those kind of words. A 90s title made in the great United States of America. And it is original. That's some great stuff there. 90s. The US. OG. With insert. An $80 start. Helmet's now up for bid. Helmet is now up for bid. Gonna have to gum me up early tonight. No, I need you on here late tonight, Brent, buying posters. You missed all kinds of posters last night. Y'all have got to lay off all these gummies. Everybody gets all gummied up and goes to bed. I lose a lot of money to these gummies. $19.92. Helmet. Okay, first thing we have is this. We have, does Curtis Fuller have Roy Van Gelder? That is an excellent question coming from Jazz aficionado David Hoy. David, it says RVG stereo in the dead wax. Right there. RVG, Rudy Van Gelder. It does. Next is Helmet, $80. Helmet, $80. And we have Dio. The last bid to Dio, D-I-O, was Solarplex at $50. Duran, Joe Salamo's at $44. Okay? $44. Don't gummy up. Put on some coffee. Portrait and Jazz. Bill Evans Trio. A 2010 remaster, $19.99. I know this without looking. This is the Buena Vista Social Club. The Buena Vista Social Club is Edición 25th Anniversario. I just sounded like I know Spanish. I barely know English. A 25th Anniversary Remaster, $34.99. Bet. Bill Evans sold to Master Mall, right? Yep. Then Matt Barnhill. Yep. Then Stereo. Yep. What about Dio? Helmet. DJ. What the heck is the high bid? Dio, over here. Dio, Danny's out. Solar, $50. Randy's out. Sold to Solarplex for $50. Dream Evil. Awesome. Okay, we're done. Now, first thing is the next thing. I'm going to make sure we're done on Duran. Duran is at 44 of Joe Salamo. I was going to make sure Scott Van Sickle has set out 44, okay? Helmet is a 1992. Folks, George Bush Sr. was in office, okay? George Bush Sr. was in office. John Howard has that for $85. T-Base also bid $85. REM is already sold, Anthony. Helmet's at $86. Helmet's at $86. Bill Evans is gone. Helmet's at $100. Kendrick Lamar. I also think of the Black Keys when I see this. They have that one with the van on the front. Kendrick Lamar is $24.99. Also, the Red Clay Strays Moment of Truth on sea glass colored vinyl, $24.99. Next auction. Holy moly. Here we go. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, and Sap together as the music on vinyl pressing. 2010 with the HD side. This is Sap and Jar of Flies together. The music on vinyl pressing. Gatefold jacket. Nice. $95 start. $95 start, okay? Matt, you were third on Dillinger. You were third on Dillinger. Third. Okay, you were pretty far down the line. Somebody claimed those right away, and then Laura made the comment, and then 2 other people claimed it, but somebody already got it. All right, we can sell Duran Duran to Joe Salamo for $44. All right? 2 big auctions up right now. OG Helmet and Alice in Chains. Next thing is this. Yes, singles. This is a collection of Yes singles on vinyl for the very first time. Wow. Yep, I remember when these came out. What was it? 2023 Rocktober, $24.99. Very, very cool. Joe Barrios on KL for Kendrick Lamar. That is sold, and let's go ahead and add a third auction. All right? And that third auction is going to be the following. We're going to go ahead and put up Clutch next, after a Japanese pressing of something over here. Let's do a Japanese pressing of Journey Evolution. What a cool obi on this one. This is a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. There's this. There's the cover. And there's the insert, 35. I claim Buena Vista. Uh-oh, I thought I might have got you down for Bill Evans. I thought you were just next on a Bill Evans. There was a lot of B comments there. Bill Evans went to Sean Lee Hooker, then Matt Barnhill. BV, you did put BV. I thought you put BE. Gregory Roberts got Buena Vista. All right, there's that. Todd Emick on Yes. Todd Emick got Yes. Matt Parsons, you were second. Then Solarplex. Alice in Chains at 160. Helmets at 107. And then here's Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. Gold vinyl, $29.99. $29.99 gold vinyl. Also, Jimi Hendrix Blues. A double LP, $29.99. Gregory also on Caius. Great titles here that Paul's marked. We're going to have a competition tonight. Laura and Paul crates. Laura's at the solid advantage already. We have, but wow, hey, this is brand new. I can't even get this. This is the newest Morgan Wallen. I'm the Problem. $49.99. $49.99. Bone-colored vinyl. He's straight up about it. He says, I'm the Problem. $49.99. It's a triple LP. They do not allow us to carry those. That was like some kind of, I don't know, but they don't, I can't stock that album. Like, I can't order new copies of that. $49.99. He cut some kind of deal with a major, I forgot, how was that? Just sold through Target? Walmart? I forgot, but yeah, he took a big paycheck, I think, not to allow that to be sold anywhere else. $49.99. Racking in the dough. Helmet is at 111. AIC's at 170. No bid on Journey. Chad Smith, you were second on Caius, by the way. And we have this. The Bluegrass Sound of Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys. This is a 2020 Record Store Day numbered on green vinyl, $24.99. Cake Fashion Nugget. He's Going the Distance. $24.99 Cake Fashion Nugget. And Promise Tales from the Punch Bowl. Promise Tales from the Punch Bowl. A 2LP remaster. $29.99. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is tell you that AIC is near mint minus, and T-Base has it for 170. He outbid Josh MF Jones. Josh, it goes back to you. Okay, Helmet's at 125. Sean Holford on Promise. X-Wing on Cake. And if anybody wants Journey, it's a $35 buy it now. Journey's a $35 buy it now. David, you just missed one. Shocking Japanese here. Evolution. I can't believe you didn't bid. What's wrong with you? Did you spill too much Diet Mountain Dew tonight? 35 on Journey. Over here, we have Alice in Chains Facelift. A remaster. Hop sticker. They used that hop sticker for the 2020 pressings. $29.99. And we have this, the Black Crowes, Jealous Again, a 2020 Record Store Day, $14.99. Joe Salamo gets the Shock and Journey for just $35. Ron Eaton was next on cake. Helmet, Are We Done on Helmet? It's at $125. T-Base also has this. David Baber, It's Up to You. David Baber, It's Up to You. David Baber. David Baber. David Baber has bid $126. David Baber's at $126. We have what? Alice in Chains at $190. George Jones put Face. That could only be in one thing. Face for Facelift. That's sold to George Jones. Mike Ospaw, Black Crowes. Josh Jones is at $197 on Alice in Chains. There was another claim for Black Crowes. Alice in Chains at $200. All right. Next thing I have is Clutch. That is C-L-U-T-C-H. Clutch. Clutch. The Elephant Riders. The Elephant Riders, a 2016 Record Store Day. First time ever this was released on vinyl was this pressing. Limited to 2,000. Near mint, red vinyl, $125 start on Clutch. Wow, some big titles up right now. You can definitely tell it's 8:30 Central Time. That's what we call prime time. OG Helmet, Alice in Chains, and a dang pretty desirable Clutch all up for auction right now. I'm going to go to the top cam. I'm going to mute my mic so I can chug the rest of this monster rehab. Dang it, my mic is still muted. Shoot. Okay, y'all can hear me now. What did I just say? I was showing Otis Redding, wasn't I? Dang it. All right, let me go back. Let me pull up my sound bar. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing that all night. Let me mute this. Let me minimize this screen. Where the heck is my sound bar at? There it is. And then where's my Streamlabs at? There we go. Jake's got it perfect. There we go. I can see my meter now. Lovely Rita Meter Maid. That's a song by the Beatles on Sgt. Pepper's. Go check it out. Clutch is at 150. Clutch is at 150. Helmet's at 138. Clutch 154. Clutch 155. Clutch 175. Clutch 175. And we have the best of Otis Redding, a 2022 mono blue vinyl remaster. How embarrassing of me to be a rookie and do that. $29.99. Otis Redding, $29.99. Mono blue vinyl. Next is David Grissom, Early Dog. Early Dog, 1980 US, $19.99. We have Dwight Yoakam, Austin City Limits, $34.99. Double LP gatefold. Let's work over here from the left down. Helmets at 141. Helmets at 141. Helmets at 142. The last bid on Alice in Chains. The last bid on Alice in Chains. The last bid on Alice in Chains was T-Base at $225. I was making sure Chris Frazier and Josh M.F. Jones was done bidding. Clutch has gotten about 3,000 bids. It's going so fast I can't even keep up with it. We have first Clutch, 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 Clutch. I don't even know. I got John Grace at 175. BJ tied him, so John Grace has it. Danny on D. White Yoakam. Danny on D. White Yoakam. All right, that's sold to Danny. And one more, and then I got to swap out crates. Nice. Jaco Pastorius, a 1978 Pittman repress. VG Plus, $24.99. All right, and Laura's on her way with a crate as well. Wow, it's about to get busy here at 8:30 tonight. The vinyl on Alice in Chains, I can. Alice in Chains, it's Jarfly Sap. Gatefold jacket has the original on her sleeves. It's a double LP. The fourth side has an etching, so there's music on 3 sides. This fourth side here has this etching, Jar of Flies, sap. There it is. We have details on Hendrix. So this is essentially a compilation that they've compiled just Hendrix doing blues. It's a double LP. These are pressed at QRP. These are pressed at QRP. Hear My Train A-Comin', Born Under a Bad Sign, Catfish Blues. It's Jimmy playing and singing the blues, $29.99. It's a 2 LP, near mint minus. Matt Barnhill on Jaco Pastorius. And now my crate is really full, so let's swap these out right quick. I have a feeling it's time for a bottle of water. It is excellent timing. And I'm going to take this crate, try not to trip over the lower crate. You don't want to trip over the lower crate. Well, you'll be feeling that one in the morning. That will be painful. We've somehow managed to fill up 3 crates already, despite the fact that we've dropped the coverage twice. We're good to go now. I'm bringing over another empty crate to fill this up, okay? Bill Stewart said sold on Jimi Hendrix Blues, and I think all the auctions are still getting bids. Clutch is at 185. Allison Chains is at 265. Chris is out. It's up to T-Bass, and T-Bass also has helmet at 150. David Baber, it's up to you. We have Eric Dolphy. Eric Dolphy is VG Plus $19.99. Wow. Gary Rafferty with the hop sticker advertising Baker Street and right down the line. Jerry Rafferty. I love Gary Rafferty. $14.99. Jerry Rafferty. We got Scott Beebe on Otis Redding. Thank you, Scott Beebe. And we have Kingpin Skinny Pimp, King of the Players Ball. That is a 2023 orange vinyl, originally released in 1996. That's old Kingpin Skinny Pimp there, $29.99. And there's old Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus. Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. Clutch is at $200. It's taking big jumps all of a sudden. Helmets at $151, and Allison Chains is at $265. Mr. T-Bass, it's up to you on a couple auctions. Let's definitely read through those again. That was pretty epic. Wednesdays, there's Paul and Laura here marking new arrivals. We have a crate and a half over here still from Paul. I guarantee there's some New Orleans type stuff coming up. Well, as soon as we're done with all these new arrivals, regardless of where we're at with auctions, we'll immediately get into vintage discounts. We hadn't done a lot of vintage discounts this week. I don't really think we have. I feel like we haven't done much vintage discounting this week, mostly because I've been stopping vinyl around 11 or 11:30 and doing miscellaneous and posters, which I probably need to do tonight because we're kind of on a task to clean up a part of the store, and the part of the store we're cleaning up is full of tubs, full of toys and miscellaneous and stuff like that. We auctioned all kinds of stuff last night because Paul's going next week to South Carolina to buy another collection, evidently. So everybody buckle up. More stuff's on the way. You should see what's already here. Scully Mac got Hank Williams Jr. Clutch is at $205. We have John Miller second on Hank. Clutch is at $225. Helmet's at $155, and Clutch is at $230. Let's keep going here. So Clutch is at $230. Helmet's at $155. And Allison Chains, he's out. Josh Jones has it for $265. Next thing is Tom Waits, Swordfish Trombones. Tom Waits is sealed. It's a 40th anniversary, newly remastered with Waits Brennan. Audio source from the original production tape. Restored album package, 180-gram black vinyl, sealed. That is $29.99. Also, Jerry Garcia and David Grissom. Record Store Day Black Friday, 25th anniversary, 2 LP, first ever vinyl pressing. Featuring the bonus tracks, Grateful Dog and Dog's Waltz. Includes original artwork by Jerry Garcia. It's a 2 LP Record Store Day release, first time ever on vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Sealed, $39.99. Right here in the middle. What Allison Chains is this? This is Jar of Flies and Sap, a 2010 music on vinyl pressing. The hammer's up after a lot of battles from a lot of different people. Josh Jones has it for $265, and he's about to get it. Jerry Garcia sold to Robert Warner. Still got Tom Waits in there. We might can sell everything in here. David Baber, all of a sudden it's looking really good for you for helmet. The other bidder's out. And then over here is Clutch, the Elephant Riders. Clutch is a 2016 Record Store Day. First time ever on vinyl. John Grace has it for $230. It's up to BJ Deckmere. We're about to sell that one. Red Clay Strays. A new artist, very popular right now. This one's called Made by These Moments. It's sealed, a 2024 release on gold vinyl. $39.99 for the Red Clay Strays. Curtis Fuller, about the only jazz album left in any form tonight. Soul Trombone, Impulse, 1972 US Stereo, $49.99. BJ's back in on Clutch at $235. We're not done on that. The Red Clay Strays, Moment of Truth, Sea Glass Vinyl, $24.99. The Red Clay Strays, Moment of Truth. Now Clutch is at $250. Now Alice in Chains is sold to Josh Jones for $265. Helmet is sold to David Baber for $156. And now we're ready for new auctions for sure. Next, going up right now. If you're waiting for something, those took a while. Those were some big dogs. If you're waiting on something, just let me know. We'll bump it up in rotation, okay? Next auction's going up right now. This is a copy of, I don't know. Let's do this Def Leppard. Def Leppard is an 87 US Hop Hog original. It's still in the shrink with the original hop sticker. It is OG, and Laura says it's a top copy. The best of the best. A $50 start on that. Clutch is at $250 with John Gray's Final Call. Tom Waits is $29.99. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. Triple LP White Vinyl, Bone White Vinyl, $49.99. Also, the Bluegrass Sound of Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys. Record Store Day, numbered green vinyl, $24.99. Released in 1968. Also, David Grissom, Early Dog. That's that same David Grissom that was on that Jerry Garcia. There was even a bonus track that was called Grateful Dog. This is David Grissom, a 1980 US, $19.99. As you know, he worked with Jerry Garcia and the Dead. Eric Dolphy, Prestige, 2LP VG Plus, $19.99. Robert Warner on Ralph Stanley. Def Leppard has a bid for $50. Clutch is sold to John Grace for $250. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, VG Plus, $14.99. And Kingpin, Skinny Pimp, King of the Players Ball. This is VG Plus, $29.99. All right. Over here, we have the following. Def Leppard's at $62. The next auction is the following. We have the Beatles, a Mo-Fi White album. This is a 1982 US Mo-Fi White album. The Beatles self-titled album. It's actually called The Beatles. We now know it as the White Album. $150 start. J Nutra, these are all new arrivals from Paul here. If you want that one, it will be $19.99. Totally up to you, though. I would love the opportunity to sell it to you. Next auction is the following. Def Leppard has 3 people at $65. The Beatles is near mint minus. Next auction over here is the following. Dead Can Dance, a 2012 UK Euro original, $30 start. I'll also put up the sword in just a second. Dead Kennedy's on deck. Let's do the Laura crate. I've got to hide the sticker. She's left it up to my discretion this time. Let me take a look at it. Okay, all right. Let me figure out what we want to put it on. I bet there's some great looking stuff in here. Interesting. Some interesting stuff. I like interesting stuff. We love interesting stuff. Nice. Interesting. Interesting. Nice. Interesting. Should I make it obvious? Should I put it on something completely bizarre? Should I put it on... should I put it on this one right here? That would be Interesting. Okay, I got to make a decision here. Come on, Chad. Come on, just make a decision. Make a decision. Come on, just do it. Make a decision already. All right, I have made a decision. I'm going to go with my original instinct. I'm going to go with my original instinct. Here we go. Let me write it down. Here we go. All right, we're going to write it down right now. Okay. The last bid on Def Leppard, I said Lothel had it for 65. Tim Graham tied him. Matt bid 68. Lothel's out. The high bid right now on Def Leppard is $68 of MT Matt. That's a final call. We have a MoFi Beatles White Album. It does not have a bid. It's a final call for $150. It's an 82 MoFi pressing, near mint minus. The other auction is Dead Can Dance. A $30 start. Dead Can Dance. I was hoping Jeremy Bryant was watching because he's the one who asked about it. $30 start. Final call on that. Final call on that. Here we go. Next thing is the following. Jeremy's watching. We're good to go then. Outcast, Speaker Box, and The Love Below. Outcast is a 2022 reissue, a double LP. These have always been pricey. $54.99 for Outcast. I've only got one. These are new arrivals. These are ones of ones, okay? Ones of ones here. Gregory gets Outcast. Def Leppard's at $70. And we have System of a Down, self-titled, $19.99. Def Leppard's now at $70. We also have Queens of the Stone Age and Times New Roman, red vinyl on that one, $27. Garrett Cypert on System of a Down, great price on that. Dead Can Dance has one bid for $30. We're about to sell it. We have The Cure, Wish. That is a 2LP. Laura loves The Cure, by the way. A 5-heart rating, $27.99. This here is Queens of the Stone Age, sold to Matt Parsons. Dead Can Dance has another $30 bid. Jeremy already bid 30, so Chris Knapp, you tied him. Cosmo Kramer on The Cure. Garrett Cypert was second, and then Darren Christman put an S. So the first thing we're going to do is make the Beatles MoFi White Album a buy it now for $150 if anybody wants it, okay? That's a buy it now for $150. Def Leppard, Josh Jones at $70. This is an 87 US Hop Hog Original. 87 US Hop Hog Original. Next thing over here is Dead Can Dance. Chris Knapp, you're out. That's at $30 still. The Def Leppard is an OG top copy. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's everything in the White Album. Now, I don't know if you're talking about like posters and inserts. I don't think that came with the White Album MoFi. Oh, so. Okay. I think you're talking about the poster and all that. This just came with like cards. I don't think they did the photos and all that like for this one. But if you want it, since you asked, you got dibs. If not, Ron Burns is going to grab it. It does have the original on her sleeves and all the MoFi inserts, okay? It looks like Def Leppard is going to sell then to Josh Jones for $70. We'll see who gets that. It's sold either way to somebody. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And we had two Dio picture disc. Now let's go. We had three. Now we have two. So let's go ahead and knock out another one of these. 2020 Record Store Day of Annika. And this is very cool. A Dio picture disc. $20 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's put this right over here. Moving right along. Rush, Fly By Night. This is a 2015, unopened, sealed in the perforated bag. $34.99. There's that. And then we have the Beatles. This is sold to Ron Burns. Ron Burns, nice pickup there. Dio already has a bid for $33. We have Joan Jett, Up Your Alley, a 2023. That's $17.99. And Leon Bridges, Good Thing, $17.99. Def Leppard is sold. Def Leppard is sold to Josh Jones for $70. Dead Kennedys. I better dig it out right now. Let me straighten up this crate so I can get to them better. Here we go. Dead Kennedys is a 1981. It is a 1981. It's considered a repress. It is, though, on limited edition red vinyl. How cool is that? From 1981, the Dead Kennedys, limited edition red vinyl, VG Plus condition. Dead Kennedys is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Korn Issues. Korn is a 2 LP 2018. $24.99 on Korn. So right now we still got Rush, Joan Jett, Leon Bridges, and Korn. Dead Can Dance is up to one person, Chris Knapp. Jeremy Bryan has it for $35. Chris, it's up to you on Dead Can Dance. Dead Kennedys is already at $40. The bids were $25, $30, $35, $40. Now another $35. And Dio, the opening bid was $33. So James Hicks, your 20 was already outbid by the first bid of $33. Next is Herman Rarebell and Friends. What About Love? A tribute to the music of the 80s. Clear vinyl. He's the drummer from the Scorpions. $14.99. Now Dead Can Dance or Dead Kennedys. I got to be careful here. So, Chris, let me know on Dead Can Dance. You're also bidding on Dead Kennedys, which is at $50. Dio's at $40. Dead Kennedys is at $50. A lot of stuff going on. First thing is Nick Castro and the Young Elders. Limited edition, contains bonus single, 2006 Netherlands, a folk album sealed for $14.99. Stone Temple Pilots, Rocktober, splatter vinyl, $34.99. Okay, so Dad can dance out. Chris is adjusting his glasses. No problem. I just want to make sure I didn't miss a bid. And this is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $35. Okay, there we go. Now, we have Dead Kennedys. Troy Overmeyer has Dead Kennedys for $52. What is this one called? Fresh Fruit and Rotten Vegetables. Fresh Fruit for Rotten Vegetables. No heads on the back of the cover either. Dead Kennedys. An 81 UK repress. No heads on the back of the cover. Dio, Annika. The last bid on Dio picture disc that came in was Solarplex at $40. The next new claim that came in was Oso Adventure on Bale. That was Herman Barbell. Okay? And then Dead Kennedys 52. We got Philip Holt on STP. Dead Kennedys 53-55. Slicker Van Slyke wants Nick Castro and the Young Elders. The folk EP. That's sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Autumn was second. Aaron, you were next on STP. And we have Pink Floyd Metal. $24.99, 180-gram remaster. It is open, but it's near mint, just lightly used. All right, next auction. Let's go back over here to the $50 and Upstart crate. Next thing I have is the Sword. That was being asked about. The Sword. The Sword is called Apocryphon. We'll just call it the Sword. 2018 U.S. reissue. Limited to 500 copies on multiverse colored vinyl. Wow, it kind of does look like a galaxy-looking swirl. That is with the original inner sleeve. $75 start on the Sword. Very cool pressing of that on colored vinyl. Next thing is Garrett Seifert on Pink Floyd. Echoes. Metal. Thank you on that, Garrett. Also, we have Theory, as in Theory of a Dead Man. $19.99 on that. I haven't seen any other bids on Dio. I have not seen a bid on Dio since Solarplex bid $40. So that's a final call on that one. Dead Kennedys is between Aaron and Vladarchik. Vladarchik has it right now at $63. Slicker Van Slyke also wanted Korn. I must have missed that. Whoops, sorry. I bumped into the camera a bunch tonight. Slicker also got Korn. I see that now. Thank you. You got buried in when there was a whole page of Dead Kennedy bids, and your claim got buried in those. Because when I first put that up, there was like page after page of just bids. Okay? Now, we have Dead Kennedy 69, 65. Also, we have Black Country Communion, BCCIV, and that is $19.99. Black Country Communion. Dead Kennedys is at $70. The Sword is a $75 start. And Candlebox, and this one's called Happy Pills. Candlebox, just $22.99 of music on vinyl. So that would be more than half off of the price of a brand new sealed one. Just saying. Mike Ospaw first on Black Country Communion. Eden Riviere was next. Lothel first on Candlebox. Dead Kennedys is at $70. And Alonzo Breezy was next on Black Country Communion. Dio is sold to Solarplex Studios for $40. That's the picture disc for Annika. And the Dead Kennedys is with Aaron Andrus at $75. Okay, let's put this away. Gregory is going to step up and pay the $20,000 restocking fee. Not a problem for him, though. He's going to go ahead and put back Outcast for the $20,000 restocking fee. If anybody else wants this, it's available. It's a double LP, $54.99 for Outcast. You never know. That might have been the Laura Crate sticker. Gregory just might have made the worst decision of his life. We have right over here the Sword, and then there's Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys is at $75. The Sword's at $75. Melanie Clausen on Joan Jett. Not much going to be left in here. First thing is the next thing. This is Mad Season, Above, the 2LP RTI pressing, unopened, new, $34.99. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction, without further ado, is Devo. And that is Duty Now for the Future. Duty Now for the Future. This is a 1979 U.S. Los Angeles with the original on her sleeve. A $30 start for Devo. Duty Now for the Future. That's now up for bid. Next is Bad Religion Suffer. 2019, sealed for $24.99. Also, we have Chronicles of the Kid, Aaron Jones. Blues Rock, Aaron Jones on gold-looking vinyl, $17.99. And we have Gore Girls. This is a 2001 USOG Garage Punk, $19.99. Chris Knapp on Mad Season. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Let's put that right over here. Jeremy Bryant on Gore Girls. Aaron Jones is still available. And over here was the Sword. It just got one bid. I've said that a couple times. I've said it for 3 times. It's been 4 minutes. Ron Mustaine gets this for $75. No, Mark Stanley had bid $80. My bad. That's on my screen right here. Mark Stanley, $80. Ron Mustaine, you're out on that. $80 with Mark Stanley, okay? Devo's at $30. Autumn is next on Gore. Dead Kennedys at $80. William next on Gore. We have Shasta and the Astral Casters. Shasta is a 1984 USOG AOR. This is sealed for $14.99. The Sword has a new bid for $85. Mark Stanley, you've been outbid. Also, we have Mastica. This is Resist Lying. Is that what that says? What does that say? Restyling. Oh, my bad. Restyling. Resist Lying. We have a 2006 Italian. It's a prog psych album. Mastica's a prog psych album. $9.99. And The Union. The Union is a 1986 OG prog album, sealed, $19.99. Chris Knapp, you were 5th on Gore Girls. And we have, Chad, did I get Mad Season? Yes, you did. Okay, the last bid on, hold on a second. Devo, Gerald Whitworth has this for $30. That's a final call. A 79 US Los Angeles OG. Gerald Whitworth has that for $30, okay? The Sword's at $105 with Mark Stanley. The Dead Kennedys is a final call to our new buyer tonight, Aaron Andrus. He has that for $80. There was another claim in here. No, there was a question. Which Outcast and price? Outcast and price is $54.99. Speaker Box, The Love Below, $54.99. The Real Kids. a 2018 OG. It's a punk album on clear vinyl, sealed, $19.99. Devo is at 31. Chris Knapp on Union. Chris Knapp on Union. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And we have more of the Satelliters. That is on red vinyl. It is sealed. It does have a crease right here in the corner. $14.99. All right, so Dead Kennedys, we can go ahead and sell this. DK is sold to Aaron Andrus. Thank you on that. That's sold to you for $80. Let's put that away. Very cool. That was on red vinyl. Hadn't seen that version before. The Sword is still getting bids. It's at $118. Devo's at $32. Before we put up another featured auction, I want to let you know I have a whole crate of Japanese stuff over here, and I have a whole crate of bonus auctions. Now, the bonus auctions, a lot of that's metal, and there'll probably be a video of that tomorrow, but there is some like rock. So just when you think maybe some of the advertised auctions are getting low, I've got plenty of other stuff over here to also put up. Let's go ahead and put this up. This is Foreigner, their self-titled debut. Near mint minus and pristine, a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. It has the insert with it, cover and obi, $35 start on that. Next thing, we have not put up Angry Samoans. That's one of the ones I want to do on deck when one of these two sell. Red Hot Chili Peppers also on deck. Japanese Metal also on deck. Eric Van Leuven on Real Kids, that's sold. William Drukovich on the Satelliters. Chris Knapp was second on the Satelliters. And tomorrow is going to be an insane show. Yeah, tomorrow we have, I've told y'all, probably more great metal right now than ever before. Later tonight, whenever Laura gets done with everything and she's done photographing, I'll show the hot picture early. Of course, it'll be posted early tomorrow. Everybody has a lot of chance to do their research and buckle up. It's probably going to be one of those crazy shows. You just never know. I've got some crazy stuff tomorrow, and I know they found more that I hadn't even seen yet. I'll be just excited to see the hot picture myself. Melanie Clausen on Rush. We haven't sold Dream Theater either. Melanie Clausen on Rush, Fly By Night. Devo is still getting bids. It's at $32 of Gerald Whitworth. He bid first. Ryan Eaton, you're out. Now, the Sword was between two people. Mark Stanley went out, so now it's sold to Ryan Mustaine for $118. Foreigner, a fantastic Japanese pressing with Obi, $35 start on that. All right, let's go ahead and put this up. Actually, somebody just asked for it. Dream Theater, Distance Over Time. Distance Over Time, Dream Theater, 2019 OG on sea glass colored vinyl, near mint, a 2 LP with book, a $55 start. Outcast is a 2022 2 LP or triple LP. Is it 2 LPs? Yeah, it's a triple. It's a 4 LP. Golly, this is a 4 LP. A 4 LP Outcast, $54.99. 4 LPs. Next is Black Widow, Sacrifice, live on stage, 1970. She is nude and looks like he's about to stab her. This is a 2017 prog album from the 70s, sealed $14.99. And we have Handsome Jack, Do What Comes Naturally. Handsome Jack is a blues rock album, sealed $14.99. Devo is at $34. Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid. Dream Theater's at $75 with Matt Parsons. That's the ones took off pretty fast. Working Class Devils, subversive beat, R&B, and psych from Poland, 1965 to 1971, sealed for $14.99. Edwin Riviera on Black Widow, sold to Edwin Riviera. Next is the Juke Joint Pimps. That is Electric Blue, sealed for $19.99. If anybody wants Foreigner, it's a Japanese pressing for a $35 buy it now. Feels like the very first time that is available. I'm going to lay it right over here, 3.5. Nice copy of that. Super high quality vinyl. Next thing is French Swingin' Mademoiselle Masmoloy. This is claw filed. What do we have here? It's a French psych album from the 60s, sealed $19.99. Prog metal. Did I say prog metal? Or did I? Maybe not. Did I say prog metal? Handsome Jack, blues rock. Outcast is sold. Outcast is sold to Janet Gray. Dream Theater is at $80. And now Devo's at 35. All right, Devo 35, Dream Theater 80. Foreigners a buy it now for $35. Next auction. And we got Queens of Stone Age, Revolver, Dio, Los Lobos, Devo, Talking Heads, Talking Heads, Talking Heads. Here it is, Angry Samoans. A 1982 USOG. It's a punk album. Back from Samoa. Very cool cover. VG Plus, $35 start on that. Next is the Bloodhounds. Let Loose. The Bloodhounds is a rock R&B album, sealed, $9.99. The French Psych is sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have Gimme Some Noise, Titty Twister. Oh, Titty Twister is a 2018 OG. It's a garage punk album from Japan. Japanese artist here, sealed, $14.99. Devo has a new bid for $36. Dream Theater's at $85. And the Angry Samoans is a $35 start. Hipbone Slim and the Knee Tremblers, Ugly Mobile, a 2013 OG garage album, sealed, $14.99. The Loons, Inside Out Your Mind. The Loons is 2015 OG, sealed, $14.99, classified as rock. Also, we have the Chronicles of the... Whoa. Oh, no. It's the Cat Warmers. This is a Jazz Cajun avant-garde, sealed for $14.99. The Chronicles of the... At this point, I'm not even going to say it, even though it doesn't really matter. Bobby Charles, this is part of the show at this point. Bobby Charles, See You Later, Alligator. It's a rock R&B album, sealed for $14.99. And we have Chicas, Spanish female singers from 1962 to 1974. That is sealed, $24.99. All right, let's go back to the top. Angry Samoans had a bid for $35. Jill Whitworth's out on Devo. This is sold to Ryan Eaton for $36. Okay? Angry Samoans is at $35. The Eagles Japanese, yep, that's sold. Which Dream Theater? Dream Theater's at $90. X-Wing wants the Cats. X-Wing on the Cats. And then over here we got Chris Knapp on Loon. That is the Loon, sold to Chris Knapp. And then we have... over here, we got Dream Theater, Distance Over Time. Is a 2019 Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Distance Over Time. A limited edition, sea glass colored vinyl with book and OG pressing on colored vinyl. The most recent bid on Dream Theater was Chris Ligero at $90. Over here, we have Angry Samoans. William Drugovich is leading at $40. There's only one bid, no bid right now. A Japanese pressing, a foreigner, $35. David Johnson's got to buy it because if we have a no bid Japanese, that means I can't put up any more until that one sells. So he's really on the deck right now. Next thing is Melanie Clausen on Juke Joint. Juke Joint. Is that still available on here? Juke Joint? It is. The old Juke Joint pimps. There's that. And then over here, we have Dream Theater 100, Angry Samoans 45. We have Comics Low Life, a blues garage album, sealed, $14.99. And Bossum Divine. What are they doing? Selling marijuana here? Bossum Divine. This is a 2010 French garage album, sealed, $14.99. $14.99. Bossum Divine. Okay, where's my mom? Dang, I've already drunk it all. It's like Patrick after he ate his candy bar. He ate it so fast he couldn't even remember it. Time for some water then. I guess I'll go healthy for a few seconds. What words does Chad say while he's driving? You talking about when I get angry? I don't get angry. I just do pit maneuvers on people and they just keep on going. just give them a good bump on I-40 doing about 90 on their back right tire and then say, whoops, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We have Dream Theater at 105. Next thing is Angry Samoans is at 55. And Chris Knapp wants comics and Bossum. Did Sean Lee Hooker try to buy something? Japanese metal as attempt is exempt from that arbitrary rule. Oh, is that for this right here? The Gimme Some Noise by Titty Twister, sealed for $14.99. Okay, we have Angry Samoans at $60 with William Drugovich. And, wow. Everybody's giving Laura a hard time that her crate didn't sell out. Maybe y'all can change the narrative right now. We're going to go through this crate one more time. And I'm going to tell you if the Laura sticker has been claimed or not, okay? So the first thing we have is Foreigner is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $30. Angry Samoans is at $65. Dream Theater is $110. Right now, there's no Japanese left. He just got the next one. This one has a lot of nudity on the cover. This is Queens of the Stone Age. Limited edition orange vinyl. This is official. I say that because a lot of these are bootlegged. 2022 orange vinyl. $35 start on that. Let's run through this Lore crate one more time. Let's do it. One more night. One more night. That's a Phil Collins song. Go check it out. We have Angry Samoans, Back from Samoa. This is an 82 US OG VG Plus condition. It's an OG, not bad whatsoever. Not bad whatsoever. VG Plus, VG Plus. Queens of Stone Age 35. And now Dream Theater. Oso has it for $110. He outbid Chris Ligero. So Chris, it's up to you. Just so you know, you've been outbid, okay? Let's run through these again. We have Leon Bridges, Good Thing. Leon is $17.99. No condition notes on anything in here. They're either near mint or sealed. Also, Theory, as in Theory of a Dead Man. $19.99 on Theory. Also, we have Bad Religion, Suffer. 2019 sealed, $24.99. And Chronicles of the Kid, Aaron Jones, a blues rock album, $17.99. Queens is at $45. Dream Theater, $110. $115 with Chris Ligero. Oh, So You're Out. Angry Samoans is at $75. We got Shasta and the Astral Casters. 1984 USOG, sealed, $14.99. Phil Ott on Bad Religion. Scott Smith was second. We got Mastica. This is restyling. It's a Italian pressing. It's a prog sock album, sealed, $9.99. Also, Handsome Jack, Do What Comes Naturally, a blues rock album, sealed. This is $14.99. Working Class Devils, Subversive, Subversive. This is Subversive Beat, R&B and Psych from Poland, 1965 to 71, sealed for $14.99. Lothel on Mastica. Lothel on Mastica. Also, we have the Bloodhounds, Let Loose, sealed, $9.99. Scott Smith on Handsome Jack. So does Scott Smith. Hipbone Slim and the Knee Tremblers. That is sealed, a 2013 Garage. That's Garage Rock. That was Hipbone Slim, $14.99. Oh, Bobby Charles, See You Later, Alligator. Bobby Charles is sealed, $14.99. And we have Chicas. That's a compilation of Spanish female vocalists from 62 to 74. Sealed for $24.99. Unopened, brand new. And we got Gimme Some Noise. And that's by the old Twitty Tister. And that is sealed for $14.99. Dream Theater is up to Oh So Adventure. Chris Ligero has it for $115. The Angry Samoans, I see an out and an out. David Smith has it for $77, and Queens of the Stone Age is at $46 with Darren Johnson. This is the point of the show where John Robb says, Chad, who got the Lore Crate sticker? I'm going to show him before he even asks. It's right here. It's whoever got the copy of Mad Season. Now, first of all, Steve McGee on Theory. That's so does Steve McGee. That is not Theory. Steve McGee gets Theory. Whoops. Scott Smith. Theory did acrobatics there. Scott Smith on Titty Twister. That's sold to Scott Smith. Gene Brown's on Chica. Boy, there's stuff flying out of here all of a sudden. Y'all made some Laura fans mad saying her crate didn't outsell Paul. They'll be like, we'll show you. Gene Brown on Chicas. Nat Reynolds on Noise. Noise. Is that still in here? Noise. Did that just get sold? Working Class Devils. Bobby Charles. The Polish record is sold to Ivan R. What is Noise? I got Bobby Charles, Hipbone Slim, the Bloodhounds, Shasta, Aaron Jones, and Leon Bridges. Now, Chris Knapp is the winner of the Mad Season record, so he also gets this Laura Crate sticker. Laura Crate. Beautiful Garfield. Garfield loves Laura. Garfield loves him some Laura Crates. All right. There's that. Let's put that on his Mad Season. Chris Knapp right now feels like he just hit the lottery, folks. He just went to his local gas station and he's buying $2,000, $3,000 in scratch-offs right now. He said, give me those jumbo bucks, please. The $5 ones, I'll take 500 of them. 500 $5 jumbo bucks. Nothing wrong with buying some scratch-offs off every now and then. Paying for a lot of education. We have Queens of the Stone Age, $50. And then it got sold out. How much on Leon? Leon Bridges right here is $17.99. It was Give Me Some Noise. Okay. So Dream Theater is sold to Chris Ligero. We got new auctions, and we got another Paul crate coming up. No telling what's in that one. Chris Ligero gets Dream Theater for $115. All right, so what I'm going to do on Angry Samoans, the Angry Samoans, the high bid is David Smith from about 4 minutes ago at $77. It's an 82 USOG VG Plus condition. $77. We're about to sell it. Queens of the Stone Age. The last bid on Queens of the Stone Age is with Anthony Correa at $50. Everybody else is out. Anthony Correa, $50. There it is. Here we go. Leon Bridges is $17.99. The only thing left, I'm going to go ahead and condense them with the stuff from the Paul crate earlier. Bobby Charles, Leon Bridges, Hipbone Slim, the Bloodhounds, Aaron Jones. That's it. Just a handful in there. Let me put those over here with the few things from Paul that didn't sell earlier. Actually, let me put them in the gray. I'd rather have them in this gray crate. Let me put them over here. I color code stuff. I usually try to put sold records in the same color crates every night. And then I try to put Laura and Paul stuff in our unusual crate colors. Gray, lime green, that way I can find them easier. Little thing I do, okay? I'm doing so much behind the scenes over here, y'all don't even know. I've got 2 chess boards set up here behind me. I'm actually playing chess with 2 people right now in the store. I will not reveal their names, but if I get quiet every now and then, I'm moving chess pieces around. All right. Yep, this is your typical Paul crate here. Holy moly. This looked like some interesting stuff. Here we go. I'll play Scrabble game with you. I stopped playing that. I got tired of winning. We got Queens of the Stone Age. This is with Derek Porter at $52. The last bid was Anthony Correa. So, Anthony, I just need to get word from you that you've been outbid, okay? All right. Angry Samoans is sold. 2 people asked what it was. Well, as a final call, this is sold to David Smith for $77. David Smith for $77, okay? There's this right here. Boom. We're about done, and it's time for new auctions. How much was Leon Bridges? $17.99. Leon Bridges was $17.99. $17.99. Next auction is Jerry Garcia with David Grissom, a 2014 U.S. MoFi, numbered, a $55 start. A $55 start. Next is the following. This is a Japanese pressing. And at this point, you may say, my God, what possibly could you be put up from auction in this Japanese crate? This is Foreigner Head Games. Foreigner Head Games is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with insert, solicitation card, inner sleeve, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Let's see what possibly Paul has marked here. There's no telling, okay? Get ready for some odd and unusual, or maybe stuff you see every day. John Schooley and his one-man band, a 2006 rock blues. A couple notes to remember, okay? Especially with all this New Orleans stuff. The year is the year it was made. This is the genre. Also, the country, let's say I said Italian. That doesn't mean John Schooley is Italian or his music's from Italy. That's where the record was made. So the notes are year of manufacture, country of manufacture, and genre. No year, no country on this one because it is in fact U.S. You probably won't see us put U.S. too often, only because about everything is U.S. we sell. But if it's a foreign country, we'll put a country. Okay? So, just so you know, because a lot of times we'll say 2006 Spain, and it could be like American Psych from the 60s. That's really, really good. And someone's like, oh, that's something in Spanish. No, that's the country of manufacture. Here we go. Foreigners at 35. Jerry Garcia, 65. Guana Bats, Loan Sharks, 1986 UK Psychobilly. Guana Bats, 1999. We have Dispo Maxine, One Too Many. 1992 Psychobilly Green with Splatter, $39.99. Queens of the Stone Age is sold to Derek Porter for $52. Final call on Jerry Garcia for $65. Final call on Foreigner Head Games with Matt Parsons at $35. Okay? Derek Porter on Guana Bats. That is sold. Next is The Rockin' Guys, a 2000 rockabilly album, 1999. Road Saw, rock and roll, spelt with R-A-W-K, rock and roll. Stoner Rock. Holy moly. This guy's got to be cool. He's wearing a Randy Rhoads tribute concert t-shirt, $24.99. Anthony Correa said, Chad, look at my last note. Didn't that bid come in after Hammer Drop for Queens of the Stone Age? No, Queens of the Stone Age was never sold. No, it's been up for a while. You had it for $50. I probably said hammer up, meaning it's about to sell, and then Derek Porter bid $52. And I thought you said out because you said that. I thought you got auto-corrected or something. You put that, and then I see your question. Did that bid come in after? It, in fact, did not. So maybe he's not done. But no, this never was sold. It is active for bidding until I say sold. S-O-A, System of a Down. S-O-L-D. Okay? Sold. Next thing, I'll take the Black Sabbath to your left. Black Sabbath is sold right here. Okay? Next thing is Mark Stanley on Road. Jerry Garcia. Hold on a minute. Let me do this in order. I got a brain freeze all of a sudden. About 10 things just collided inside of my head. George is getting upset. Okay, I can do this. Derek Porter got Guana Bats. Jerry Garcia has a bid for $70 with Shakedown. David Johnson, you've been outbid. Okay? Next thing is Solarplex Studios got Black Sabbath. Mark Stanley got Roadshaw, okay? There's that. And we have Queens of the Stone Age is at $55 with Anthony Correa. So Anthony never did win out on Queens of the Stone Age. He was asking if that bid came in late, and it in fact did not, okay? So what we're going to do, we're going to sell Matt Parsons' Foreigner. I need to let David Johnson know he's outbid on Jerry Garcia. Shakedown has it for $70. And whoever was bidding on Queens of the Stone Age, I got bad news. It's now up for bid for anybody. Aaron Andrus has it for $58. Let me show a couple more records, and I've got to put up some more auctions. I have over here, I've got Troubles, Otis Rush. This is a 78 UK. This is Otis Rush, $24.99. The Delusionaires Flues Party. She has got all kinds of cigarettes. She's got 4 or 5 in her mouth, 2 in each hand. This is Rock. She loves cigarettes. $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Talking Heads. Stop Making Sense. Talking Heads is a 1984 US OG pressing. It is near mint. Very nice copy with the original on her sleeve. A $35 start. Chad, your water is leaning. Chad, your water is leaning. Are you talking about my bottle of Dasani water over here? It is. Because that crate is not flat, so it looks like it's about to spill over, doesn't it? I promise you is A-okay. Is that bothering some people that it's tilting like that? Let me just get this off the screen before some people's OCD completely freaks out on me. Let me just put that right over here. Michael Church said, Chad, your water is about to fall off the table and spill over all the records. Okay, next thing over here is syrup, S-Y-R-P. S-Y-U-R-P. S-R-Y-U-R-P. Syrup, Solid Gold Astro Soul. 1999 Southern Rock Hard Rock, 1999. I need to hear back from David Johnson on Jerry Garcia. Shakedown's had it for 4 minutes at $70. No word from David Johnson. Queens of Stone Age got a new bid for $60. George Scherer got Otis Rush. That is sold to George Scherer. Gone. See you later. Next thing is the following. Talking Heads has one bid for $35. Josh, we've already sold Roadsaw. And guess what? I have a full crate of vinyl I've got to swap out. Holy moly. There's that. All right. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a new crate over here. Michael says thank you. There was some people saw that water bottle tipped over there, and it was freaking them out. Holy moly, Chad, for the love. It's like a Chris Farley moment. Please move that bottle of water. Talking Heads 37. David Johnson is back from the dead. Shakedown's out. Shakedown, I gave David a lot of opportunities there. He's back in at $71. He had to go walk his dog right quick. Queens of Stone Age is still getting bids. And we have Adult Entertainment, Majesty Shakes, Grafton with Majesty Shakes, adults only. What the heck? What kind of stuff is Paul putting out here? $9.99. We have Syrup is already gone. Syrup is sold. This is like a dirty crate or something. Nat Reynolds on Syrup. And Gregory, we've already sold it. Next is Hermano, only a suggestion. Stoner Rock. Holy moly. $64.99. $64.99. Holy moly. Next thing is H. Hermano is sold to Mark Stanley. Talking Heads is at $38. Queens of the Stone Age is at $65. And Jerry Garcia, from the back from the dead, David Johnson, he gets this for $71. Next, Queens of the Stone Age, $65. Talking Heads, $38. What possibly could be next in here? Goodness gracious. Demolition Doll Rods. What is going on here? Holy moly. $29.99. This is a lo-fi garage album. Goodness. What did Paul get into? He ordered these out of the back of I don't even know. I'm trying to think of a dirty magazine name, but I don't read those periodicals, so I wouldn't know. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers. Well, let's just go ahead and put this up. Goodness. Mother's Milk. This is getting out of hand. This is a 2009 U.S. limited edition, sealed Mother's Milk. This is all going up right now for a $25 start. Demolition Girls. Hold on a second. Talking Heads is at $40. Queens of the Stone Age is at $69. Next is Autumn Betts on Doll Rods. That's sold to Autumn Betts. Next, what Talking Heads is that? Next is William on Demolition. Next is Red Hot Chili Peppers, $25. Jeremy next on Demolition. The Screaming Memes. Nude Invisible Foot Phenomenon. Exposed Feet. A 1996 garage lo-fi punk psych album, $14.99. The Screaming Memes. The Claws. Exile on Lake Street. A 1988 U.S. power pop post-punk. Some kind of female band here known as The Claws. $29. Autumn also wants the adult entertainment. Okay, let me step back for a second. Whew. I don't know about y'all, but all of a sudden I got very dizzy. Wow. Whew. Okay. Let's first talk about Queens of the Stone Age, which has also got a nude cover. The last bid on that, I feel like it was 2 hours ago. The last bid was Aaron Andrus at $69. $69. Anthony Correa just bid $70. This is the Talking Heads Stop Making Sense, an 84 USOG. And the last bid on Talking Heads, TH, Talking Heads, the last bid on Talking Heads, TH, was Ryan Eaton at $40. Everybody else is out. If you're not Ryan Eaton, then you do not have the bid. And then we put up Mother's Milk, Red Hot Chili Peppers, another subjective cover. The last bid I seen come in on that was, I don't even know, Gregory Roberts bid $25. Aaron Andrus bid $30. Alan Smith bid $28. Joe Ives bid $26. Joe Ives bid $35. Okay, Autumn got the adult entertainment. William Drugovich on Screaming Memes. Chris Knapp, you were second. William got Screaming Memes. Queens of the Stone Age, $70. Mark Stanley needs to put back Hermanos. That's only a $50 million restocking fee. $50 million restocking fee. So my question is, was there anybody back up on Hermano? Stoner Rock, $64.99. Travis Wade wants the Clams. I was calling that the Claws. Travis Wade wants the Clams. I was saying the Claws. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $40. Chris Knapp, the adult entertainment is already sold. Not the Clams. Pastrami. Peppers is at $41. Queens of the Stone Age, $73. What year is Mother's Milk? A 2009 U.S. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $50. Here we go. Somebody threw a flag on Queens. How? It's still up for bid. The last bid on Queens of the Stone Age is with Aaron Andrus at $73. I can't even keep up with these bids. You're on your own on the bids. Whoever's last on my monitor is the high bidder. So hopefully you're paying attention. Easter. That's a pretty crazy cover too. Easter. An 87 New Wave Post-Punk Psychobilly. $29.99. $29.99. Did I buy Queens of the Stone Age? Derek, you did not. That was the same one you were bidding on an hour ago. That's the exact same one. I missed somebody's bid It's still up for bid. It's been up for 2.5 hours. They're still bidding on it too. That's the same one. You, in fact, did not win that auction earlier. I had to put it back and put it back up for bid. Jeremy Bryant got Easter. That is the exact same one. It's still getting bids. Ultra Curve Pose, the right way. A 2003 Garage Punk blue with white splatter. What did I even say right then? The Ultra Cupuros, the Ultra Q-Pros, the Ultra Curpos, the right way, 1999. Queens of the Stone Age is at $75. Talking Heads, the last bid, like I said, hopefully everybody's paying close attention. He went out. I think I can sell this way up here to somebody from a long time ago. Talking Heads. Holy moly. When was that last bid? Ryan Eaton from about 7 minutes ago gets this. $40. Okay. Queens of the Stone Age is at 75. Now it's at 77. The Red Hot Chili Peppers is with Aaron Andrus at $55. Everybody else is out. That was a lot of syllables. That's why I basically skipped it, okay? More than 2 syllables, they messed up. The Delmonas, Do the Uncle Willie. The Delmonas is sealed. A 2003 U.S. reissue. It's a garage album from 1989. That is the Delmonas. 1999. Queens is at $77. They're still bidding on that. The Peep Shows. A punk album from 2001. $34.99 for The Peep Shows. It's really up to David Johnson on the Queens of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Otherwise, I'm going to sell it to Aaron Andrus for $55. We got to go ahead and get a third auction started. That next third auction is going to be the Beatles. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. A 1971 Apple pressing with insert. It's in VG condition. A $20 start. Pam Murray on the Delmonas. Sold to Pam Murray. The Real Losers. Music for Funsters. A 2005 Garage Power Pop Punk. $14.99. Next. The Whales. Fish Belly White. A 1987 rock. $9.99. Crabs. A 2002 German import psychobilly / punk album. $34.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold to Aaron Andrus for $55. Queens of the Stone Age is at $80 of Anthony Correa. Andrus, you've been outbid. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles before I make it a buy it now. It's a $20 start. It should already have bid for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Next auction is the moment you've all been waiting for. A Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Whoa. 2 LPs, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. 1 LP. 2 LPs. 1 original inner sleeve. Lee Harvey. Insert. There's the other inner sleeve. And then there's the insert where you can see the letters. A $95 start. A $95 start. Master Ma's already out on Led Zeppelin. Wow, that was fast. The Beatles is at $20.23. Chris Frazier is also out. This is also known as the Led Zeppelin Hate Club. We have right over here, I hadn't heard back from Andrus, but I've got to sell it quickly. Zeppelin already has a bid for $95. Back to this wicked Paul crate. What does this say? Japan Psycho Bomb. First appearance. A 1990 Japanese Psychobilly compilation. Japan Psycho Bomb. 1999. Beatles 25. Led Zeppelin. Folks, Cashmere's on here. That's all you need to know. Cashmere. The Bellhops. Ain't Gonna Take It No More. Rockabilly from 1982. The old Bellhops there is $9.99. View, VUE, Find Your Home. A 2001 alternate rock, $14.99. Japan is sold to Chris Knapp. Los Correos. Pri or San Les something another. Alternate rock from 2001, $24.99. View sold to Mike Massey. Queens of the Stone Age, I Lost Somebody. Anthony Correa. After a long, hard-fought battle with many trials, tribulations, questions, concerns, errors, mistakes, ups and downs, lefts and rights, without a doubt, and not putting it back up for auction, this is closed and sold to Anthony Correa for $80. $80. It is gone. No more on that one. We're done. That was a battle. The Beatles and Led Zeppelin. Now this is my kind of auction. $28 and Led Zeppelin's at $101. Jeremy, you were second on View. Whew. Here we go. I have no idea. $14.99. Let's go to the label. No clue. What does this say? September Girls Records, Hazy Days, Marcy Jane. Marcy Jane, Hazy Days. Marcy Jane, Hazy Days. I'm more impressed. First of all, we've went through about half of this crate. And we've sold about half of them. I don't think there's been but what. No. Once again, the world of music. There is not one record I have seen in my life so far in this crate. That's what's more impressive than anything right now. I'm here 8 hours a night, every night reading through records. And I'm amazed when we're going through an entire crate and there is nothing in here I've ever seen in my life. That just goes to show you how many records are out there. This is a lifetime study. Brimstone Howl. Blowhard Deluxe. A 2013 blues rock punk. It's possibly on blue vinyl. Sealed. $14.99. If someone comes up to me and says, I'm an expert on vinyl, I'm going to say, yeah, right. You're not even close. You're not even close. Or I should say, I'm an expert on music. I know all music. If anybody ever tells you they know all music, you can just shake your head and just say, have a nice day. Nice try, but have a nice day. There's no way. There's no way. Melanundos. A 2008 60s, 70s Spanish garage compilation, $29.99. You can have an expert on vinyl. I feel like we're experts on vinyl here. I think to be an expert on every music ever released, that's impossible. The Last Drive. The Last Drive is a 1986 Greek import, This is a garage album, $29.99. The Last Drive, $29.99. Up at the cover, up at the top. The last bid on Beatles was $32 with Ziggy Chaos. Led Zeppelin was at $105 with George Scher. This should take some bigger jumps. Chris Gardner bid $106. Kathy bid $32 on the Beatles. Ziggy already bid $32, so Kathy, you tied them. Led Zeppelin's at $106. The next thing is William Drugovich on Last Drive. That's sold to William Drugovich. Still got the Melinundos or something like that and Brimstone Howl. Today's Sound, 1970. A compilation sealed, $9.99. This is Mary Deal and the Galaxies at the Beach. A 1980 Private Press rock R&B album, EX, $12.99. Amanda Darby on Today's Sound. Next auction is going up right now. This is a Dio picture disc, the third and final one of the night. This right here is called Angry Machines, Dio. This is going up, a 2021 OG Record Store Day release, $20 start. Tim Graham second on Today's Sound. Kathy's at $33 on the Beatles. Ziggy Chaos, you've been outbid. I got to make sure George Scher bid $110, and he did. Now I got to let Chris Gardner know you've been outbid on the Zeppelin Physical Graffiti Japanese pressing. It's at $110. The Nails, Mood Swing. The Nails, an 84 Canadian import, a new wave album. EX condition, $12.99. The Nails, Mood Swing. The Coffin Daggers, Monsters from the ID, a 2011 Surf Psych Punk, VG Plus, $19.99. $19.99. Over here, we have Manfred Mann, Mannerisms, Manfred Mann, Mannerisms, a 1976 UK comp, VG condition, $9.99. Now, I've seen a lot of Manfred Mann records. The first artist in here I really know, The Mighty Quinn. Great song. Never seen this particular comp. $9.99. Led Zeppelin is at $111 with Chris Gardner. That's a new bid. George Scher, you're out. Dio's at $20. Dio's at $20. Dio's at $25. Travis Wade on Nails. That's so to Travis Wade. Can you show the Dio again? This is Dio Angry Machines. It's a picture disc. It is near mint. It's technically 3 tracks. God Hates Heavy Metal, This Is Your Life, and Hunter for the Heart, which Hunter for the Heart is a live cut. Dio has a bid for $30. That's after Stephen Lewis bid $25. James Hicks bid $30. Chris Knapp on Coffin Daggers. Almost said Coffin Nails, but that's because we had an artist earlier that was Nails. We have MB, Michael Butler on Manfred Mann. MB gets MM. Ziggy Chaos is out on the Beatles. That was a final call then to Kathy Hodge, $33. Led Zeppelin's at $115 of George Scher. That means Chris Gardner, you've been outbid. Tommy and the Tom Toms, Rollin' Dynamite. VG Plus condition, $14.99. A 1992 Rockabilly album. VG Plus, $14.99. Bob Clifford and the Hepcats. Hot Rock. 1978 French import Rockabilly. EX condition, $22.99. Billy the Caps. VG Plus, $11.99, I think is what that says. An 89 Japanese Rockabilly. Led Zeppelin has a new bid, $116. Chris Gardner. Robert Warner on Tommy and the Tom Toms. Kathy gets the Beatles Sgt. Pepper's. This is sold to Kathy for $33. Samuel Kopich just bid $35. You just missed it. Sold to Kathy for $33. Led Zeppelin is between George Scherer and Chris Gardner. Let's move this right over here. And then the last bid on Dio was with the following person. And this is Eric Dog. It just popped up. My feed shifted to the bottom. That's because there was a new bid, $33. Anthony Correa on Billy the Caps. That's sold to Anthony Correa. And Stilla Gorilla, Max Mouse and the Radio, Free Gorillas, a 79 Canadian rock album, EX condition, $12.99. Our next auction, one Beatles down, one Beatles up. Revolver, a 1995 pressing. Wow. 1995, then billed as limited edition. It's in shrink with the limited edition sticker. The Beatles Revolver, a $35 start. Dio is still getting bids, and no surprise at all, Led Zeppelin is still getting bids. Heavy the World, Squashed Globe, live in Hawaii. A 1999 hard rock, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Still a Gorilla, sold to Chris Knapp. The Lazy Cowgirls, Rank Outsider. A 1999 garage punk album, VG condition, $14.99. Fears, Die Slowly But Die. 1994 Psychobilly, VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Boo-Hoos, Moonshiner. A 1987 alternate rock, EX condition, $17.99. William Drugovich on Lazy Cowgirls, sold to William Drugovich. Now, Led Zeppelin is out with Chris Gardner. This is sold to George Scherer for $118. Let's put that in a new sleeve right this moment. There's another Paul crate right behind me. I'm going to immediately put up when this one concludes. That way we can stay on new arrivals, okay, while Laura is finishing up another crate. Here's this. All right, and then Dio is sold to James Hicks for $40. We're ready for new auctions before we finish this crate. Let's put this away. So the Beatles is a 1995 pressing. Not a lot of vinyl being made in 1995. That's also the last time the anthology set came out. So I think just because the Beatles were in the news a lot, they put out those lost songs, Real Love and Free as a Bird in 1995. They were putting out the anthology book. So they were in the news a lot in the music world. I think they did reissue some albums so they would be out in the shelves, and one of them was Revolver, and this is a 1995 limited edition. Speaking of anthology, the pre-order for the 12 LP anthology box set is up in our group. It comes out in November. It's $375. Not bad for 12 LPs of Beatles music. I thought it would be closer to $500, honestly, because it's 12 LPs, Beatles licensed music. But a lot of people have commented and said, I've got my Christmas gift already. So make sure you get in on that. I'm about to place my order. I ordered a bunch through the Beatles website myself already. I don't know. I'm probably, it's kind of like the mono box. I've got too many all of a sudden, but it's okay. Never can have too many Beatles monos and Beatles anthologies. So thanks everybody that's already pre-ordered on that. And the Beatles has one bid for $35. And welcome Aaron to Collectco. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Did I pull William Lazy? I did pull that for you, right? William Lazy. Yeah. And next, Okay, Laura, that would be a question for Laura. I hear the price gun in the back, so it sounds like she's still marking stuff. This is a 2000 Australian Garage Punk EP that's numbered on the back. VG Plus condition, $14.99. I've got to work on the Testament. Yes, I haven't posted a lot of pre-orders. I've got to take a day to not stay here, not go to the gym, and basically just do what I normally do. I go home and I focus just on my phone right in front of my face, and I'm scheduling pre-orders. I mean, I just sit down on my couch and I just have my phone up to my face, saving images, copying and pasting descriptions, and scheduling pre-orders. I hadn't done that in like a week. Honestly, I'm pretty behind. So I probably need to do that tonight after this sale. I need to do that tonight after this sale, 100%. Otherwise, we're going to miss some pre-orders, and I can't let that happen. We have Devo, Duty Now for the Future. This is a 79 OG. This is the alternate cover. We had a US earlier. This is the German cover, okay? It's the full album. It's an alternate cover from Germany. How cool is that? Devo is a $35 start. The Beatles are about to sell. Let's finish up this Paul crate, and then it's definitely worthy of a fast recap. Harlan T. Bobo, I'm Your Man. A 2007 blues rock, alternate rock, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, we have Demons, Riot Salvation, a 2000 punk album, VG Plus, $14.99. We have the Chesterfield Kings. The Chesterfield Kings Stop is an 85 US OG press kit, VG condition, $24.99. Oh, one second. Oh, okay. Leg cramp. Mike Massey on Demons. So to Mike Massey. Devo has a bid for $35, and Todd Doris, nice pickup on the Beatles, $35. William next on Demons. Chesterfield King, so to Jeremy Bryant. And we have Speedball Baby, Uptight, a 2000 blues rock garage album, EX $17.99. Chad, tomorrow, you get a second tomorrow, show me how to post pre-orders. I will. Yes, I will. I'll give you the basic rundown. That would be great. Little Tina and Flight 56. A 77 Dutch import rockabilly. VG Plus $14.99. We might can get Laura to literally post pre-orders live. Because sometimes I'm like, Chad, when's the pre-order going up for this? And then I forget. They forget to make me a sticky note. And then 3 days later, Chad, I'm still waiting for the whatever pre-order. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Laura, the biggest thing is trying to show you how to find images. It's going to be the biggest challenge. William Drugovich on Speed. Speedball, that's sold. And we have Hellsuckers. Everything sucks except rock and roll with a nudie cover. We're back to the nude stuff. He's bringing it back here at the end. A 99 Japanese import garage rockabilly. EX $17.99. This is called Devo Duty Now for the Future. It's an OG German pressing with a different cover than what you normally see here in the States. It's got one bid for $35 to Gerald Whitworth. We're about to sell it. We have Talking Heads. More songs about buildings and food. A 78 US Winchester OG EX condition, a $25 start. Manfred Mann, wow, that's pretty cool. It's a 68 Venezuelan import compilation. That's why I've never seen it before. What a cool Psyche cover from Manfred Mann. 68 Venezuela, EX $17.99. And then we have Just Keep Taking the Pills. John Pollard, MB, a private press folk album, no condition notes. Just Keep Taking the Pills, folks. That is by Seth Hackett. Just keep taking the pills. Keep taking them. John Pollard, MB. Seth Hackett, MD. He wishes. $14.99. Devo, one bid, sold for $35. Figured that would do more. The US cover brought more. This one's unusual. That's now up for bid. Talking Heads is a US OG. 78 US Winchester. $25 start. That's now up for bid. I've got some jazz for you over here. Moods, the three sounds. Moods, the three sounds is a 60 USOG mono, VG++/EX minus, a $50 start. Henry, you just missed Devo. I was like, where is the bids at on this Devo? That's up for bid, and so is this next Japanese pressing. Otherwise, David Johnson is about to scream. Here's Robert Plant's first album as a solo artist, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant is a $35 start. There's the vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. Robert Plant, $35 start. Says the pharmacist, somehow. Okay, so here's the status of Coletco at the top of the hour. Perfect timing, 10 o'clock on the dot. We just got done reading through a New Arrivals crate from Paul. What we're going to do is quickly go through it again. The first read through takes forever because there's like notes on the back of every one of these. Plus, I only recognized one artist in here, and they had two different albums, Manfred Mann. So it's kind of like a learning experience for me. I got to figure out what this stuff is. I got to read all the notes on the back. We got censored covers, etc., etc. So, just saying. We're about to try those again quickly because some people might have time to have researched something. And then I've got another half crate over here from him. Probably we're going to have time to do that one. The other half crate of New Arrivals, maybe a quick discount crate while we still got a lot of people watching. Maybe go ahead and do some nonsense half off, and then probably the other lower crate will be up here. Time has flown by tonight. Time has flown by tonight, okay? Mostly because we had some problems with the feed early on, got that worked out, but I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. That's pretty crazy. All right, so right here, Talking Heads is sold to Phil Ott for $25. He was the only bidder. This is a final call on the three sounds. It's a 1960 US mono, VG++EX, a $50 start. And then over here is Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. This is a $35 start. That's a Japanese pressing, $35 start on that. Okay? Next over here is Three Moods at $50. Bundle price, tons of new stuff to try out. A bundle price, well, all these are sticker price right now. The story remains the same. The story remains the same on New Arrivals. If you want to buy everything in here, we'll do 10% off across the board. And Matt, they're all yours, but that's the only way I would do it right now. It'd be 10% off. I mean, it'd take me a while to add them all up, but that's the only way I bundle New Arrivals like this. And it seems like here lately, it's been in New Vinyl lower crates, New Arrival lower crates, and New Arrival Paul crates because they're just all bizarre and unusual records. So that's what I would do. So, but it'd probably be... I don't know. I can add them up pretty fast, but if you say I'll wait, I'll read them again. If not, I'll go ahead and tell you right now. There'll be 10% off. That's the only way I would discount New Arrivals. And then we'll blow the air horn. Okay, he's going to pass. We have John Schooley and his one-man band, 2006 Rock Blues, sealed, $19.99. These aren't going to get like a 60, 80% discount. They're literally just marked today from New Arrivals. We have Dispo Maxi, 1 Too Many. 1992 Psychobilly Green with Splatter, $39.99. That is spelled Dipsomanics, something like that. Also, we have The Rockin' Guys, a 2000 rockabilly album, 1999. The Delusionaires, Flues Party, that is sealed for 1999. Hermano, Only a Suggestion, 2002 stoner rock, $64.99. Ultra Cuferpos, The Right Way, 1999. Robert Plant can be bought for a $35 buy it now. $35 to buy it now on Robert Plant. Let's put this right over here. The Three Sounds, one bid sold, Samuel Coopage, Mood, $50. That's gone. Next auction is going up right now. This is Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Sleeps with Angels. A 94 USOG with insert, super clean, $95 start. Next is The Peep Shows, 2001 Punk, $34.99. Who was Psychobilly? I think it was the Rockin' Guys was Rockabilly. I think it was this one here. Psychobilly Green was Splatter. DYPSOMANIXE, one too many. $39.99. The Real Losers, music for funsters. The Real Losers, a 2005 garage power pop punk, $14.99. The Whales, Fishbelly White, 87 rock album, $9.99. Crabs, CRABS, a 2002 German import psychobilly punk album, $34.99. The Bellhops, Ain't Gonna Take It No More, 92 rockabilly, $9.99. Los Correos, Après Hoy Unless something, that is $24.99. Brian Call on Real Losers. What's the Hermano? This is probably the most talked about record in the crate. Hermano is called Only Suggestion. It's a 2002 stoner rock, $64.99. Neil Young is a 94 USOG. That album's not in print. No wonder I've never seen it before. Neil Young's a $95 start. Brian Call on the Bellhops. That's so to Brian Call. Next thing over here is another auction. We have Los Lobos Kikos. Los Lobos Kiko is a MoFi pressing, near mint, a $30 start. Auction number 3 is a Japanese pressing, and that is going to be of the following. I have no idea. Let's do Roxy David Lee Roth. Let's do David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat, a promo copy. A white label Japanese mark promo of David Lee Roth, a $35 start. There's the vinyl. There's the cover. It's a white label promo with promo sticker and obi, $35 start. We have Mary Jane, Hazy Days, a 96 folk album, $14.99. Brimstone Howl, Blowhard Deluxe, a 2013 blues rock punk, maybe on blue vinyl, sealed for $14.99. Neil Young 95, Neil Young 98. We have Malay Nundos. That is a 2008 60-70 Spanish garage comp. This is all garage bands from Spain from the 60s and 70s, a compilation of rare music, $29.99. So Neil Young's the oldest auction, the first auction, 95, now 98. MoFi Los Lobos is 30, and a Japanese promo copy of David Lee Roth, a $35 start. We have Harry Deal and the Galaxies at the Beach, EX $12.99. Sealed Punk. This one right here, Brimstone Howl, is so to Brian Call. There's that. Next is Bob Clifford and the Hepcats, Hot Rock. That's a 78 French import rockabilly album, EX condition $22.99. And we have Heavy the World, Squash Globe, live in Hawaii. $19.99 hard rock, VG Plus $14.99. Chris Knapp wants the Spanish comp. That looks very interesting. Neil Young's at 100. Brent, it goes back to you. Guy Shard has bid 100. Fears, Die Slowly But Die. Die Slowly But Die. 1994 Psychobilly. Psychobilly, Fears, VG Plus $14.99. Also, Boo Hoos, BOOHOOS, Moonshiner, EX $17.99. Rod Bronze in on Los Lobos at $30. Going once, going twice. Also, we have Jed Whitey, a 2000 Australian Garage Punk EP numbered, VG Plus $14.99. Brian Call on Fierce. Final call on Los Lobos. Neil Young still getting bids. I had a feeling. We have over here Harlan T. Bobo, I'm Your Man, VG Plus $14.99. Gregory on Hermanos. That's so did Gregory. Hermano. That was the Stoner Rock, and that is sold. Thank you on that. Los Lobos 30. Brian Call on the Garage Punk album. And I think that was for the Jed Whitey, right? Yep. That's so to Brian Call. Lots of interesting stuff in here. Stuff you won't see too often at all. Like Little Tina and her Flight 56, This Little Girl. It's a 1977 Dutch import rockabilly album. Little Tina and her Flight 56, VG Plus $14.99. Los Lobos is sold to Rod Bryan for $30. And if anybody wants the David Lee Roth promo copy of Crazy from the Heat, a white label promo, Japanese, $35 if anybody wants that. $35. I got 2 Japanese no bids over here. We have Hellsuckers, Everything Sucks Except Rock and Roll, 1999 Japan, a garage rockabilly album, EX $17.99. Also, we got Manfred Mann, One Way. It is a 68 Venezuelan import compilation, EX edition $17.99. Brian Call on Tina. Little Tina is sold to Brian Call. And we have Just Keep Taking the Pills, John Pollard, MD. This guy's actually a doctor. $14.99. Mega Blast gets David Lee Roth for $25. I'll sell it to you. Sell that to him for $25. Okay, we're ready for a brand new crate of new arrivals. Holy moly. Brent's out on Neil Young. That's at $120 with Gashard. And let's put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is Talking Heads, Fear of the Music. This is a 79 US OG Los Angeles gold stamp promotion copy not for sale. Now, there is no white label promo of this record that exists. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. Now, Matt might want a bundle deal. Now, Matt, there's a bunch been bought off. Anybody want to buy everything that's left? Bundle deal at 10% off. If not, we're about to put up a whole brand new crate. Still quite a bit left in there. But what's even more amazing, after 2 Paul crates and a Laura crate, everything left is just in a half of a crate. So most about everything they've marked has sold. And now we got one more here from Paul. He only had a half crate here. He actually left to go look at a collection in Nashville, and the guy canceled as soon as he left. So, as soon as Paul left, the guy canceled. So, he came right back, and he only got to do this half crate. So, Neil Young got a new bidder. Lucas Hanoft, 125. Lucas is in, 125. Now 130. Talking Heads has a bid for 30. Okay? He says there's too many 30s in there. Too many 30s. Okay? Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Here's one I don't get as often. NXS, The Swing. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. NXS, The Swing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Superb. Insert, cover and Obi. $35 start. Okay? There's that. Let's see what's going on over here. That was Dead Can Dance. We've already sold that one. All right. Where's my chapstick at? There it is. Whew, fresh crate here from Paul. There's no telling what we're about to see. Trying to catch my breath after the last hour or so. It's been a whirlwind. Holy moly. I could use a power nap about right now and some Oreos. Whew. My mom's got lasagna here, though. Lasagna. Lasagna. Okay. Neil Young's at 150. Lucas, you're out. Talking Heads. This is so to Phil Ott for $30. Nice. Minimum bid. NXS is a $35 start. Let's get started. Nikki Corvette and the Stingrays. 2006 sealed. Nikki Corvette, $34.99. Los Plantronics. Columbia Necktie, Mexican Rumble. Adult listening. More adult listening. $59.99. A 2001 Garage Marachi Surf album. $59.99. No bid on NXS. Final call for a $35 start. Our next auction is going to be Step Right This Way. This is the Magical Mystery Tour. A 67 OG. Book inside gatefold is starting to loosen, but it's not fully detached. So as usual, the book is inside of the gatefold. Just the staples get a little loose, but it's in there. It's an original stereo copy of Magical Mystery Tour from 1967. $20 start on that. This is a new arrival crate that Paul has marked. Everything in here is sticker price, including the Lost Plantronics, including Nikki Corvette. And then here is Dead Moon, and this is Live Evil. Dead Moon is $59.99. That is a 1991 Euro import OG. It does have some coverware right in here. Dead Moon, $59.99. The Jack Caddies. The Jack Caddies, Music for Children, is a 2018 mono garage beat album, sealed $19.99. William Drugovich on Dead Moon. Chris Knapp was second. So Neil Young's at 160. Lucas and Oft, you're out. NXS can be bought for just a $35 buy it now. Sweet Japanese pressing of this. The Beatles has a bid with Mr. Joe Sloop for $20, an original stereo pressing. Folks, Strawberry Fields is on here, okay? Let me take you down because I'm going to, you know the rest. Most of us know it. Most of us have heard it our whole lives. But every once in a while, I'll try to forget that I've never heard that song. And I'll play it again. And I'm like, wow, for the era, for what it is, I'm like blown away every time I listen to it. The Bell Rays, Have a Little Faith, sealed, $74.99. A 2006 US, it's either on gold or purple vinyl. The Bell Rays, $74.99. Lucas is out on Neil Young. Guy's first contender was Brent. Guy's second contender, Lucas. Thank y'all both for bidding, but it does go to Guy Shard for $160. I've also appreciated Psych more over the years. And if you've never really heard, if you knew Psych very well, but you've never listened to Strawberry Fields and you didn't know the Beatles, you'd be like, wow, this is just a great Psych song. Just really just trippy. $28. Ziggy Chaos, Blaine Zapnik's at $30. Lots of bidders all of a sudden, a U.S. original stereo. Mark and the Spies, Give Me a Look. 2009 Garage, $14.99. The Customs, Long Gone. A 2009 Garage Punk, sealed, $19.99. Next thing we have is this. Igno G and Lil Blunt. I don't know what I just read, but it's called The Antidote. The Antidote. And this is a 94 OG US. It's rap from Memphis. And This is a 94 OG, $20 start. The track listing is Intro, Blame It on the Funk, Let's Get Effed Up, Strictly for the G's, Where Them Dogs At, and 20s. Indo G and Lil Blunt, a $20 start. Next thing is the following. Beatles 30, Beatles 30, Beatles 35. William on Customs. Beatles 32. Clem Secco, Twisted. 1958, 64, Italian wacky rock and roll twist slop shake. 2011, these are all tracks from 1958 to 64, sealed, 1999. Marty Wilde, Rock and Roll. 1970, UK, $19.99. Chad, if Hiram wants her mono, I'll pass it to him. We'll leave that up to Hiram Aponte. The Beatles is at $38. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Alcatraz, live. No parole from Rock and Roll. With Obi, near mint minus and pristine. Live sentence Alcatraz. A $35 start. There is the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Good old Alcatraz there. $35 start. The Beatles is at 38 with Blaine. We may be done. Joe Sloop is in at 40. We're not done. Deep in the Mind of the Purple Things. An 85 Garage Psychobilly album. $19.99. That one looks pretty cool. Oh, Cheesy Girls. Come On and Rock With Me. That's an unofficial French women, female compilation, $24.99. So they've taken female artists from the 60s, not just French artists either, because there's Julie London and Anne Margaret. To my knowledge, they're not French. And there's old Mae West. You asked to go upstairs like you're Mae West. Guitar, bass, guitar, drums. It's called the Introducers, Close-Ups. A surf album from 2003, $9.99. Joe Sloop has the Beatles. The other people have set out. I'm going to go ahead and make the Antidote a $20 buy it now. A white label promo Memphis rap album. $20 on that. We have Alcatraz. That is a $35 start, final call. The Introducers is sold to William Drugovich. Any miscellaneous stuff tonight? Possibility is very high, yeah. We're either going to do posters and road posters, or if we're done with vinyl and discount crates and it's already late, we might just stop there. So I'll give it a 50-50. I'll give it a 50-50. Okay? The Fine Lines. 2004 US Rock, $14.99. Steve Ritchie wants MMTVG and. Steve, did you let your cat walk across your keyboard again? Joe Sloop gets the Beatles for $40. Thank you on that. Laura's Crate is on the way. That's exciting. And Alcatraz is a buy it now for $35. $35. This is 3.5, folks. So we got this crate. We're going to go right into new arrivals. You know what that means? As soon as we're done with that Laura crate, we're going to recap the new vinyl from tonight, which was just one crate left. And then we'll do discount for probably a good hour, hour and a half. And then we'll show some posters. The Bamboo Kids. The Bambook. The Bamboo Kids. That's what it's called. That's a K that rolls over to the back. Yeah. It's the Bamboo Kids, self-titled, sealed, $14.99. That's a 2004 U.S. rock. Laura has delivered a crate. Thank you, Laura. We appreciate that, Laura. We got 50-foot combo. Ghent BXL. A Surf Rockabilly album, sealed, $24.99. Bamboo, sold to William Drugovich. William Drugovich has an interesting beginning story here at Coletco. The first night he was live buying stuff, I thought he was just a spammer. He was buying so much. And I blocked him. And I said, hey, you're buying way too much. And he's like, no, I promise. I'm real and I will pay for them. And I gave him a chance. And he hung around. Just like the new buyer tonight. He got on just buying all kinds of stuff. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You got to pay for these. He said, I promise I will. Send me an invoice. Thank you, William Drugovich. Thelonious Monster. Next Saturday afternoon. An 87 U.S. alternate rock, $14.99. But one night we was going through one of these New Orleans crates, and he was like claiming everything. I was like, holy moly. All right, let's pump the brakes there, William. But he's legit. We got Hunters. A 2013 pink vinyl post-punk, $14.99. I think there's a couple people almost blocked the first couple times. Chris Knapp was one of them too. He was buying a bunch of this stuff. I showed one that he got on for the first time. He was buying like every record. I was like, whoa, 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 hold up. We got The Baker. This is a 2016 blue vinyl, $29.99. Ivan R. on Thelonious. Brian Call on Hunter. Chris Knapp next on Thelonious Monk. All right, Japanese. Here's a Rolling Stones I've never seen before. The Rolling Stones, the best live history. Never had this before. A $35 start. The best live history, 65, 66, and 69. Beautiful vinyl. A $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine with insert. $35 starts. Can you block me? My wife wants me to block me. Well, I've been offered. I've had people message me and be like, hey, I want to let you know something right now. My husband is in love with you, okay? He doesn't even look at me anymore. All I hear about is Chad, 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 Chad. You're on my TV when I come home. You're on my TV when I go to bed. What is going on over there? What have you done to my husband? This is rainbow straight between the eyes, and vice versa. Is there a reason every time I come home, my wife has you on my TV? Why are you on my wife's TV every night? You're on her tablet in her bed. I hear you in our bathroom. I'm like, listen, I can't help it. I'm just doing my job, okay? We have a 2013 rock EP. It's called Sick Alps. Sick Alps, $14.99. Paul has put a record in here with no sleeve and no price. Just me, my pleasure, and I. There's no price or anything. We'll lay that right over there. Strike one, Paul. We have Rapids, The Raid. 85 Psychobilly EP, VG Plus, $14.99. The Rolling Stones has a bid for $35. Rainbow's a $35 start. An Emotional Beat in a World of Fury. An 88 Punk alternate rock, VG Plus, $14.99. Greek garage bands of the 60s. VG Condition, $14.99. Classic Paul, not Price's Records. There we go. Wednesday Night Nola. It may be for a while. It may be for a while till all this stuff is sold off. The Headcoats, the Sisters of Suave. The Headcoats, a 99 garage punk album, EX 2299. The Great Escape, Escape from Reality. Stoner Rock. EX condition, $22.99. Julian Cope, an 84 UK OG. It does have some cover damage down here. EX, $22.99. William Drugovich on the head coats. And Marnie Stern, The Chronicles of Marnia. The Chronicles of Marnia, not Narnia. A 2013 indie experimental album, $14.99. Rolling Stones is sold to George Sheriff for $35. Rainbow is a $35 buy it now. I'm just happy I'm able to get some Joshua Cross some stoner rock for once. This poor guy, he works in the coal mine all day, comes home from work, just wants him some stoner rock. Sometimes I disappoint him. Sometimes I'm able to come through. Jeremiah Lewis on Marnie Stern. All right, and Rainbow's a buy it now for $35. $35 on Rainbow. Okay. Is it a coal? What do you work at, Josh? Steel mine, colder? I just imagine old Joshua Cross is with like a hard hat on, and he's down there like in a mine just all day, just working his butt off. Just like, dude, I cannot wait to get home to buy some stoner rock from Chad. And some nights I don't have it. I'm like, dude, this guy's been in a hot mine working his butt off, and I can't deliver some stoner rock to him. For the love of all things good and holy, can we get this man some stoner rock? Blaine Zapnick gets Rainbow for $30. He works in a steel mill. He's in there with like a pickaxe and a jackhammer, and he's just waiting to get home to buy some stoner rock, and I just can't deliver some nights. And honestly, I'll lose sleep over it. Let's put up some more Japanese pressings. The next one is Cheap Trick one-on-one. This is old Cheap Trick here, one-on-one. $35 start. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl is absolutely near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. There's the inserts. $35 start. Next auction is the following. The next auction is going to go up right now. It is deep purple. Deepest purple. The very best of deep purple. That's a lot of very and deep and purple. This is a $35 start. Very best of deep purple. $35 start. Insert, insert, cover and Obi. $35 start. Here we go. I will read you everything that's in the Japanese crate in 1 second, okay? And I'll let you exactly know how much Japanese metal there is. One more quick recap here, so we can go ahead and read through the lower crate, okay? And I have the following. Nikki Corvette, sealed for $34.99. Lost Plantronics, sealed $59.99. We have the Jack Caddy, sealed $19.99. The generator is plugged and charging. Thank you for the reminder. The Bell Rays is sealed $74.99. We have the Mark the Spies, $14.99. I take it I can get the Stoner Rock. No, you did. You did get the Stoner Rock. It's made my night. You got it. You got the Stoner Rock. You got it. You got it. Glim Psycho, Twisted, sealed $19.99. I just hope you, when you're in the mine tomorrow, Joshua, whatever you're doing in there, blowing stuff up, driving a dump truck, whatever you're doing, I want you to remember that moment. Marty Wilde, Rock and Roll, 1970 UK. Whatever y'all do for work every day. Accountants, teachers, custodians, all walks of life here at Coletco. Whatever you're doing tomorrow at work, I want you to be thinking about Coletco. I cannot wait to get home and put this show on. I mean, if you're not thinking about me all day, are you even a fan? This is Deep in the Mind of the Purple Things, $19.99. Cheesy Girls, $24.99. The Fine Lines, $14.99. 50-foot combo, sealed, $24.99. The Baker Skateboards EP, $29.99. 2016 blue vinyl. We have Sick Alps, $14.99. Rapids, The Raid, VG Plus, $14.99. An Emotional Beat in a World of Fury, an 88 Punk Alternate Rock, VG Plus, $14.99. Greek garage bands of the 60s. That sounds pretty interesting, honestly. The first track is called Drive My Mustang. Greek bands of the 60s, $14.99. And Julian Cope is EX, $22.99. Did these not get a bid? They didn't. You can pick up these Japanese pressings for the minimum bid of $35 each. It's time for the Laura Crate. That is Cheap Trick 101 for a $35 buy it now. IT manager. I'm sure we have some white-collar jobs, some blue-collar jobs. There might even be some criminal jobs here. Deep Purple is a buy it now as well for $35. Green jacket, gold jacket. Deep Purple is a $35 buy it now. All right. Accumulating quite the Japanese stack over here. David Johnson must have already fell asleep with his cats. Okay, let's condense these crates then. Let's put these two together. Boom. And boom. All right, so those two Paul crates left. That's going to make for some excellent best offer crates. Man, whenever we go through this, and then here's the leftover Laura stuff from earlier and Paul stuff, man, whenever we get to those for best offer, maybe Paul, maybe because Paul marked them, maybe Friday and Saturday when he's here, I'll say, hey, man, you need to go through these crates you marked. You might even know more about them from Discogs research, and you can take offers on those, okay? All right, let me pick out where we're going to put the Laura Crate sticker. I'm looking at it. I'm going to read what's left over here. She didn't leave me a tab, so that means I've got full discretion. Let me look at I try to match it from the theme of the sticker, okay? I'm looking at the theme of the sticker. Let me try to find something that's fitting for that. Well, right there's a good pick. Let me see what her note says here, actually. Okay. We'll have to put it on. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we'll put it on. I don't know. We'll put it on this one. Yeah, we'll put it on this one. All right, and this is okay. Let me write that down. All right, before we get started on a very busy crate, I'm going to go up front, grab a bottle of water, and we'll make sure everybody's awake because we're about to start an epic crate. I mean, this is gonna be one of those Laura crates where we sell everything in here. It's great. Looks like a lot of modern type pressings at unbelievable prices. So I'm going to ask everybody quickly, let me know where you're watching from. That's always fun to see lit up in the chat. Okay, not taking a break or anything here. Just going to ask everybody where they're watching from, because this is probably the last firework of the night before we start half off and discount, which I hope y'all stay up for. Last night, everybody went to bed really early, and we went through 3 half off crates and just took a little bit of chunk out of there. And so I had to end up using that for the discount crates, but it all sold anyways. But hopefully y'all can stay up, because I'll go right into some half off stuff as soon as this thing's done. And we're probably going to sell about everything in here. Also, before I step up front, here's what's left in the Japanese crate. The Eagles Journey Roxy Music, John Lennon, Elton John, that's on the same album. David Coverdale, Duran Duran, The Beatles, Led Zeppelin, James Taylor, Eagles, George Harrison, Simon & Garfunkel, Deep Purple, Simon & Garfunkel, Blondie, Journey, Bryan Adams, Men at Work, Kiss, Death Wish 2 soundtrack, Vandenberg, Secret Policeman's Ball, and a 13-4 Elevators box set, which looks incredible. I don't know if it's actually Japanese. Is this actually a Japanese box set? I mean, that's got to be something worth several $100s just based on the look of it, but we'll see. Okay? We got a Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, it looks like, and it looks like a modern one. It looks like a modern type pressing. And what else do I have? Oh, okay, here's a little something different. We sold some Nat King Cole early tonight. Here is a pretty interesting lot for you Frank Sinatra fans. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is all original Frank Sinatra sheet music. Okay, all Frank Sinatra sheet music. Everything you see in here. All Frank Sinatra sheet music. That one's really cool. It's got like a World War II theme on it. World War I, maybe even. This is all original Frank Sinatra sheet music. Witchcraft, Day by Day, 5 Minutes More, Hey Jealous Lover. It's amazing he collected all this. Really cool pictures on all of them too. All Frank Sinatra too. Every one of these. Original Frank Sinatra sheet music. There is a pile here. I should be counting them, but I wanted to show you what some of the covers look like. Just incredible how much is here. All Frank Sinatra sheet music. A lot of it from the 40s. That one's really colorful. See, like, what year is this one here? This one is from 1943. 53. XL, MCXL, XL 43. 43, I think. There's that one. That one. That one. Come Dance With Me. Come Fly With Me. Young at Heart. All the sheet music there, that's going to go up for a $20 start. Price on Japanese Beatles. Let me pull it out, and I will figure out what the starting bid should be. Give me 1 second, though. Okay? All right. Like seeing all the locations. Continue to share that, please, right quick. Let me open this up. I'm going to step up front right quick, and I'm going to be looking up this Beatles, figuring out what we're going to start it for. Some interesting stuff here in the Japanese crate. I'm also trying to figure out the deal on this 13-4 elevators as well. Thanks everybody for tuning in on Wednesday night. We call this the Eve of Metal Night. Tomorrow will be so insane, I won't be able to remember what my middle name is. I'll be like, who am I? I'll be like, who am I? What am I? Okay, here we go. Thank you for allowing me to have a quick pause. I need it every now and then. Guy Shard has the Frank Sinatra sheet music at $20. Great price for all that. A lot of these I used to board and bag. We'd sell them for $5, $10 a piece. There's probably, what, 30, 40 pieces of sheet music there. That is at $20 for all of it. Let's get started with this Laura crate. Thanks for sharing y'all's location. If I missed any claims, let me know. Mr. Boontar, I got to keep that last crate at sticker price, okay? All the new arrivals tonight from them have been sticker price, but maybe next time it comes through best offer, you can grab it. Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique 30th anniversary. Sealed on purple violet colored vinyl, $54.99. $54.99. Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique, a double LP, and that is sold right off the bat to Lothel. Everything in here is probably going to sell. The White Stripes Under the Great White Northern Lights, $24.99. Double LP, Third Man Records. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, 50th anniversary, 2020 reissue, remaster, just $19.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the following. That is a Japanese pressing of Roxy Music, The High Road. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese pressing of Roxy Music, The High Road with Obi, $35 start on that. Lothel got the Beastie Boys, Jeremy Bryant on White Stripes. Brian called a quick, close second. Still got Grateful Dead. We got Sunbomb? Yeah, Sunbomb, Light Up the Sky, $22.99 in shrink. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits. The Ultimate Collection, a 2020 reissue sealed, $34.99 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. And Tyler Childers, Live on Red Barn, 1 and 2, sealed Tyler Childers, $19.99. All right. Frank Sinatra, right here is sold. All that sheet music the guy charged for $20. Great buy there. Thank you. I think I've got one more lot to do. I think it's Bing Crosby. Might go ahead and knock that one out. Found some stuff last night. We finished up that tub of posters last night. We even sold a couple Bond autographs out of there. We found some autographed Shirley Eaton photos. I found even more. If you didn't think I already had enough, we sold a couple. Guy bought one last night. Jerry Rock bought one last night. This is a new arrival crate from Laura. So, yes, all these are sticker price. Mike Osbaugh on SB, and that was for Sunbomb. Really nice stuff in here. Priced as marked. Roxy Music has a bid for $35. And Brother Oh Brother, Show Pony. This is a Garage Psych album, 2017. And this is $34.99. Clint Howard on SB. And SB was probably for Sunbomb. That's already sold to Mike Osbaugh. Roxy Music does have a bid. Here's that Magical Mystery Tour. This one's a little bit different than most. I think it's a new one. I think it's a relatively new one that demands a little bit more money. I think it's like 87. Yeah, I think it's like a 1980s pressing of Magical Mystery Tour. This actually needs to go up for a $65 start. It is beautiful, though. It's a 180-gram Japanese pressing from, I believe, like the 80s. I knew it was different, and I knew it demanded a little bit more money just based on, it's got the book. Luckily, they were smart. They didn't put the book in the gatefold. They learned their lesson, didn't they? Yeah, very nice. You don't see that Obi as often. And over here, it says 87. 67? No, maybe it's more modern than that. There's actually a barcode on this. That says 67. Let's see what this might, 2012 maybe. Hold on a second. I got a starting bid over here for it, but I think it's 2012. Let me scan the barcode on the booklet. Yeah, 2012. These start on Discogs right now all overseas. Japan, and the United States. The only one in the United States is $200. The only one in the United States is $200. So, great starting price on that is $65. It's a Japanese Magical Mystery Tour, 180-gram, near mint minus and pristine. I bet that sounds phenomenal. Tyler Childers sold to Preston Rose. Eric Van Leuven was second. Next is Devo. This is new traditionalist. Yeah, it's on gray vinyl, sealed gray vinyl Rhino, $24.99. Wow. Just a FYI on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So if I order this new from distribution, it would almost be $10 more. This is sealed, $34.99. Master Mod got Devo. About everything I've seen in here new and sealed has been $5 or $10 below retail. Roxy Music, consider these crates sometimes like a new on sale crate, because a lot of times they are. About everything in here, that's why I don't take offers on these. Usually about every new record in here is $5 or $10 below MSRP list price. Beatles, even if they're pre-owned, just lightly used, they're still at like $10, $12, $15 below list price. Beatles has a bid for $65. Next is the White Stripes, the complete John Peel sessions, BBC, sealed, $24.99. And we have Dead Kennedys. This is sealed, $29.99 for the Dead Kennedys. Jeremy's quick on those White Stripes claim. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. I'm going to be honest, I can't remember where. Okay, I know where I hit it. I was like, where did I hid the sticker? My brain went blank there for a second. Boy, I got to get more rest. I can't hardly talk tonight. This is lack of sleep. When you work 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, sometimes you just, I can't even function sometimes. You can ask Paul, Laura, people that try to talk to me. I can't even like pay attention. I get zoned out, pass out, fall asleep. Bing Crosby. Look at all this Bing Crosby sheet music. Same thing. All this Bing Crosby. Very cool. All that's going to be sold together for $20. Dead Kennedy sold to Vladarchek. Did I get Roxy? You did get Roxy Music for $35. Yes. Janet next on Dead Kennedys. And the Beatles is now at $66 with Nashville Tiger. Bing Crosby sheet music, that entire stack, just a $10 start. A lot of this, of course, from the 40s, the 30s, the 50s. Bing Crosby here. I mean, there's a bunch in here. Page after page. Movie stuff, etc., etc. Okay. Next thing is Misfits. Misfits is $29.99. It's a 2020 reissue. The Collection Volume 1, $29.99 on that. And Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits. This is a great, just $19.99. See, that's like $10 below a new sealed copy. It's near mint, just lightly used, still in shrink. Everything in here is always at such a great price. Joan Jett, $19.99. We have Suicidal Tendencies. This is How Will I Laugh Tomorrow. It's sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. So the Beatles is at $72. The Bing Crosby sheet music is a $10 start. Brian Call on Joan Jett. That's sold to Brian Call. Guy Shard's in on the Bing Crosby. He's in on that at $10. Thank you. I had a feeling he'd probably bid on those too if you were bidding on Sinatra. The name of this band is Talking Heads. Sealed, a 2021 reissue on red vinyl, $39.99. Brian Call on Suicidal Tendencies. That is sold to Brian Call. Next thing we have is Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush is unopened. It's a new 2015 remaster in the perforated bag, $34.99. The Beatles is at $78. Matt on Rush, Caress of Steels. That is sold. Grumpy Moose Gaming, you were second on Suicidal. All right, now my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. Let me do that. Let me put one of these right here. There's that. And let's get a new empty crate filled up then. I need to go through the leftover flip crate stuff too. Tanner handed me the stuff left over this morning's flip crate. It was like 4 records. I was like, wow. So there's not really much to show you, but we'll do it in a second. Grumpy, second on Suicidal. John next on Rush. And the last bid on the Beatles was $78 with Nashville Tiger. Let's go ahead and sell the Bing Crosby sheet music, The Guy, for $10. Thank you for that. That is sold. Another nice pickup. I could have spent a lot of time boarding, bagging those and selling them, but this Fred Goodwin stuff, I've got to the point, unless it's just something pretty crazy, like we had those Caddyshack lobby cards the other night, original lobby cards. I was like, I bet they're take these back out and photograph them, etc., etc. All right, so let's put up a Japanese pressing then. That is going to be Duran Duran Notorious. And this is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Right, near mint minus and pristine. There's this. There's the cover. There's the obi. There's the insert. $35 start. Final call on the Beatles for $78. Vladarchek on the Misfits. All right. Next thing we have is the following. Blue It's the Blunt Osnord Memoria Vetusta 2, and that is $27. Haven't heard that name in a while. We had a lot of them there for a while. $27.99. Blunt Osnord, B-L-U-T. I think I put an N there like blunt, but it's blunt. A-U-S. And before I could even figure it out, Sean's like, Chad, just buy it and stop talking. There's that. And we have Enslaved. Homdal. Enslaved is $24.99. $24.99. Enslaved. Blackstone Cherry, Screaming at the Sky, sealed on white vinyl, $19.99. All right, Nashville Tiger, you do get the Magical Mystery Tour. Step right this way. A fantastic Japanese pressing, $78. Boy, they did a good job with the colors on the jacket, too. Roll on the Mystery Tour. Roll on. That is sold. And Sean Lee right back in on the Enslaved. Sean first, Shannon second. Duran Duran is a $35 start. This is sold to Master Ma 666. Neil Young, The Visitor. Neil Young with The Promise of the Real. That is unopened for just $24.99. And we have this, Adele, for $9.99. Adele 30. I remember when that came out. It was going to be like the biggest record ever. $35 on Duran Duran Notorious. Lothel on Adele. That is sold to Lothel. Adele 30. Next is Jack White, Lazzarato. This is sealed. $24.99. Ultra LP. Unopened Jack White. Unopened. $24.99. This is the Mosquitoes. Wow, the Mosquitoes. This is sealed. $14.99. A 2008 USOG Surf Garage. Guy Shard on Neil Young. Sold. Lothel. Matt, I have a new sealed Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM cut from the original master tape of Close to the Edge. It is $59.99. It's an audiophile grade pressing from Analog Productions. Jack White, sold to James Hicks. Matt says he'll take Close to the Edge. I will have to locate it. Okay? I will have to locate it, but I haven't. I had 2 left. I had 3. I had 4, 5, 6. We had like 2 pre-orders. I sold 1 live. I took 1 home, and there's 2 left. I'll find it for you. Next is Bush 16 Stone, sealed for $44.99. Michael Butler on Mosquitoes. Now, the Lamb lies down on Broadway. I'll check for a standard pressing. That is available through Analog Productions, but they did it over 4 LPs, so it's pretty pricey. It's like over $100, but it's amazing. It's like in a big, thick box, but I can get that. I've only ever ordered that as special order because not something cheap to stock. Pretty niche to find the audiophile listener for that. But I don't think that it's in print as a standard, like a standard deal. I think it's just through Analog Productions. Sealed, $19.99. Sealed, White Stripes. And this one is White Blood Cells. That's sold to Michael Freiberger. Okay? This is Glass Ox, Winds of Violence. Black Metal, $19.99. Black Metal. Get ready for Sean Lee Hooker to come in on that one. Joe Sontag on Blackstone Cherry. Next is Smashing Pumpkins Gish, a 2021 reissue, $32.99. No, it was Shannon Lee on Glass Ox. Red Hot Chili Peppers. I love Waffle House chili. Sealed for $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins sold to Lothel. Tom Waits Bone Machine, $22.99. Janet on R for Red Hot Chili Peppers, sold to Janet Gray, JetBlue 004. Joy, you were second. Let It Be, Speaking Words of Wisdom, sealed, $24.99. The Replacements, Stink, Kids Don't Follow, +7, $19.99. Lothel Wants the Bush for nostalgia. Yeah, there's great music on here. Everything's in. You gotta come back down from this cloud. Brian Call on the Beatles, sold. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues. Speaking in Tongues, yeah. Burning Down the House, blue vinyl, $39.99, blue vinyl. Those colored vinyl Talking Heads from Rocktober have really held their value, or Start Your Ear Off Right. Suicidal Tendencies, $29.99. Controlled by Hatred, blue vinyl, or Fruit Punch colored vinyl. Oh man, I got Takis dust in my eye. Ow. Devo, white vinyl. Devo is sealed. Crack That Whip, $24.99. Dang it, I got Takis spice in my eye. Let me mute my mic for a second. Okay, I'm back. Here we go. Brian Call got the Beatles. Joy Fino got the Talking Heads. I could have swore I sent a Devo claim. Maybe not. All right, let's read through these again. I'll let you know who got the Laura Cray sticker. Amanda Darby did. All right. Let's read through these one more time. Don't go anywhere. If you made a claim, you might want to pay attention, or it could still be unclaimed. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. The Primal Psychedelic Dead at its earliest and finest. A 2020 reissue, 180 gram, $19.99. Yeah, I think I rubbed my eye after handling this stuff right here, which is basically, they use this to fuel nuclear reactors. So, be careful. You'll put your eye out, kid. You'll put your eye out, kid. Brother, Oh Brother, Show Pony. A 2017 Garage Psych album, $34.99. Japanese no bids. Give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits, sealed. Greatest Hits, double LP, $34.99. The name of this band is Talking Heads, sealed, $39.99. Tom Waits, Bone Machine, $22.99. Joy on Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits. And The Replacements, Stink, Kids Don't Follow, +7, $19.99. And Suicidal Tendencies, Feel Like SHIT, Controlled by Hatred. This is sealed on Fruit Punch colored vinyl for $29.99. The Japanese no bids are Duran Duran Notorious, $35. The Very Best of Deep Purple, $35. Cheap Trick One-on-One, $35. Alcatraz Live Sentence, $35. In Excess to Swing, $35. Robert Plant Pictures at 11, $35. Indo G and Little Blunt, The Antidote, Memphis Rap promo, $20. All right. We have next Joy Fino Red, Kelly Vladicek on Replacements, Buddy Cordova on Suicidal, Jeremy Barnes was next. Okay? Whoever got, I think I know who it was a Suicidal Tendencies album, but not the one just claimed. It was the other one, which is How Will I Laugh? I think it was Brian Call. I think it was Brian Call on that one. And I'll show you why I put it on Suicidal Tendencies album. That's very angry, aggressive music, right? Very angry music. And the Lower Crate sticker, it looks like a Suicidal Tendencies album. Look at Snoopy. He's mad. And this is how Snoopy feels when y'all are mean to Laura. See, this is what happened. Mean to Laura. Now she's very mad. And she's listening to some Suicidal Tendencies. Just angry music because you got a mad Snoopy here. This is how Snoopy feels when y'all are mean to Laura. That goes to Brian Call. Is he even still watching? Brian, are you even still out there? I think that's in the other crate. Yeah, I think I've already swapped out crates. I have. We've almost sold everything, though. Where is that record at so I can put it on the... It was Suicidal Tendencies Laugh. What if... Oh, it's down here. It was Devo, Roxy, Dead, Joan Jett. There it is. It's called How Will I Laugh Tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Let's go into Brian. Ship it to Brian. Ship it to Brian. Ship it to Brian. There we go. All right. Next is Mike Straws wants Alcatraz. Gregory Roberts wants to put back Hermano album. Chad, I hate to do it, but if you can get the Hermano album, I need to put it back. I got to keep my powder dry for Metal Night. Hopefully Hiram wants it. Hiram Aponte, do you want the Hermano album? So that's Gregory's second putback. That's a $185,000 restocking fee he's racked up tonight. And then the next thing is the following. Chad, can we believe we're 2 days away from watching the Vols beat up on Syracuse? I hope. Mark Stanley said he would give 30 for Deep Purple. Sold. Here we are. I got to make sure Hiram's watching. If not, we'll just have to put it back. That was the second or third time that record was put back tonight. And everybody has just been talking nothing but positives about it. Nothing but positives. And it got put back twice. It's now cursed. Nobody's going to want it now. Must be priced pretty fairly. Must be out of print expensive record. I bet. That's probably why it's whatever it is. Hermano, what was it called? I'll have to go back and find it. Hermano, only a suggestion. Yeah, 2002. It looks like it last sold for $89 and $85 and $87. I think we had ours marked for what? $64.99? $59.99? $59.99. Yeah. $59.99. The last sold was $90, $85, 87. 89, 85, and 87. That's the last three that sold in the last 3 years on Discogs. Ours is marked 59.99. Only a suggestion by Hermano. Okay. All right, let's do a half-off crate. Probably no more, no less. Brian Call says, can we send that sticker? Can we send that sticker to... I think it's black. I'll have to go find it, but I'm pretty sure it was black. I don't remember being colored vinyl. Yeah, I'm looking at right now on Discogs, the 2002 U.S. and Canadian press, which I'm pretty sure is what it was. It's up to you. No pressure, though, but if you do want it, it's yours. Also, somebody asked what this right here was. I think it was Grumpy Moose Gaming. This is the Fleetwood Mac Tango in the Night. This is new. It comes out Friday. Rhino Reserve, all analog, $38.99. I better go get that sticker right now, Brian, and get it off your record, or it will probably end up... Let me go pull it off the cover then, and we'll just leave that on Ed's desk. Ed has little to-dos from people. And we'll make sure this gets to Stacy. I'll leave it right here in my to-do pile. Okay? All right. Let's move this right over here. All right, let's do some vintage, like half off. I should have some crates, some pretty new classic rock, pop, soul, jazz that I know some of y'all would probably love to see, that we probably need to do half off and fill up some more crates, okay? So let me do that. Let me move this over. Let me move that over. Let me find one here for us. I think that stuff there is really recent. That was the Hatchet Ed stuff from the other night. When were these marked? These were marked 08/26. That's a couple days ago. This one might be pretty good then. I mean, this is like really recent stuff then. Let me see what this stuff looks like. '08/26 as well. Let's do that one. That qualifies for nonsense. Really recent. Never been gone through a second time, and then all of a sudden they're half off. So we try to do one a night like this, maybe two. I keep them rolling if everything sells out. It gets kind of boring though when it's like, well, there's now 70 records left in here. Okay. So he's passing, so we'll just put that Hermano back. Whoever watches the sale, we'll go pull that out. And just charge Gregory, just charge him $75 restocking fee for putting it back. We'll cut him a break this time. It was only his third putback of the night. We sell a lot more Thursday nights. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, I got to make sure I got enough ammunition for Thursday night. Chad's going to be bringing all this insane, mind-blowing stuff. I'm just like, just buy it, figure out how to pay later. You ever heard of Discover? Ever heard of the Discover MasterCard? All right, these are probably really recent. These are probably really recent here, so let's do these half off. Figure out what else I can do over here. Here's an empty Amazon box. What came in it? 4 rolls of premium painter's tape. Okay. We're always buying stuff. We got to cut our budget here. We got to cut back on supplies. I need to rely more on Mike Massey. Mike, we need tape guns, pricing guns. Somebody just sent a bunch more air horns. We need more snacks, more drinks. A quick recap of unsold auctions. They're right here, and then we're about to put up even more. We got Japanese, Robert Plant, pitchers at 11, $35. In Excess to Swing, $35. Cheap Trick one-on-one, $35. Duran Duran, $35. Those are all near mint minus and pristine. Indo G and Little Blunt, The Antidote. Memphis Rap, VG Plus, White Label Promo, $20. That's the only ones that have not sold tonight. We're about to do some half-off vintage, no more, no less. I may or may not put up some more Japanese pressings. It is kind of late, and we've sold everything already. All the advertised stuff's gone. No leftovers except for The Antidote and the few Japanese. First record in here is live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West. This is $10. It's Michael Bloomfield Taj Mahal on the original Columbia 2i. $10 on that. Cheap Trick is sold to Lothel. That is sold over here to Matt Parsons for $35. Everything in this crate will be half off, no more, no less. Quickly. Did you say Memphis Rap? I did. Indigo G and Little Blunt. This is VG Plus, White Label Promo, $20. Next is So You Want to Be a Rock and Roll Star, The Scream Years of Australian Rock. Australian Rock Compilation, $10. Mike Bloomfield sold to Stephen Tuttle. I'll take Lil. That only if Nashville Tiger passes. Let me know. If not, Nat Reynolds says he'll take it. Half off crate, no more, no less. Oregon, Elvin Jones together. Now $10. $10. This is the half off crate. No more, no less. Jerry Lee Lewis keeps rocking. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. Gold stamp promo. Junior Mance live at the top. Guest artist David Newman. $12.50. Also over here, A Period of Transition, Van Morrison. This is $17.50. A Period of Transition, Van Morrison, $17.50. Also, Aretha Franklin, Queens of Soul, or Queen of Soul. Aretha Franklin, $10. Nashville Tiger passes. Nat Reynolds says he'll take it then. That's sold for $20. All right. Over here, we have Ambrosia. This is Ambrosia by Ambrosia, $10 on Ambrosia. And Wings, Paul McCartney, Wings Wildlife, $12.50. Very nice. Custom label, original. Sterling LH. Lee Holko doing the mastering, $12.50. Four Tops, Yesterday's Dreams. The Four Tops is $7.50. Some of the artists on the Australian comp. Let's see here. Scream Years. The Amazons, the Sunsets, the Rajas, the Black Diamonds, the Blue Beats, the Pogs, the Morok, the Mysteries with Y's and no E's, the Showman, the Lost Souls, the A-Sound, Rockin' Pneumonia and the Boogie Woogie. I think that was a song. That's by Flew, Kevin Bible and the Book. Jimmy Crockett and the Shanes, Blue Rags and Holler. Some of those are hard to read because they've kind of all blurred them together with the track listing. I might have read some. I very possibly could have read some tracks instead of artists. All right. William Drugovich says he'll take it. Australian. That's back when everybody was the somethings. You were the somethings, the this, the that. Okay, next thing is the Fifth Dimension, Living Together, Growing Together. The Fifth Dimension is $7.50. Exception, EKSEPTION, Exception, $7.50. Bottle of Wine, the Fireballs, $5. The Fireballs, bottle of wine, $5. And Junior Wells, It's My Life, Baby. An 87 press, $10. Looks like it's got some cover damage back here. Junior Wells, though, that's $10. Let's step right over here. I'll try another Japanese pressing. We'll try the Eagles, and we'll do this John Lennon, Elton John album, which looks pretty cool. The Eagles, The Long Run, is a Japanese pressing. Just a little bit of cover wear. Looks like maybe a little of those humidity spots on the cover. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect, though. Near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. Has this insert with it. Cover and obi. A $25 start. Okay? Let me make sure. Pull up our messenger. We had a couple new buyers tonight. Okay, good. They reached out to us. All right, good. And then here's Elton John and John Lennon. This is pretty cool. Live, November 28th, 1974. Elton John and John Lennon live. Near mint minus and pristine, $35 start on this one. That's Elton and John Lennon performing together live, $35 start. Okay? American Flyer, $10 on American Flyer. Stephen Ambrose, Gypsy Moth. It's got radio station markings from KDIC. $10 on that. Over here, Eagles 25, Eagles 26, Elton John, John Lennon, a $35 start on that. We have Nick Gilder, City Nights, $5. Greg Beddinger on the Fifth Dimension. That is so to Greg. Thank you, $7.50. And over here, we have the Wild Frantic Little Richard. $10 on the Wild Frantic Little Richard. Stone Alone, Bill Wyman. $10 on Bill Wyman, Stone Alone. Also, the original Blues Brothers, Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, $10. The original Blues Brothers, Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, $10. The Eagles is at $30 with Craig Honeycutt. Elton John and John Lennon, $35 start. No bid. Final call. We have Little Sonny, Hard Going Up. Little Sonny is $17.50. $17.50. That means it was $34.99 Enterprise label. Adam Bernardi on the Buddy Guy. What happened to that? Right here, Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, then Stephen, then Mike Ospaw on that one. Also, we have the Chief, Eddie Clearwater. That is $7.50. The Chief, Eddie Clearwater. Nature's Secret by Michael Cassidy, $7.50. Nature's Secret, Michael Cassidy, $7.50. Tim Vergara, you were actually fourth on that one. The Eagles at $30. I'm going to make sure John McPatriot's done bidding. The Long Run with In the City. Eddie Harris, Instant Death. Eddie Harris is $12.50. Also, Coliseum, Those Who Are About to Die, Salute You. Coliseum is $15. Also, Cowboys International, The Original Sin, 1979 New Wave. New Wave, $7.50. And we have Isaac Hayes, Funky Junkie. Isaac Hayes is $12.50. Michael Freiberger on Nick Gilder. And that's right here. So to Michael. Let's put that away. I'm going to grab a sleeve over here for the Eagles. And this is sold. And the Eagles is sold to Craig Honeycutt for $30. No bid on the Elton John, John Lennon. Y'all can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. No bid. $35 buy it now. No bid on the Elton John, John Lennon Live, 1974. Let's go ahead and put that right over here. And that is first an offer from Adam and then a claim from Jeremy. I was about to say, I was really surprised no one bid to begin with. But Adam, if you want it, your comment came in first, so that gave you dibs, $35. If not, then Jeremy, and then if not, Nashville Tigers. And then Jay Neutra wanted the tracks. It's already sold. Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana, $12.50 on Lonnie Mack. Let's go ahead and sell this to Adam then for $35. I guess I need to put up some more Japanese pressings then. We have Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot, $17.50 on Booker T. By the way, that is on Stacks, and it's extremely nice. I don't know how that didn't sell maybe even the first time around. And then BT Express Nonstop. And this is another just unusually nice copy here. BT Express, $10 on that. Mike Ospaw picking up the Lonnie Mack. We love half-off crates. Stephen Tuttle on Booker T. Now, the last time these were shown, they're half off. I've told you before. We do new arrivals. Sometimes I keep them at sticker price. Here lately, I've been doing a lot where we go ahead and take offers. And then if they don't sell, if they end up in a discount crate, that's sometimes the next history of their success or their existence. And then, or they could end up in a half-off crate. And that means they could get grabbed immediately or get bundled. Here's a classic album from the 80s. Journey Escape with Don't Stop Believin'. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing, a $35 start. It does have the obi up here on the top. They call that an obi cap. It has the Japanese insert with the lyrics. There's that. And Journey Escape is a $35 start. Whoops. The obi just flew off of it. Matt's already in. There's the back of it. I've actually seen some people, because they just like to have them on the sides, I mean, when you put it back in the sleeve, you could technically do that. It'd be kind of a little sideways, but some people just prefer to have them on the top or on the side like that. So actually, if you put it back down in the sleeve like this, it looks more like it's supposed to be, but it's designed to go on the top, almost like a lid. We have James Taylor. This is Dad Loves His Work. James Taylor is near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Dad Loves His Work. The vinyl is immaculate. It has the inner sleeve, a solicitation card, and insert Mr. Taylor, a $25 start. Fifth Dimension, Love Lines, Angles, and Rhymes. Very clean copy. It's got this die cut on the back. $7.50 on Fifth Dimension. Robin Lane and the Chartbusters is $6.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Bill Wyman, Stone Alone. Bill Wyman from the Rolling Stones, $10. It was $19.99. He was the bass player. Journey has one bid with Lothel for $35, just so you know. We'll give that its first warning. And then James Taylor's a $25 start. Junior Wells, Blues Hit Big Town. This is a big discount. Yeah, half off of $49.99. So $25 off makes it $25. Adam Bernardi gets BT Express. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Little Boots Hands. Little Boots is 2010, $17.50 on that. $17.50. Jim Ciascio on Stone Alone by Bill Wyman. And Stephen Tuttle on the Junior Wells. Yep. A lot of these new arrival crates here lately, for ever doing a nonsense, there's a really good chance you'll see some jazz and blues mixed in for nonsense, for sure. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $22.50. Now, I just ordered more of these. Of course, now it's at a really good price, but when I saw the price on this, I was like, man, is this a different version? Because usually I can get these wholesale new for a lot cheaper. John, okay, so the 2010, he is right. The last one that sold, that's weird. It's got some outliers on here. So this is the 2010 version, and every once in a while, some of them do jump way up there. So it's bizarre, but I have this like coming new and sealed, but evidently this is the first run they did of it from 2010. So every once in a while, I want to jump up there and demand more money. So that's sold to Jay Nutra. Lothel was second. Jay Nutra was first. And then we have Pugwash, the first international new release from Pugwash with Ray Davies, which is from the Kinks, Andy Partridge, and a shout from Jeff Lynne. Interesting. Some big names playing on this. It's a 2015 press for $12.50. Pugwash. ZZ Hill, Down Home. ZZ Hill's in Shrink. This is $7.50. $7.50 on that. And Al Stewart, The Early Years. This is a compilation from Love Chronicles, Bedsitter Images, Zero Flies. This is $10. This is Al Stewart, The Early Years. Journey has a new bid for $36. Okay? Now, Michael Butler wanted Pugwash. Matt's out on Journey. So, Craig, I was pausing just to sell it anyway to Matt. So, we're going to roll that one right over to you for that $36 bid. And if anybody wants James Taylor, he's a $25 buy it now. So let's just go ahead and put this away. And that's sold to him. All right. Next thing in here is Blues from the Montreux Jazz Festival. 2 LP, $17.50, was $34.99 with Bobby Bland, Dennis LaSalle, Johnny Taylor, immaculate vinyl. $17.50 on that. Let's go ahead and get James Taylor in a sleeve. Japanese pressing for 25 doll hairs. 25 doll hairs. Adam Bernardi, if you're interested in buying that Zeppelin poster, we can run it tonight if you want to bid on it. I'm probably going to ask $175 start for it, but I've actually photographed it. And if you want to bid on it tonight, we'll run it right now for the Zeppelin poster. I can put the images up on the screen because I photographed it last night. But it's going to be a $175 start. Neil Young, a 1750, Tonight's the Night. Beautiful Neil Young here. Textured cover. It's a gatefold jacket, and it should have an inner sleeve or insert with it. Yeah, it's got this inner sleeve here with more pictures. That's always been a tougher one to come through, it seems like. Neil Young, 1750 on that one. But I went ahead and spread out the Zeppelin poster last night. And no, we're not talking about Led Zeppelin. We're talking about Zeppelin like the Hindenburg. And Laura has sent me pictures from the metal auctions tomorrow. Let's go ahead and show those right quick. I'm about to show the metal auctions from Laura. Fifth Dimension. He says, hit me one more time with some Fifth Dimension. There we go. Sell that to Greg Beddinger. Nice. Steely Dan in quad for Pretzel Logic. $25 off makes this $25. $25. And the best of Brother Jack McDuff from 1969. This is $10. The best of Brother Jack McDuff. It's on this purple Prestige label. $10 on that. I think I'll pass. Okay. Well, you're the only one that really showed interest, so I'll probably wait then and post it and let everybody know we're going to be auctioning it. And there might be some people tune in just a bit on it. Mike can slip it in tomorrow during metal night. But I kind of stood on a crate and went my wide angle. I actually cleared off a bunch of stuff here so I could spread it out. And I snagged some pretty good pictures of it. It's actually pretty nice. And all that tape around the border is just going to peel right off. So Broken Homes is $5. Broken Homes. And Carrera, what a name. Carrera. Or maybe Car-era. That just don't sound good to me. $10 on that. And everything you wanted to hear by the Chiffons, but you couldn't get. $5. Will you show a pic? I will. I actually right now going to show this. How about this? How about I save Laura's images? And let me do it professionally here. Let me airdrop the images, the photos she just sent me. She just sent me a bunch of pictures. And let me hit airdrop. Let me send it to my Mac Mini. There it is. Thank you, Mac Mini. Let's save them to downloads. And is that everything? There they are. Let's see. Let me make sure it mirrors it to this screen. There's no telling what's about to happen right now. Okay, good. So yeah, this is it. And the chat bar is going to cut off some of it, but that's a full screen. So that is, man, I should have wrote down the dimensions. Maybe this other picture, okay, that'll put it into perspective a little bit. So over there, those tiles are like, what, 6 inches probably? Those little black and white tiles on the left, those are probably 6 inches to give you an idea. And it's a 1971 movie poster. Awesome graphics, though. And I think it's one of the first movies about the Hindenburg. Then I think they did another one. They did a movie like 4 years later about just Hindenburg. Yeah, it's at least 5 crates. It might be longer than 5 crates. It's much longer, of course, as you can see, than wide. Pictures for tomorrow. Iron Maiden, Grim Reaper, Hanoi Rocks, Alien, Armored Saint, Leather Angel, Tokyo Blade, Banshee, UFO, Virgin Steel, Vengeance, Great White, GNR, Venom, Masters of Metal, Living Color. Looks like a compilation. The Heavy Way, maybe. Loudness, Wasp, Metal Church, Motorhead, Pretty Made, Slayer. Wow, that's a tough Slayer to get. That is really tough to get. Megadeth, look how beautiful that looks. Obsession, Anthrax, Corrosion, Conformity, Mo-Fi, Megadeth, Wasp, Metallica. That Metallica is a OG Black album, by the way. OG Black album. King Diamond, Pretty Maids, Sinister, Slayer, Pantera, King Diamond, Slayer, Death, Faith No More, Mo-Fi, Spiritual Healing, and Marilyn Manson. And that Marilyn Manson's real. That's not a bootleg. That Marilyn Manson's real. That's not a bootleg. This is stuff for tomorrow. Slayer, Death, Faith No More, King Diamond, Death, Marilyn Manson, Pantera, Slayer, Sinister, Metallica, Megadeth, Pretty Maids, Wasp. That's a tough Wasp. We had one of those the other night. King Diamond, Faith No More, COC, Anthrax, Obsession, Megadeth, Slayer, Pretty Maids, Motorhead, Metal. This is going to be insane. And wait till you see the stuff that we're not going to show you. Wait till you see the stuff we're not going to show you. Yeah, just saying. All right, Steve Biddlecombe got chiffons. Adam Bernardi on the Era. And let's keep going through this half-off crate. We got Jerry Butler, Ice on Ice. Jerry Butler is $7.50. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker. That's now $10. The Dudes Doing Business. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker, $10 on that. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison is $17.50. Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. That is now $10. Steve Biddlecombe on JB for Jerry Butler, Ice on Ice. Thank you, Mr. Biddlecombe. We have the Best of Jerry Lee Lewis, Volume 2. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. John Hammond, Big City Blues, a 64 mono, $17.50. Sonny Boy Williamson, A Portrait in Blues, and that is a 1980 pressing. Now just $20 for Sonny Boy Williamson. $20 off. Nice vinyl, too. Also, we have Going Back Home, Howlin' Wolf. Wow, half off blues, $12.50, $12.50, $12.50. Sonny Boy Williamson sold to Michael Butler. Half off blues, can't go wrong here. Goodness gracious. Bobby Bland, Blues You Can Use. Michael Butler's racking up on them. Sold Michael Butler on Howlin' Wolf. Jay Neutra was second. Munford's Triple Trinities. We're in the last of those Laura. There was 4 Laura records left the other night. Here they are. This is Munford's Triple Trinities, just $5. Munford's Triple Trinities, $5. Boontar next on Howlin' Wolf, then Stephen Tuttle, then Tim Vangari. Harry Chapin, Story of a Life, the complete hit singles. Harry Chapin, $7.50. Cats in the Cradle and the Silver Spoon. It's on there. Tom McEwen on Mumfords. Adam Bernardi on Harry Chapin. And the last two also were 2 leftover records in Laura's crate. Dave Alvin, West of the West. Now just $9, a double LP. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Dang, I would have kept this. I forgot about it. $17.50, a Record Store Day exclusive on neon yellow vinyl. It's live in 1972. I would have kept that before it went to a half-off bin. I may have to give that to a spin. That's pretty sweet there. A live Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Alrighty, here. Jay Neutra was first. Adam Bernardi was first. Adam Bernardi, Jay Neutra, Jim B, and then Lothel. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Those keyboards, you can hear the keyboards warming up in the back. I can't do that solo. That's a tough. You can't even stylize that. Just like trying to do it with your mouth. Keith Emerson on the keyboards. Okay, that was a great half-off crate, I'll have to admit. There is a lot more still left in here, though. And maybe you missed something. Maybe you were thinking about something. We're going to knock these out one more time. And then we might need to offer these as a bundle. I feel like the titles are too good, but let's try to do it, okay? Plus, I hadn't seen some of my bundlers in a while. I hadn't heard Mark Kaser. I hadn't heard John Barry. I think these guys bought like thousands of records, and they're like, hold on a second. We got to get through what we bought already, Chad. Oregon, Elvin Jones. And I'm like, no, you don't. Just keep piling it on. Elvin Jones and Oregon together. So that's Elvin Jones and the band Oregon together. $10, and that's on Vanguard. Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. This is going to be quick. Junior Mance, that's record number 1. I'm surprised it didn't get grabbed. Junior Mance with David Newman on Atlantic Records, clean, and that is $12.50. I'm in for Lamb Lies Down and Close to the Edge. I'll take care of you. I've got to get those ordered. Well, I have Close to the Edge in stock. Lamb Lies Down, if it shows up, it'll be here Friday. If not, it'll be here next week. If it's in stock, I'll get you one either way. I'll try my best. Van Morrison, $17.50, Appear to Transition. Aretha Franklin is $10, Queen of Soul. Ambrosia is still available for $10. Ambrosia is $10. Wings is $12.50, Wildlife, Paul McCartney. The Four Tops, Yesterday's Dream, $7.50 on the Four Tops, an original Motown record. This is on Motown. It's super clean, too. Exceptionally nice for a record of that genre. Typically, they're just beat to death. Also, we have Exception for $7.50. The Fireballs is $5, bottle of wine. Junior Wells, It's My Life Baby, $10. American Flyer is $10. We have Stephen Ambrose, Gypsy Moth, $10 on that. The Wild, the Frantic Little Richard, $10. Little Sonny, Hard Going Up, $17.50. Eddie Clearwater, The Chief, $7.50. Nature's Secret by Michael Cassidy, $7.50. Are you referring to the Lamb Deluxe box set? We were referring to the Analog Productions. The Analog Productions pressing of that album is a 4LP binder-style book. It comes as like a binder, fixed spine 4LP. Eddie Harris, Instant Death, $12.50. Coliseum is $15. Cowboys International, The Original Sin, $7.50. Isaac Hayes, Funky Junkie, $12.50. Robin Lane and the Chartbusters, $6.50. Little Boots, $17.50. ZZ Hill, $7.50. Al Stewart, The Early Years, $10. Blues from the Montreux Jazz Festival, $17.50. And The Lamb Lies Down on Broad. I better stop. I better stop. All right. Let's see here. That's a good question. Let's find out, David. Well, it appears Stephen Tuttle says, yes, please stop. David, I don't think it's ever been open. This sticker on the back, it doesn't look like it's ever been peeled up. Okay? I have a feeling it's never been opened. Now, it's split over here on the side. The PVC is. You know what? This is a pretty ingenious design. They've actually left these slits where it can breathe. See these little slits here? So I think it's circulated air through there pretty good so it hadn't gassed. But I really can't tell looking at it. Maybe. It's hard to tell for sure unless I opened it. It looks like wear on the plastic, but it also looks like there might be some plastic transfer on it. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, I think this one's... You know what? Let's open it. We won't know anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Better than you open it. Yeah, it's pretty gassed, honestly. It is. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad, actually. Probably just going to set that aside. Yeah, y'all just always remember these records that they ship in this plastic, horrendous idea. Horrendous idea. So anytime you buy something like this, you might want to one or two things. Open it immediately if it's something brand new you've bought, or ask a seller like David Hoy, because it's already ruined. What year? 2010. It is relatively new, but it's ruined. Yeah. It can happen quickly. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as y'all buy those sleeves, I would just like cut out the sticker with the barcode and stuff and just throw that plastic away. Went from a genius. It did. I thought they were smart by putting these, I thought they put these little slits in there to get oxygen, you know, so it wouldn't do that, but yeah. Yeah, no, those are, I don't know why, that, well, I mean, to me, that's probably, they didn't have a budget for cover artwork. That's what that tells me. But how, I mean, how hard it'd be to draw something up? Just that tells me they didn't have a budget to do covers. So, Gene Brown, can you tell me some more information about Al Stewart? This is a 2 LP. It's a compilation of stuff his early years. It's on his label. $10 start. $10 start on that. Over here, and this is Steely Dan Pretzel Logic 25. Yeah, that gassing will cause a little bit of noise in the back. If you're really picky, I mean, it will still play fine, but probably David could tell you, and somebody else that's experienced that, they will cause a little bit of noise. A little bit of noise. That was limited to, okay, that's why. So that album does have a cover. So they, you know, one of my favorite albums, Elton John, he put out Madman Across the Water, and he did it like this. It was on really cool splatter vinyl. I was like, cool. They're remastering and reissuing anniversary. And then they put it out like in this, and I never did even order them. That was so disappointing. I was like, man, Sir Elton, why are you putting out this album in a piece of plastic? Gene Brown, Al Stewart. There's that. And then Bobby Bland, that's still in here. I got Blues from Montreux. It's $17.50. Okay, and then is there another one in here maybe by itself? There's a Junior Wells steel for $10. And this Bobby Bland is the Montreux $17.50. Steely Dan is a quad. Yeah, that's a quad pressing of Pretzel Logic. Half off of $49.99. The Best of Brother Jack McDuff, that's now $10. Broken Homes is $5. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker is $10. Michael Nath on Blues from Montreux Jazz Festival, that's sold. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart, $17.50. John McPatriot on Steely Dan. Stephen Tuttle on Junior Wells. Okay. Next is Daniel Amos, $10. Michael Nath next on Junior Wells. Best of Jerry Lee Lewis Volume 2, $5. John Hammond, $17.50. Bobby Bland, $10. And Dave Alvin, $9. There's another Bobby Bland. Bobby Bland Blues You Can Use, $10. David Hoy says it has a load of noise from the gassing compared to my other pressings. There you go. So yeah, that gassing can really affect stuff. A lot of those 12-inch singles, those from the 80s, they're picture disc and they're kept in plastic. Those tone and, you know, those are more novelty things, you know. I've always told anybody, if you're buying a picture disc, now there's some, the Tool Lateralis looks really good. There's a Tool Lateralis and it sounds pretty good. And they're also doing picture discs now. They're more so like, I think they're like, or there's some things that look like picture discs, but they're vinyl. They're actually vinyl. That Charlie Brown pumpkin, it's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. It looks like a pumpkin, and it's orange, but it's actually a piece of orange vinyl, and they've trimmed it to look like a pumpkin. And everybody's like, oh, that's a picture disc, I want to pass. And I'm like, no, it's actually a piece of vinyl they've cut. Michael Nath on Bobby Bland. Okay, so there's not much blues or jazz left in here. I'm going to put those together, maybe give it one more chance. Then I'm going to try to bundle. I mean, Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker is still available. That is $10. ZZ Hill and Brother Jack McDuff, $7.50 and $10. That's not really, more so funky and soul. Isaac Hayes still available for $12.50. Eddie Harris in the jazz category there, he's still available for $12.50. Eddie Clearwater, we got an autographed poster from him I'm going to try to sell soon. Eddie Clearwater, $7.50. He's a blues guitarist. Little Sonny, hard going up. He's $17.50. Little Sonny. And that's about it for blues and jazz. There's still some soul mixed in. Junior Mance with David Newman, that's $12.50. So there's some stuff there typically I don't see get left behind right in there. Junior Parker, Jimmy McGriff, McDuff, ZZ Hill, Harris, Clearwater, Little Sonny, Junior Manson, David. Any auction, no bids, just a couple. Duran Duran, NXS The Swing, and Robert Plant. Those are all Japanese pressings, $35. If anybody wants to try the Little Boots record, I'll sell it for, we'll do it for $7 if anybody wants it. We'll give David Hoy first dibs. I doubt he wants it because it's gas just like his other one, but because it's damaged, we'll sell it for $7. I'm glad he asked. A lot better than somebody buying it, opening it, and then finding out it's gassed and we have to give them a refund 2 weeks from now. So somebody might want it just to give it a try. I don't know a lot about Little Boots. There's only 3 no bids. And Zoetrope. Yeah, the Zoetropes, they're doing a good job for those. I've heard very little complaints. But another thing I was going to say is I think a lot of people buy those going into them knowing that, you know, they're not pressed on super vinyl. That's just something you should know. If you're buying the Zoetropes for the collectability and for the novelty of looking at it, or a picture disc, you got to expect not to be getting high quality stuff, you know, but some of them are pretty good. Some of them are pretty good. But I've always told people this is more like a collectible / gimmick thing. But if you're on if you're on it for the audiophile label, you're probably not buying that stuff anyways. I can offer these as a bundle. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Take the remaining blues for $30. Which ones do you consider blues? We might have to figure out which ones are blues. I guess Jimmy Griff and Junior Parker. Some of this could go blues, soul, / jazz. I considered the true blues in here. Clearwater, Little Sonny. I guess it depends on which ones maybe. I would do a bundle on those and then the rest of the crate. Or maybe this entire, if you're talking about this whole stack here. If it's this whole stack, I definitely have to have more than that. But maybe if you want to list the titles. I'm going to go ahead and be counting these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23. Man, there's some good titles in there. There's 20, not counting the stuff I separated up front there, 23 albums there. Maybe we got one of our bundlers on, just waiting to strike a deal. What the heck have I done with my other phone? Manson Harris. Well, one thing I got to say, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Now, the only way I discount them is if we bundle almost everything or a pretty big stack. So let me set these to the side. And everything that I just had there, I think, was 23 albums. And I'm at $115, which I think is a heck of a deal. If not, if I'm going to set them right aside, and I probably in flip crates and at another attempt, I probably can get 2 or 2.5 times that much. Okay? So these are half off, no more, no less. If they don't get bought right now for $115, no more, no less, then if anybody else wants to try something else at that half off price. But Billy, Yeah, that's the only why I normally do these. I've always stuck to that. Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Otherwise, that would violate a that would violate a sacred rule here at Coletco. But Michael, the Aretha Franklin, and maybe if you buy it, I'll reduce the price of the bundle. It's $10. It's Queen of Soul on the Harmony label. It's probably EX or better. $10 on Aretha. And I think we've got a Paul crate or a Laura crate here that we went through only one time at sticker price. We'll go through those best offer to go through another crate. Should be some good stuff. That's so to Michael. Now, there's 22 records for $105, which there's some great titles still left in there. So 22 for $105. If not, you could see them tomorrow morning. I say this a lot, and I mean it. You can see them tomorrow morning in the vintage flip crate for more or less. Who knows? More or less. Yeah, let me see what this crate here has. I feel like this stuff Paul or Laura marked one time. Yeah, I think this is the leftovers of a Laura crate from just the other night. So we probably need to take offers on these to go ahead and get these condensed. And I think the leftovers tonight and from this crate, if they don't all sell, I need to get those shown somewhere else. Okay. What was the Laura crate record you showed for $5? Laura crate record for $5. I don't think I've shown one for $5. Have I? Not to my knowledge. Let's go through these best offer. I still have some Fleetwood Mac Rhino reserve. I sold all the Stevie Nicks. I got to order some more, but yeah, I was kind of surprised myself. By the way, Paul, a lot of times when Paul does shows, there's not a lot of new vinyl that shows up. That's not going to be the case when he's here Friday and Saturday, because there's going to be quite a bit show up, and I'm going to have it all priced and all the access to all the waiting lists so he can go through new vinyl and we can do a normal show even though I'm not here as normal. Okay? Realistic poster timeline, probably here in the next 10 minutes. I was either going to flip a coin. I was either going to do it or not do it at all tonight. But I really want to go ahead and go through some more of these road posters and try to get some of them sold. I was hoping Kenny Begley would tune in. You're probably talking about this Little Boots Hands. I said $7. $7. Little Boots Hands. It was $35, but it's damaged from the gassing. Little Boots Hands. All right, these are best offer. Green Carnation Leaves of Yesteryear. Prague Metal from Norway, $24.99. The store is open. My mom will be here tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Yes, we're going to do a $1 sale next weekend. Not this weekend. We couldn't get it set up quick enough with Ed's schedule. Next weekend, we'll have a $1 sale. That will be the time, if you've never visited Coletco, to make a trip. Thousands of items for $1. Michael Nathkett's Robert Plant for $25. These are best offer here. Green Carnation, Iraq, Iran, and IKEA. That is a Psych album from Sweden, $27.99. And A.A. Bondi, American Hearts. A.A. Bondi, Folk Rock, $24.99. The Decemberist, The Crane Wife. The Decemberist is $32.99. The End Goes Before the Blossom Toes. That is a Beat Garage album, $19.99. Macy Gray, Ruby, $19.99. And we have the Decemberist is sold to James Allen if you want it for $28. $28 on that one. 13-4 box set. I have that over here. Robert, it might be a little bit too late to try it tonight. Plus, I wanted to go through it because it hadn't been checked or anything. It doesn't look like it has been. I can show it to give you an idea. What an interesting set. Sign of the Three-Eyed Men. Limited. There's where it's numbered. Looks like it comes with a gigantic book. Where's the vinyl at? Oh, wait a minute. This is CDs. Ah, this is CDs. Yeah. Still, though, what a cool set. Wow. A lot of information in here. Stickers, posters. Something fell down in here too, didn't it? Yeah, the sticker fell down. I'll have to look up some information on this too. Yeah, not running it tonight. We're not letting Jim B make his car payment this week. Okay. First thing is Adam Bernardi. You're first on Macy, but it will be sticker price because Michael and Steven claimed it right after you. James Allen gets the Decemberist for $25. We got Nectar Time Machine magenta colored vinyl. Prague, $17.99. Gentle Giant 3-piece suit. Gentle Giant is $22.99. Adam Bernardi says he'll take Macy a sticker. Gentle Giant 3-piece suite, not suit. Dave Davies, $17.99. Dave Davies was in a band called The Kinks. Modern Life is War, Tribulation Work Songs, Hardcore Punk, $29.99 on Modern Life is War. And Lou Reed, New York, a double LP clear vinyl, $29.99. Mark Stanley on Modern Life is War for $24. Thank you on that. Jeremy Bryant on Nectar for $12. So did Jeremy Bryant for $12. And Arcane, Americana. Arcane is left field electronic, unopened, $24.99. All that's left in there. Arcane, Americana. Lou Reed is $29.99. That one's called New York, double LP clear vinyl. Lou Reed, Dave Davies, Gentle Giant, The Ingos, A.A. Bondi, Iran, Iraq, IKEA, Green Carnation. Michael Nath gets Lou Reed for $25. Sold. Done. I got something to say. Patrick Francis on Dave Davies for $14. Sold. Almost swapped out another Laura crate. She's not even here to witness it. She's already left for the night. Where is tonight's newest stuff? We need to show all that one more time for the late night crowd. The newest stuff. Almost all gone, though. Surprised no one's in on the Gentle Giant, honestly. Okay. And here's, whoops, I need to move that crate first. Here's some of the newest stuff. I'm going to show this. I never did show it a second time tonight, and there were some pretty dang good titles in here. Thanks for the part 3. Yeah. Might try to do one more crate of vinyl after this one, and then we'll see if the poster buyers are here. Whew. I'm exhausted. Tonight, one of those nights is just like, it's been, once again, fast paced. I used to have shows and I'd be like, all right, let's just go as long as y'all want to. I'll be here till the sun comes up. Well, now I've realized people will take that seriously, and I could be here all night. But also now these shows during prime time are just so hardcore. It's just so fast paced for so long. By midnight and 1 a.m., my brain is fried. I either need to like pause and like rest for 30 minutes and come back. But if I did that, we'd be here till 4 and 5 a.m. Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. That's a double LP, $44.99. We still got Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99 for Ozzy. Got 2 of those. We have Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That's a double LP, $39.99. Wilco AM, cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray, numbered to 5,000. That's the new Rhino Hi-Fi series. So Ozzy, Limp Bizkit, Wilco, Corrosion of Conformity, Dokken, Breaking the Chains. That's on red vinyl. New and sealed, $33.99. This is new from Deep Purple, Rapture of the Deep, a 20th anniversary celebration. The album that set the path for Deep Purple in the 21st century. A bonus LP with rare jams and rehearsals. A 3 LP transparent blue vinyl, cut at 45 RPM, and $69.99. Jack Johnson and Friends, Sing-Alongs and Lullabies from Curious George. Upside Down, $36.99. We also have Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits, $34.99. And we got Three Doors Down, Away from the Sun. That's $34.99. Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water, $46.99. That's on silver and brown vinyl. And then a very popular one tonight. I think we sold over 10 copies. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, which is his greatest hits. Ozzy's $38.99. And the new release from Clutch, Psychic Warfare, an anniversary edition, and that is $29.99. Gentle Giant, I have it marked for $22.99. Jim B's offered $16. I guess. Sell this to Jim B for $16. I guess. We got to sell at least one. Surely somebody needs one record in here. I know all of y'all don't have Limp Bizkit sitting on your shelf. And you need some Limp Bizkit sitting on your shelf. You got to. You got to. I know y'all just don't have. There's no way. Y'all got to have some Limp Bizkit sitting on your shelf. Let me refresh this right over here. All right, let's try to figure out what we're going to do next. It's just one of those days. A lot of hate for Limp Bizkit. I don't have an Ozzy greatest hits. Tim, I mean, there's a rule. I got to sell a record out of every crate or I stop the show. So you might as well go ahead and buy an Ozzy before we take another step. Jim B is just dying to bid on this 13-4 Elevator CD box set. That was a claim and give me a clutch. There we go. All right. There we have it. Done and done. And now my crate's really full over here, so let me try to start a new crate. That's really full now. I talked to him. I was like, holy crap. Chad's probably serious, too. It's that time of night. He might actually end the sale if we don't buy this Ozzy. Holy crap. We better get to work. It's just one of those days. Do it for the nookie. It's just one of those days. All the he said, she said. That's the soundtrack of the 90s. How dare y'all? All right, here we go. Let's find... all right. Let's do one more half-off vintage crate. Should we? No. Are we? Maybe. That's a dang good one there. Let me see if there's one that's better than that one. Writing check. What's the one? Full Nelson checks. Something about you're writing checks you can't cash. After you listen to that, it's just like, well, time to go get in a fight with somebody at the bar. All right, here's what we're going to do. I've got a certain part of this crate. No, let's just do them all half off. Okay, even though some of them shouldn't be because they're New Orleans stuff. Let's go ahead and knock these out at half off. Okay. I'm about to sneeze. This will be the last crate of vinyl. This will be the last crate of vinyl. What have I done with it? Right here it is. Okay. This will be the last year of Phil Jackson as head coach of the Chicago Bulls. This will be the last year Phil Jackson will be the head coach of the Chicago Bulls. This is the last dance, folks. This is it. Phil Jackson is out after this one. And we're going to go through some posters. Daniel Rosen is like, sign me up. 31-23. Gosh, I hope it's a bigger margin than that. Here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Quickly. Rare Bird, somebody's watching. EX, $11.50. Jorge Santana, It's All About Love, $10. Minnie Riperton, Adventures in Paradise, $12.50. Carole King Thoroughbred, $7.50. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Prime Time, $5. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $10 on Rick Wakeman. Gene Autry, Sing South of the Border. Gene Autry, $10. Adam Bernardi on Carole King, sold. Carole King, sold. Jim B on MR, Minnie Riperton, sold. Michael Knapp next on Carole King, Jerry Krause. Jerry Lee Lewis, Hall of Fame, $5. I've watched that documentary 4 or 5 times. One thing when I watch it, it makes me a very motivated person. I love Michael Jordan. And the second thing, I was like, man, they probably could have won 2 or 3 more. Phil had to stay, though. Michael was like, listen, I'm not going anywhere. If Phil goes, I go. Chic is $7.50. Chic Tubes, The Completion Backwards Principle, $12.50. And John Denver, JD. John Denver's $5. Wolverine on CH. And that's probably for Chic, right? And then James Allen was next. Ambrosia, $10. A little bit of writing right there. It's got the original flip cover, $10. Marshall Tucker Band, $7.50. Searching for a Rainbow, $7.50. Marshall Tucker Band. Jerry Lee Lewis picture disc, $12.50. That is pretty cool. It's a Sun Greatest Hits picture disc of The Killer, $12.50. Jay Neutral, Marshall Tucker, sold. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Zoot Sims, Hawthorne Nights, $7.50. The other night when this was best offer, somebody was trying to offer me 10. I counted at 12, and now I'm selling it for less, $7.50. Over here, we got Blood Rock Live, $15. Adam Bernardi on Zoot Sims. Some of y'all are claiming fast. 10 gram on Jerry Lee Lewis, sold to Tim Graham. Also have Diane Davidson, Mountain Mama, 1972, $10. Elvin Bishop Group, $10. Sergio Mendes, $10. And Shorty Rogers and his Giants, the swinging Mr. Rogers, $7.50 for Shorty Rogers. Rock and roll beat, South Louisiana Rockers from the 1950s, $17.50. $17.50. Dinah Ross, $5. Adam Bernardi on Sergio. Sergio sold to Adam Bernardi. Next is Leslie Gore. Girl Talk. Leslie Gore is $10. Steve Biddlecombe on Rock and Roll Beat. Sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Next is Carly Simon playing possum. $5. Daniel Rosa next on Louisiana. Carl Perkins. Whole Lot of Shaking. $12.50. Wolverine on LG. Leslie Gore. Sold to Jason Boxell. Deep Purple. A 1970 UK copy. Half off. Makes it $25. It was $49.99. Carly Simon sold to Michael Nath. Rockabilly or Else. This is a compilation of Tennessee rockabillys. Roy the Hound Hall. No, excuse me. It's Roy the Hound Hall and his Tennessee rockabillys. I just know this. This is a pretty collectible label. Barrel House. Excuse the nudity there. $17.50 on that one. Pressing on Carl Perkins. It's on Murray Hill Records and Tapes. Murray Hill Records and Tapes. Some kind of early 80s looking, late 70s CBS special products. $12.50 on that. James Allen claimed Chic. Chic was claimed by Wolverine and then James Allen. James Allen was second. Info on Deep Purple and year. Deep Purple, 1970 UK, no condition notes, $25. Loverboy, self-titled Shrink and Hop sticker, $12.50. Hang Loose with a Surfing Lungs. The Surfing Lugs, 1996 Spain, $13.50. Chrome Reverse, They Want to Fight. Chrome Reverse is sealed, $7.50. The Ah No Mononen, Ah No Mo On. The Derby Ram, $10. The Derby Ram. We have Wheels on Fire, Liar Liar, 2010 German Garage Power Pop, 5 doll hairs. Susie and Los Quattro, Hawk, I think. Sealed, $7.50. Guana Bats, Electric Glide in Blue. Rockabilly, $7.50. Max Mouse and the Gorillas. Classic Rock, $5. Max Mouse. Tutti Frutti, The Majestics, 87 UK, $5. I told y'all, first crate was like top 40 stuff. Last crate is all what we call the New Orleans collection. Biddlecombe on Guana Bats. Sold to Steve Biddlecombe. We have Stewed, Ahead of Confusion. That's a 96 UK Garage, $5. Adam Bernardi on Majestics. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. What happened to that? This one right here. Chris Knapp was next on Majestics, right? We have Longleat Beethoven, an 89 Denmark beat compilation. Beethoven, okay? Not Bay, beat. $10. The Bluzz Blasters. Bluzz, Blues. Bluzz is Get Blasted. $5. Chris Knapp on Stewed. Sold to Chris Knapp. We have what? A Garage Punk Noise. It is Figures of Light, the TV smashing concert from live at St. Scott Hall, Rutgers University. It's $10. Loverboy is $10. Scott Arnold. We have Chris Knapp on Max Mouse. This is sold to Chris. Oh, Max. Okay, Max Mouse. You got that one. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. The Sleep is $5. The Sleep is $5. Naked Movie Star, Cindy Lee Berryhill, $5. We got The Bluzz Basters, The Bluzz, The Who. We have On Trial Forever, 2006 Denmark Stoner Rock, $10. Also, Totas Blues Band Combination Boogie, $7.50. Chris Knapp or Series. Sleep. He's trying to get Sleep. Hiram Ponte on Trial. Hiram gets the Stoner Rock. Freddie Rogers. No, Freddie Frogs. Where did I get Rogers at? Rockabilly for $5. East. West. What direction? West Road Blues Band. $7.50. Gene Brown on Berry Hill. Berry Hill. Barry Hill, was that claimed already? Barry Hill. This one right here. Chris Knapp said that one before that one too. Okay, well, I've got bad news. By the time you say that one and before that one too, then I've probably already flipped through 10 comments, 10 records before that comment shows up. It's a white with black trim cover. This one, sold to Chris Knapp. Adam Bernardi on West, sold. I'll try the East Blues Band. That was already sold to Adam Bernardi. It's actually West. I couldn't get my directions. Chris Knapp, I think I got you figured out. Let's read through those again. Chris Knapp said no. He says a white with black trim cover. This to me looks like a white with black trim cover. So we're going to put that back. He did not want it. Okay. Then whatever you want, it's not in here anymore. Patrick Francis says, let me have that one. Oh boy. I'm lost as last year's Easter egg that got stepped on. Not only am I lost, but I've also been stepped on. I'll take Buzz. I think somebody already bought that. Chris Knapp said, nailed it. Gracias. Black and white. Yes, that's it. I'll take this one. Oh my gosh. What is going on all of a sudden? Hold on, man. Let me go drop a cinder block on my foot and maybe all this will feel better. Oh, so Chris does want this one. Chris, by the time you comment, I'll take that one. By the time you say that, it doesn't show up. Don't ever say, I'll take that one, okay? It says Buzz on the cover. What is going on? Have y'all been, like, smoking some dope? Who's willing to admit they're smoking dope right now, okay? There's some dope smokers going on, okay? Chris Knapp, this is the one he wants, okay? Chris Knapp, he's as high right now as a kite on a windy day. Golly. Scott's high. There's a lot of drinking or something going on in the chat. Goodness gracious. Golly, what do y'all do? Get baked and decide to get back on the chat? Hold on, man. Let me go eat a couple of these. Let me go eat a couple of these brownies right quick and then get back on Chad's show and completely destroy everything. Okay, let's go through these again. This time even faster, okay? We're going to go through these even faster the second time. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Make sure, don't ever say that one. Okay. John McPatriot says he'll take Loverboy. Well, the bad news is it's still $12.50. We've had an offer for $7. We've had an offer for $10. But let me go ahead and make you this aware. If you want this album, here's the price. You can take it or leave it. It's Loverboy, $12.50, okay? Next auction is Rare, or we should say next record, Rare Bird, Somebody's Watching, EX, $11.50. Jorge Santana, It's All About Love, $10. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Prime Time, $5 for Tony Orlando and Dawn. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, or White Rock. That's hard to say. White Rock, that's what the Clintons were mixed up in, wasn't it? White Rock. What was that? What was that happened? Gene Autry sings South of the Border. $10 for Gene Autry. Jerry Lee Lewis sings the Country Music Hall of Fame. $5. Tubes, The Completion Backwards Principle. $12.50. John Denver, JD. $5. White Water, there we go. White Rock. Ambrosia's, $10. We have Blood Rock Live, $15. Blood Rock Live. Ugh. Diane Davidson, Mountain Mama, $10. Elvin Bishop Group, $10. Shorty Rogers and his Giants, the swinging Mr. Rogers, $7.50. I know my mom brought me some lasagna, okay? I've got vinyl on my mind. I've got posters on my mind. But I'll tell you what's on the top of my mind is Mama's lasagna, okay? It's up front saying, Chad, please put me in the microwave. Dinah Ross, Silk, $5. Rockabilly or Else. This is Roy the Hound Hall and his Tennessee Rockabillys, $17.50. Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shaking, $12.50. Michael's in on $10 on the lasagna. Deep Purple, 1970 UK. Check this out. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's $25. Jason Fornerat on Hound Dog. The Hound? Hound Hog? Was there a Hound Hog? A lot of hounds in here. A lot of hogs. Right here. Hound, I think that's what he wanted. Wolverine on DR for Deep Purple, right? He put DR. Maybe he wanted Dinah Ross. Tom McEwen also wanted Dinah Ross. We'll give it to Jason. And then Tom, then Michael Nath on Deep Purple. Is Dinah Ross sealed? No. Lasagna is now at $45. The Surfing Lungs, $13.50. Adam Bernardi on holy Oreos and milk. Ambrosia. Double stuffed Oreos. Here comes Chrome Reverse. They want to fight. And she beat them all up. Sealed, $7.50. Boy, take a look at this name. Talking about somebody was high when they decided to make their name. Hey, guys, let's name our band the Yanamona Mana Monon. The Derby Ram, $10. And that is German folk rock. Germans, $10. Next, Patrick Francis and Ambrosia. Adam Bernardi's already beat you to it. Wheels on Fire by Liar Liar. 2010 German, $5. Susie and Los Quattro. Hawk. Sealed for $7.50. Wow. No one got Beethoven. Surely for $10, just for the cover. That's Beethoven playing a Dan electric guitar. And Tortillas Blues Band Combination Boogie, $7.50. The Anomenon is sold to Jason Fornerat. And Freddie Frogs, $5. Okay, let's be careful here. Chris says, give me the German and the Hawk. Okay, the German and the Hawk. The German, I think Jason just bought the German, right? That was the Monononon. And he wants Susie and the Hawk. I'll let y'all finish the sentence. Hawk. What happened to Hawk? That was the Los Quattros. Where is it? Right there. Hawk. Sold to Chris Knapp. Lasagna, it has a reserve. So Jim B's at 45, but the reserve hadn't been met. Sorry. And then Chris Frazier is finally going to get the Lover Boy. He's like, all right, I'm in at $12.50. That's so to Chris Frazier. Now, we might do a bundle because Matt just anticipated. He just left a statement that he wanted to do a bundle. I'm going to price it. The first person who says bundle or sold gets them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay? Season of Los Cuatros Hawk. That's already been sold. But I do have 19 records here if anybody wants these. The bundle price is only $90. $90 for the last 19. $90. $90. $90. The reserve on the lasagna was $1 million. So, Jim, you'd have to sell a couple of your Ferraris. A couple of your Ferraris. Let's get this bundle sold, Matt. Come on, Lothel. You only live once. You only live once. If anybody right now is living for the second time, I would love to interview you. Randall, that was a late 70s, early 80s press. I'm at 473. These are great titles, though. That's like half off of half off of half off. You're basically getting paid to buy these right now. Did you get my ambrosia? There was only one ambrosia in here, and somebody already bought it earlier. When did that happen? Ambrosia was sold earlier. Ambrosia was sold earlier to Adam Bernardi. Patrick, you were second. That was earlier. Then you claimed it again, but Adam's already got it. Tonight has been mostly New Orleans stuff from Paul and Laura, which I would say most people buying those probably buy them just based off the genre, just something new and unusual to listen to. I know one crate I went through from Paul, we probably went through 50 or 60 records. I only knew one artist, and there was 2 records by that artist. So, Gene Brown, Wheels on Fire. Let's go ahead and sell that to Gene for $5. Now the bundle's $85 for 18. 85 for 18 makes them 472. All right, what we're going to do, that's the last of vinyl. I've got a tub of rolled posters. I don't know what they are. We're about to flip through those, and I'm going to try to knock out this stuff in a half hour. We might go another hour. I have a to-do list the size of the Declaration of Independence, which is a very large document, a lot of words. So, you get what I'm trying to say, right? And plus, I got a date with some lasagna. And I'm talking about, I'll show you a picture when she sent it to me, when it was right out of the oven. This is some extremely impressive home cooking from Mother Julie. I mean, this is delicious. Okay? This is what we're talking about. This is what I'm waiting on right now. I mean, oh my gosh. Garlic toast. Look at this. All right. Any CDs? I can, yeah, we might go through this one box down here. A few. All right, let's go get that. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I don't got Kenny Begley on. I hadn't seen Kenny Begley. That sucks. What's in here? Are these Fred? Where do these come from? Gotta make sure there's no dirty posters in here. Disney. Oh no. This might be Kiss stuff. I mean, some of this could be really good posters. Is this all from Disney? Disney, I'm not talking about Mickey Mouse. I'm talking about a guy's last name we bought. All right, let's go through these. We could hit Westerns and be the greatest night of Daniel Rosen's life, or we could hit a bunch of metal posters, and I can find some really good stuff to sell tomorrow if they don't sell tonight. Julie says she's still awake. Mom's still awake. If you want a price on anything, just let me know. Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. It's a teaser poster. Spider-Man, exclusively in movie theaters June 2nd. Spider-Man. Price, Paul Brothers, $25. $25. First thing we have is bundle 65. Matt Parsons has offered 65 for the bundle. I was at a price of 85. Matt, let's do 70 and you can be the greatest human on earth. Okay, that's a big, tall task, but first poster already sold to Paul Brothers for $25. Thank you, Paul. Matt gets the bundle for $70. Let me tag all this stuff up, and we have ourselves an empty crate. Folks, what a night for vinyl. That filled up our 7th crate. Even though we started late and we had major connection problems, we've managed to sell just as much as we've had the last 2 nights. And we started late and we had 2 connection problems that probably delayed me an hour. Nice. Gone. That bundle's sold. Great decision. All right. First thing we have over here. We're about to get some cool posters, I have a feeling. What the heck is this? American Rock 426 Henny. It's a Dodge poster with Aerosmith. An Aerosmith. This is all Dodge and Aerosmith related. Dodge and Aerosmith related. That has got to be $25. Come on. $25 all day long for that. Chris Frazier has first dibs. This says Mike's Metal Posters. Holy crap, what could be in here? See, I got tubes like this in the back full of posters I've never looked at in my life. We probably bought them from a guy's collection that probably hadn't looked at them his entire life. There's no telling. There could be a broadside copy in here of the Declaration of Independence. Chris is a Chevy man. He said pass on the Dodge. He'd rather get shot in the foot than drive a Dodge. Wow. Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley. Beautiful condition. Funky Enterprises, 1985. Paul Stanley. Aerosmith, Paul Stanley. Kiss. $19.90. Kiss. Kiss. 1984 with Mark St. John on that one. Kiss. Crazy Nights. Boy, some of these is, any one of these is going to take a lot of research. Kiss. Animalize. Wow. Yeah, those are some good posters. If y'all want a price now, let me know. I'd say my guess, any of those are probably between $25, $35, and $150. It just depends. I don't know. We'd have to check them. Those I'm not going to guess on. Too risky there. But I will get you a price. For Kiss Animalize, was that, let's see. That was this one. This one, Chris Frazier. This one here. I can check on that for you. Let's see over here. That one was different because it had a, it's got that Gene Simmons mask on it, and it's got German. It's definitely a foreign poster. That's pretty significant to see that. Let me go over here to this, and let me go ahead and be putting up some other stuff here. Let me move these over here. Those are great for Monday night. Paul Brothers is going to get the Aerosmith poster. Great. Let me clear these off. Let me get my phone here where I can look at it. Kiss Animalized poster. Let's go sort. German. There's one, Chris, that sold May of 2024. $75. $75. Aerosmith is sold for $25 to Paul Brothers. That one there is $75. Okay. All right. Next. It is a German 24 by 34. Okay. There's the Ace Frehley. This is signed by the artist. Ace Frehley Spacewalk, a salute to Ace Frehley. It's signed by the artist down here and dated 2001. All right, we've already knocked out like 3 tubes, so let me go grab some more. You think all the time you need to. You can think as long as you need to. I'm going to put the posters that don't sell right here. And let me go over here. If this is the guy's Kiss collection, I'll try to show maybe a few more, but I was hoping there'd be, well, we're about to find, I mean, there was an Aerosmith. Iron. Yeah, I just don't know. We'll have to open up some of these. This says Kiss tour posters. Let's pass on that for right now. What's in this tube? This tube is very heavy. Goodness gracious. 80s Kiss posters. Golly. And these are ones I didn't know I had. Y'all should see how many I've already got. I've got over 500 Kiss posters. I counted them. I've got them all rolled up. We've already got over 500 rolled original vintage Kiss posters. These are ones I'm finding that I didn't even know we had. Yeah, the pornographic crate sold out. Well, none of the dirty stuff is left. Horror movie posters. We're about to find out. I wish I knew what I had to tell you, but I'm opening up tubes that haven't been opened in years. We're about to find out. And then I'll try to find a stash of Fred stuff, if I can. If. Because I'm just doing it tub at a time. Another poster of Kiss. Blackberry Smoke, Mercury Ballroom. Blackberry Smoke, Mercury Ballroom, Louisville, Kentucky, May 15, 2014. Okay. This is Kiss. This is of a copy of that 77 poster. Jason Isbell, live from the Ryman. And Muscle Shoals, The Incredible True Story. So that's kind of like a movie poster there. Muscle Shoals, movie poster. Bono, Alicia Keys, Aretha Franklin, Steve Winwood, etc. Okay, was that the only tube? Where's the other tube I grabbed? I'm having trouble figuring out what I have and haven't grabbed. Okay, so wait a minute. That's empty, right? That's empty. That's empty. Is this empty? Muscle Shoals. $25. $25. And then let me try to find some that's not Kiss. Okay? Nothing against Kiss, but just not the right time right now. Sorry, Chris Frazier. Trust me, though, they'll eventually all sell or be sold. What the heck is this? That's bizarre. Let me open that up. And this says miscellaneous. What could this be? I like the word miscellaneous. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Is this Kiss? What's it say? Wow, I bet this is tough to get. Are these from 77? Wow. Hey, Kenny is watching. Good. I've never seen these. Okay, Kiss reprint small. The New York, how about $15? The New York one, I'll do 15 on that one. All right, sell that to him for 15. Golly, we got a lot of Kiss posters. I wish I had them all like photographed where I could just post them. $50 each. What do you even call these? Mylar? He said Mylar. Vintage Original Kiss 5 Mylar poster set. Is there 5 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 here. How many is supposed to be? There's 5 in this lot. There was 5 in that lot. So let's see what we got. We got a band shot. We got another band shot. We got Peter. We've got Ace. Paul. Gene. Okay, so we got 2 band shots. And then all 4. 6 is complete. Well, a set of 5 sold for $600. A set of 5 sold for $400. A group one sold for $250. There's a group one rolled sealed $200. There's where somebody was selling some sealed rolled ones for $200 a piece. Wow, these things, I knew they were. I was about to say, this has to be something pretty dang pricey because, 1, I've never seen them. Of course, there's some Kiss fans on here that's seen everything. 2, they're so fragile. These got to be hard to keep, you know, like them to even exist. I mean, it's just like a piece of, I don't know, it's like a, yeah, they're expensive. If anybody seriously wants a prize, if not, Monday night auction's a good idea. When Laura sends me all the hot picture stuff, we need to photograph these and sell these as a set. I'm going to say if these we'll sell between $500 and $800. That's going to be my guess. That's going to be my guess. Let me lay these somewhere very, yeah, my finger, you're right about the fingerprints. I'm going to lay them somewhere where they're safe for right now till I can photograph them. That's a pretty cool set. I'm going to wait and just say we'll sell those at auction at some point. Didn't even know I had them. I'm telling you, there are tubes over here just full of Kiss posters. Some of them have 10, 20 rolled up in the same tube. All right, let's go with this. This one, I think it says miscellaneous. What does that say? Wrong camera. Misc something music. So that could be different ones. All right. Let's go back over here to the top cam. Yeah, that's like a sheet of... Wow. See? There's a lot of stuff down in there. I'm hoping... Oh, I see Poison. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not going to do... I'm going to save all the Kiss stuff for Mondays. Because I think after we sell this bootleg collection, we can just do Kiss posters on Monday. And other Kiss stuff I've got stashed around here. Oh my gosh, there's no telling. You'll open up a tub and it'll be full of Kiss toys. Nothing too vintage, but still cool. This could be some really nice posters here. If these are all what I think they are, if they came from Mr. Doug Disney, only thing he bought was Kiss, metal, and more metal. Okay? Danny, do you want to make an offer on Muscle Shoals? We gotta get your road poster lot built up. If you decide you want that animalized, let me know. There's Muscle Shoals. I'm gonna leave this over here in case he does want it. And let's get started right here. What is this first one? Everything's okay. Uh-oh. Holy mackerel. Oh my goodness. Wow. Golly. Wow. These are in fantastic condition. Not TA7 Funky Enterprises. Whoa. Wow. What is going on? Black light. That's beautiful. Let's see if it's got a year on it. I bet this is a little bit more modern. Yeah, 2003. That's a 2003. I was about to say it's too new looking. 2003. But still, what do we have here? Wow, this is signed by Bruce Kulick at the bottom. It looked like it was. Hold on a second. Wow, it's signed by Eric Singer, and it's signed by, I thought I saw Bruce Kulick. Yeah, it's signed by Eric Singer and Bruce Kulick. There's Bruce, and there's Eric Singer. Wow, let me go put this in my autograph section. Stuff I got to get authenticated. Whoa. Talking about an auction for tomorrow night. Holy mackerel. What do we have here? Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. I've never seen such an auction for tomorrow night in my life. Wow. Holy moly. Let me go put this over here in my autographs. The Eric Singer, Bruce Kulick. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm saying wow a lot. That's another cool one. Yeah, they're legit, but I always have them authenticated because we just, It's hard for us to sell stuff without COAs. Testament. Iron Maiden. I just now seen your comment, Danny. I'm so excited to see what the next poster is. All right, let me look up a couple right quick and see what I can find. We'll pause right there at Testament. I could have swore I seen another Iron Maiden. It might have got rolled up inside of another one. Let me see if I can find some comps on these right quick. Let me move this stuff here. All right, so let's do... All right, first let's do Iron Maiden, Peace, 1983. And usually when I'm pricing posters like this at night, probably the price I'm telling you is probably the price I'm going to start it for tomorrow. And I'm going to say, Danny, $75 on Iron Maiden. Okay. And then Kiss was 2003 Blacklight. Black, not backlight, Chad. Let me put that together as one word. I think that's one word, yeah. Okay. Couple price variances. There's an outlier at 140, and then there's one that's like really cheap. So I'm gonna say Kiss Blacklight, $55. And that's what I'll start the bid at the next time it goes up. So 75, 55, and then Testament 1990 poster. Danny, I'm going to say a bite now on that for $35. All right, let's keep rolling. Looks like we got... Wow, I've never seen that one before. Look at that Dio poster. Holy moly. I thought it was Paul Stanley at first. Dio from 1984. Let's open that one up again. Three versions. Oh, that's probably why there's price differences. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Wow, and this is actually a record store. This is a record store promotional poster. Wow. I got two of them, too. Kiss sold 55, yeah. Chris, if I would have started at $55 on Monday night, it would have well brought over 100, I bet. One of the perks of watching late. It's in beautiful condition. I'm going to sell that to Chris Frazier for $55. All right. I feel like I've sold a lot more, but that was only the third poster we've sold. That was only the third one. Scorpions. That was Dio back there. This looks like Tesla. Holy moly. Tesla. And then we got Kiss Sympathy, Symphony, Alive 4. I've never seen that one. Dio, yeah, Dio. I've never seen. Well, most of these I have never seen. A lot of these, yeah, a lot of these I've never seen before. Yeah, if we could get all these photographed and put them in a hot picture, this would blow some people's minds if they had any idea. Y'all can brag tomorrow. Y'all can be like, dude, y'all should have seen these freaking posters Chad was bringing out last night. It was absolutely insane. I couldn't believe it. It was just crazy. Patty, $45. I'm going to say it's in near mint condition. $45, Patty. Okay, that was truly miscellaneous. That was all of that tube. Let me go find some more. And if anybody's thinking on something, or if you want to know a price, just let me know. Just let me know. I'm going to first move this stuff right over here. And I'm going to use this crate to put these in. Okay. This is awesome music room decorations. These have been kept so nice. I'm going to stack them up in this crate here. Thinking about it. Go right ahead. Plus, remember, if you're buying a rolled poster, the first one you buy, you know, I try to price them. Wait a minute. Is there more in the mist tube? Hold on a second. Nope, it's empty. I try to price them knowing the fact that you may only buy one, and we might have to pay for tube and postage. So keep in mind, if I say $45 and I have a feeling you've only bought 0 posters, then it's gonna, you might as well say you're paying $15 extra for shipping. Not on every occasion, because sometimes I price stuff to people knowing they've already bought a poster or two. But either way, the prices tonight, it's like, well, some of these would be starting bids at the same time. So it's just like, I feel like I'm doing a kind of a shipping included, but also the fact that that's probably the starting bid. So it's like, well, even though if you've bought one and I say 45, I probably wouldn't take 30 because there's a good chance I'm going to start it at 45 and it's going to go up from there. Or it may not. You know, they may not. We might not sell a single one of these. I bet if I was a betting man, though, that wouldn't happen. All right, let me put all these in there. I feel like I've went through more, though. This is weird. We've only sold 3, and there's only about 20 here, but I guess because they've been so nice and we're having to unroll them all, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let me see what else is in this. Let me see what else is over here in this tub. This is some people's forte. It's not some people's forte. I'm hoping one of them will say movie posters. This one says from CJ. Let's open that up. What does this tube say? If I was a betting man, I bet it's Kiss, but we better go find out. Looks like he bought a bunch of stuff on eBay and didn't even open it because they're still sealed. Or maybe he looked at them one time. This has got to be Kiss stuff, but let's open it up and find out. Maybe not. Maybe it is. I'm kind of hoping for both. Maybe a mix. Okay. Where's a box cutter at when I need it? Nice, Keith Richards. I'm hoping I'll open up one of these things and they'll be signed like that singer Kulik, but maybe by like Gene Paul Ace. Man, there's a poster. There's still one more down in here, but there we go. All right. This first one is Record Store Day. A Record Store Day poster with a robot on the cover. Very cool. This is Ghost, Ceremony and Devotion. Looks like a record store poster. Nope. Yeah, well, sort of. It's double backed. Ceremony and Devotion, Ghost. Sweet Keith Richards poster. Absolutely just a killer Keith Richards poster. And I've never seen this before. Anybody knows what this is? I've never seen that. It's a triangle with a rainbow. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I got 3 posters to check. Let's look up the Dio for Michael Ruttman. And then the Scorpions, and then Guy Shard on Keith Richards. I better narrow my... Let me go grab it so I can get a year for you. Which one was that? It was not rolled on the outside, wasn't it? That was... Who was this? That was Poison. Yep. Alright. That was Poison. Dio. I feel like it was rolled. Is this it? Yeah. No, that's Kiss. Okay. I bet this is it. Yeah. I knew it was rolled. It was rolled on the outside. Dio is 1984 Ninja. I mean, I use eBay as a reference. Just because it's sold for eBay doesn't mean I can get that, but it also means I could possibly get a lot more. I use it as a pretty good reference, just to give me an idea. What was it right there? $34th. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say. Boy, I like this myself. Very good condition. I'm gonna say 75 on Dio, Michael Ruttman. Okay, 75 on Dio. I better jot some of this stuff down in case somebody says they'll take it later. Y'all will remember the prices a lot better than I do. All right, so Dio, let's say 75. Okay, and then Scorpions. Also, I already priced Testament for 45. And type in poster. Records. It was a Records, Mercury's, and Tape. There's one. All right, let's do Man, I know a couple people love some Scorpions. I'm going to say Scorpions. I'll say, I'm going to say $75 on that too. So $75 on that, just because mostly it's a promo poster. So $75. He already has an open order. He's already bought some. That's good to know. Okay, and then let's look up the Keith Richards here for Guy. Keith, Guy, I think this is a modern poster, or it's in phenomenal condition. Let's look at the bottom. It is pretty modern, I think. Photo by Gibsert Hanruk, published by Artificial Posters, printed in the EC. Okay. So we're going to type in Keith Richards. I have an idea just because I know it's modern, unless it's just some kind of limited edition. Yeah, I'll say Keith Richards, $35. Keith Richards, $35. And Pink Floyd, Kenny Begley, $25. Pink Floyd, $25. Scorpions the Devil. You sure can. You 100% can. All right, Guy Shard wants Keith Richards for $35. All right, and then $25 on Pink Floyd. And here's Dio. Plus, these are rolled, so it's kind of hard to show them, but Dio has very little wear or color breaks. That's about the best I can do. Looks like he's holding a sword. Okay. It is photo by Mark Weiss, Personalities Inc., Gaithersburg, Maryland, with a phone number, 1984 Ninja Productions. I mean, just a little bit of fraying on the edge. Let me show you on this. Just a little bit right there, like that. Sometimes I find these things are just crinkled and wrinkled and just... and they still sell pretty good, but just unfortunate they sometimes get found like that. There should be 2 Scorpions, so I'm actually okay with selling you one and then hoping the other one does even better at auction. Okay, and there's Scorpion. So, well, let me go to top cam here. All right, so Scorpions at the top. The Love at First Sting with the artwork. She's a little exposed there. Then a shot at the band. And on the bottom it says, on Mercury Records and Cassettes. 1984. On Mercury Records and Cassettes. Okay. So that was definitely intended for that. Who was next on Pink Floyd? Juanita. She said she'll take it. Okay. That's sold to Juanita for $25. Pink Floyd is sold to Juanita. No problem. All right, let's see what's in this other tube here. That was loud. It's a Buffalo Bills poster, kind of like the Tampa Bay and Cowboys we had the other night. Buffalo Bills. We had a Tampa Bay and we had a Cowboys. And this is more Bills. 2 minute warning. More Bills posters. Michael says sold on the Scorpions. He's going to take that for $75. Jim B said a Dio sold on eBay for $100 with punches and tears in the corners. Scorpions is sold though for $75. Michael's thinking on the Dio. He might pass. Jim B's going to scoop it up and list it for $249.99. All right, that's all that was in that tube. Not much in there. Let me make sure. Yep. That tube can be thrown away. That's not a good one. And let's see what's in here. I do have one more crate over here of just like movie posters from Fred's. I was going to do that as soon as this tub, but this tub over here is taking forever because you open up one of these tubes and there's a lot of stuff in it. Where's my box cutter at when I need it? Here we go. Let me stop trying to tear in this thing like a gorilla. I'll stop trying to tear into it like a gorilla. And I'll use something sensible like a tool. All right. What could be in here? Kiss. It's from Disney, Doug Disney, so. Uh-oh. Nope, I see one band symbol I recognize. I know who that is. All right, this is what I like. A whole bunch of posters, and I don't know what they're going to be. Pass on day. There you go. Jim, 75, just say sold. I'll take it for $75, Chad. Thank you. It's your time to shine, Jim B. It's your time to shine. That's a $2,000, $3,000 poster, and you know it. I know it. We all know it. Even Michael knew it. He just wants to give you a chance. I like opening them up and trying to figure out who they are before I get it open. Kiss. The greatest stage shot ever of the greatest band ever. Barry Levine Gallery. That is pretty sweet. Da 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 da. I'm curious what this looks like. Journey. Journey. 1979. Journey. Uh-oh. If Kenny Begley's asking a price on a Kiss poster, buckle up, folks. Let's check it. Uh-oh. This is something special. Kenny Begley has spent more time with Kiss than I have my own mother. He knows this band forwards and backwards. I sold that. Didn't I sell you, Kenny, no? I had that right there, the foil, the foil one. I had that one. Wow, there's no comp on eBay. Let me type in Kiss, Barry. We might have to go to active. I'm just looking at sold in the last 3 years. Maybe print instead of poster. Print. Maybe just Kiss, Barry, Levine. Levine or Levine? That's on Seinfeld. Wow, why isn't that one showing up? There it is. April 13th, 2014, $195 plus shipping. One sold, $195. I don't see another. There's one $125. There's one $280 framed. This one's in very nice condition. $100 and I'm gonna ask $175. $175. Nice. Oh, man. And she signed it. Beautiful. What a poster. Lita Ford. Wow. I'll get that JSA'd, but beautiful. Wow, what a big, bold signature. Now, something that's like that, that's signed, I don't mind to go ahead and price it to you, but it kind of needs to get JSA'd first. I mean, I can promise you it's real, but let me see here, Kenny. I think we sold one of those not too long ago at auction, signed. I'm trying to remember what somebody paid for it. All right, let's see what's next. I'm liking this so far. I'll check. Oh, wow. Man, if he hadn't wrote Doug on there. Shoot. But man, signed by Alice Cooper. That's legit too. Man, what a poster. Dang it. If he hadn't wrote Doug on there. Golly. It's an original poster too. It's a Alice Cooper trash. Man, any way to get that off? You might could have like a poster restorer color touch it up. They might could match it. It costs some money, but I bet they could. Yeah, I bet you could get somebody good to touch all that up and get that off. Yeah, we bought this stuff from a guy named Doug Disney, so. Golly, that's so nice. That would have been an epic piece. You take that off right there. I'll leave it up to the buyer, though. I don't want to mess it up. I'm not a professional at doing that, but yeah, that was awesome. That Lita Ford poster, I'm going to say as is. That was so sweet. I'm going to say, Kenny, $195. But I'd really like to get it JSA'd and advertise it properly. But because that probably, I mean, I feel like the last ones I was starting for that. But, man, I'm kind of excited to see what's next in here. I don't know about y'all. Okay. I was hoping there'd be like 4 signatures at the bottom of this. That's a pretty cool poster. I've never seen that either. What year is this? I was like, well, okay, please be signed at the bottom. Motley Crue, it's definitely vintage. It's nothing too new for sure. That's a pretty dang good one too. Man, I know the lady right now that would buy that. I've already got buyers picked out from some of these. I know Guy Shard's watching. He saw that Alice Cooper and went, holy moly. Kiss, Lick It Up. Kiss, Lick It Up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How sweet it is. Boy, too bad that don't have a big signature across the top. That'd be going home with me. That's still a sweet poster, though. Wow, it's got shots of the band at the bottom. Nice. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Whoever gets that Alice Cooper will probably get it at a bargain, and if they do some restoration, I'm telling you, they can take colored pencils and make and probably touch that up. It'll be expensive, but man, what a sweet piece after that's done. Lick it up. Let me, what did I just do with that? Right here. It's got some damage down here, Kenny. Probably $25. Boy, that gets back in there fast. Poster memory. Nice. Oh, beautiful. Wow, that's pretty. What a nice signature. Nice. Golly, where did all this... I got to ask Paul, how long has this stuff been in the back and I didn't know about it? I mean, that's amazing. What did we just find? 4 or 5 signed posters there? Did somebody ask for the price on Motley Crue, or did I dream that? Kenny says he'll take this for $25. All right. So, for $25. That might have been a bargain. Alice Cooper Ballpark. That will be sold whenever I get it ready. Did I put that in the JSA pile? I got to make sure these things don't get mixed back in. Let me make sure I put it in. I've got a whole rack already. Again, we just had JSA come here and authenticate nearly 300 items. And it's gonna, I'm about ready for them to come again, because Paul, I've got signed posters just stacked up here already in frames. There's the Eric Singer. What is this, the Alice Cooper? There's the Lita Ford. Yeah. That's still probably, it'd probably still bring well over 100, even though it's personalized. You know. Kenny, did you see the German Animalize from earlier? All right, let me go get a couple more tubes. I don't know how many more tubes are over here, but I know these things are pretty fun to go through, so. We got so much inventory, guys, as y'all know, just watching this. We have so much inventory. And I like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just having all this stuff just stockpiled inside of this building. But it's absolutely insane, probably, if I were to inventory this stuff. You know. Wow, this could be good. This says the Big Four and miscellaneous thrash. That's Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, and Iron Maiden. Who's the Big Four? Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, and Exodus, I guess. Not Iron Maiden. They were before the Big Four. Doug bought the Doug. Yeah, we had signed Alice Cooper. I don't know if I want to sell it right now for $100, Danny. I thought you were asking for like an estimate. I don't know if I'm going to sell it right now for $100. That'd be really something if you want a true buy it now price, but I will, I'd really rather just make sure it's JS8 and then auction it. Anthrax. Okay, Anthrax. There we go. Who did I say? Exodus. That was earlier, though. No, well, I guess not. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, this looks like a Metallica Remasters poster. Government Mule by Thread. Bob Seger and the Last Herd, Heavy Music. That's some kind of reprint. Kiss Anniversary Tour. All right. Nice. Bruce Kulick of Kiss, signed by Bruce Kulick. That's nice. All right. Let me put that right over here. Okay, so, and thank y'all, no, Metallica. Metallica. Danny and then Chris. Metallica, the remasters. Oh, nice. And it's the flip is the And Justice for All box set. Whoever has that Justice for All box set needs that. I'm going to say $20. $20. Kissology poster. Kissology poster. And the originals. Huh, there's no information on the bottom of it. The originals. Anybody know anything about that one? All right, so Danny wants Metallica. Chris, let me know if you want it. If not, it's sold to Mr. Thomason. Let me go put Bruce Kulick over here. Let me put Bruce Kulick over here with the signed stuff. I'm going to have to go through these tubes and make sure I get everything out, too. All right, Chris got first on the Metallica. He did say sold. That's sold to Chris Frazier. That's the Metallica Remasters poster. All right, let's see what this is. Get Crude. Motley Crue on electric cassettes. Wow, is that actually from '87? I guess it is, yeah. Nice. That's pretty cool there. Get Crude, Motley Crue, Electra promo poster. Like the Clash. Nice. Blackberry Smoking. It's autographed. Wow, that's pretty cool. Oh, your O was for Kiss Originals. Give me 1 second. Blackberry Smoke is signed. Let me put that over here in the JSA pile. Whew, this is exciting. I'm going to need an extra piece of lasagna after all this. Yeah, he was first. I'll double check it. He put MET and then you put Metallica question mark. Yeah, he was first. All right, first of all, let me open up these last couple because I'm going to take them off the board. What do we have here? Warren Haynes. That's a numbered signed by the artist. Warren Haynes, that's numbered and signed by the artist. And Danny's first on Motley. This is a Metallica Black Album box set and the Metallica Blacklist poster. All right, let's find out some more on this Kiss. I knew this was pretty special because I'd never seen this before. It says the originals. And there's no information. There it is. It says credit Brian Radmacher on the bottom. Okay. Let me see what I can find out on this. Kiss prices. Oh my gosh. Atlante, we've had 50 Kiss posters. You'll have to let me know which one. This is probably going to pull up. This might be hard to look up because it doesn't have any keywords. You got just Kiss Originals poster, and that could pull up a bunch of stuff. Maybe, does it have another name or some kind of other keyword? Maybe type in this guy's name. Brian Radmacher. Yeah, I don't think it's anything official. Just the last two. Okay. Let me look up Radmacher. That is spelled R-A-D-E-M-A-C-H-E-R. Kiss the Originals 24x36 first era photos. Scarce glam rock poster. Kiss the Originals Radmacher. But that doesn't look like, this one has like flames in the background. The one I'm looking at on eBay has like a black border. It looks like it has a black border. It's on very thick paper. So yeah, I think Kenny's onto something. I think it's a fan-made reissue or bootleg. Maybe bootleg may not be the right image, but it's on very thick, like it's on pretty thick style paper. Go to this camera. So with that being said, it's still very well made and nice, and it looks like some originals have sold for as much as $50. I'll say $35 on this one. So $35 on that one. I don't think it's anything from '74 when those photos were taken. Those photos were taken in '74. The next question is Motley Crue for Danny. He's first and only one in line. Let me see if I can. I want to first make sure this is OG and then find out something about it. So let me type in Motley Crue. I'm going to go to Electra. ELE. That's with a K. CRA. Poster 1987. It's called Get Crude. That was probably too specific. Let me type in what it says at the top. Get Crude. CRUED. I'm looking on eBay sold. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. So, Danny, I'm going to give you some sold. This is an original. Oh, wait a minute. These are signed. Or are they? Man, they must have signed a bunch of these for something. There's a bunch of signed ones. Never mind. Okay, I was looking at the top results. These all are signed. That's a huge difference, of course. Okay. There's still a pretty discrepancy, and then active. I don't think there's. I'm going to say $45 on that. $45 on Motley Crue. The next question is Metallica. Michael Ruttman, $20 on Metallica. Paul, we sold one Scorpions. There's one left. We sold one. There's one left. On that. Kenny Begley gets this poster for $35. The originals. Okay, and then the next one, Elante G, this one here, just this reprint deal. If you hadn't bought a poster already, well, we might can get this in a small tube. I'm going to say $20. Michael Ruttman gets Metallica for $20. All right, let me stand all these up in here. Starting to get quite the soul pile now. But yeah, there's one Scorpions left for $75. Do I have any more? Holy moly. Look at this tube here. This feels like it weighs 20 pounds. Is this full of posters? It's got to be. Crazy. There's nothing written on it either. Yeah, it's an identical poster. Wow. Crazy. Motley Crue 30, no shipping. Well, Danny already has a tube. He already has an open tube. I'm kind of hesitant about marking these down too much. These are very auction prone. And most of these, I'm telling you, buy it now prices are the starting bids. With that being said, yeah, I'm gonna just say 45 regardless. It could sell for that. It may not, but I also could see it bringing $95. Golly, look at all these posters. Wow. I know this one's pretty desirable. Golly. Nice. Wow. That's an original 78 felt flocked blacklight. Yeah, there's one identical Scorpions left. Man, Nick Bargeron, if he knew this just sold for $75, him and Paul, I think it's Paul S., they would have went into a 2-year bid war on this. That's $75 sold to Paul Brothers. I know a couple hardcore Scorpion fans, they would have went cross-eyed over that. Do you have a second Metallica? Not to my knowledge. Dang. I just got to get all the... I think this is all going to be Kiss. Ooh. Also, I'm going to make sure none of them are signed. Man, I'd love to get Ace. I need to take that to the next signing and get Ace to sign that right there below that logo. Right in here. That would be beautiful signed. I love that artwork. I love that solo album too. Oh man. We've hit Kiss heaven all of a sudden. Wow. These are a little bit more used, but we're into the vintage coin stuff here. And I already thought I had a lot. I mean, this is what's been shocking so far the most tonight. I thought I already had 500 of these. All right, let me not unroll too many because it's going to get confusing on research. Oh, man. All right, I'm kind of curious. Let's do one more. Oh, wow. What in the world? Look at that. I never seen that. It's foiled. Golly. All right, let me lay this gigantic roll that has $1 billion worth of Kiss posters in it. Gosh. Okay. One at a time. Golly. All right, let's put this over here. I've never seen that. I want to look at that again before I roll it back up. I've never seen that before. It's a foiled love gun. All right, let's put that right there. All right, there's Ace. All right, so the offer, hold on a minute. Let me get caught up here. Dale says, I'll offer 37 if you're interested. I'll let you know by the end of the show. Do you have a second Metallica, Kiss? Okay. Kenny Begley put Kiss. Chris put Kiss U.S. Tour. He said never mind on U.S. Tour. Danny Thomas says, I will offer the guy who won it $10 off his invoice charged to mine if he would release his claim. Okay, so Chris Frazier, Danny Thomason is saying he will give you $10 if you let him have that Metallica poster for $25. He will get charged $10 on his invoice, and you can have $10 off. So what he's saying is he would love to have that for $25, and he'll give you $10 to let him have it for $25. All right, so Kenny is first on Kiss Live, all right? So we know that's foil, that's ace. This is just, we'll call that one Kiss. There's U.S. Tour. He said never mind. And, all right, I think Kenny's asking about this one. 1975, Kiss Alive, right? Yeah, Kiss Alive. This is from, looks like that same photo session, or, yeah, it's got to be. 1975, Boutwell Enterprises, All Rights, Lithograph. Okay, let's see what we got here. So I'm going to search Kiss, 1975, Alive, and I'm going to put in that B word, which is Boutwell. That should narrow it down, maybe. Yep. Okay. A lot of different condition, a lot of different prices. I have them ranging from $310 to $20. And I would say this one. All right. So first of all, it's got, let me go to this camera so we can look at it closer. It's got some wear down there, some crinkling. I mean, it was definitely hung and taped. If you put it in a frame, you take out all the edge wear. It's got a rip, a pretty heavy crease right up here. Yeah, it's been ripped and tape repaired. I wish I could click on these to see condition. I really can't. You can't click on these on I'm using a thing on eBay called TerraPeak. These that get over 100 look much better than ours. We're starting to look like in this kind of condition. I'm going to say $75, Kenny, or for anybody else. Kenny, and then I think Atlantic G is next. I'm going to say $75 based on condition. If that thing was mint, like a lot of these other posters would be tonight, I'd probably say $275. And then next is Love Gun Foil. Kiss Love Gun Foil. He says pass, I would do 75. Let's see what the next person in line says. All right, Love Gun. A variety of prices. It looks like based on condition. Kenny says 45. Let's look closer at that poster. I'm looking at I wish I could see what kind of condition these things were in. The ones that sold. All right, so Kenny 45. What did I say? 75? Did I say 75? Let's see what happens on Love Gun. Let me open it up again. So it was hung. There's a pinhole. There's a torn corner and pinhole. overall presents extremely well. It's got a crease through the center. Man, I like this one. I mean, some have sold 400. I mean, the cheapest they've sold is 100 and 150. So, and then let's kind of just split the difference. I'm going to say 225. I'm going to say 225 on this. I think with the right couple people watching one night, this might get pretty interesting. I'm going to say 225 on Love Gun. But Dale really wants the Motley Crue. He's at 39. I guess I can't. I guess I've got to. I mean, I'll do it. I think you got something that was probably going to bring 3 times that much, but a perk of late night watching. Sell that to Dale for $39. Okay, and then I will say, Kenny, since you've already got a lot of stuff going, I'll do 55 on the live shot. And let's open up some more and see what else we have. But I'll do 55 on the live shot. I'll come down 20 just because you're going to have like 30 posters in your tube, it looks like. And you always provide me a lot of Kiss information when I need it. And what was this one? This is a pretty good one too here. Elante G might want Love Gun. Elante G might want it because he's passing. And I've got posters all of a sudden laying everywhere. I'm going to have to clean. This is going to take me an hour to clean all this up. I'm very excited to see what else is in this roll. What did I lay back here? Oh, that's the one that's pending. Nice. That's a cool one. Man, I can't wait to get all these photographed. Another U.S. tour. That's pretty dang sweet. There's the... Oh, wait a minute. Y'all weren't... I'm not on the top cam, am I? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Y'all didn't see what I seen. Y'all didn't see what I see, did you? There's that one. Did y'all see that one? And then, did y'all see this one? Nice. Another one of those. I like that these are rolled, but they're going to be a lot easier to photograph than most because there was so much rolled up in them. They're almost flat when you get done with them. Ooh. Nice. I like that. Wow, that's in fantastic condition. Let me get some of these off the table. That one there is in fantastic condition. Let me leave that there. Let me get these. Let me put them over here. Kiss solo. What is this called? This one looks like it's black. No, that's it there. Okay. Are these? Wow, I could click on that one. Oh, because it's still recent. That's awesome. $175, Kenny. $175 on that one. Phil Feinlatter. What is Co-Tennessee poster? Which one is that? Co-Tennessee poster. Hey, there's another live. There's the one I just looked up earlier in better condition. Kenny said so. He said that way too fast. He said that way too fast. He said that way too fast. $175. I feel like I just overlooked something. Sold to Kenny for $175. Creatures of the Night. Is that the one with Eric Carr? The pinkish looking one with Eric Carr? If Kenny says sold in less than 1 second, then I'm like, uh-oh, what did I just do? This is amazing. These are all vintage. I've never seen that one. Wow. Creatures of the Night. All right. Yeah, this one. Pinkish one. Leopard. Okay. All right. Let me do some comps. I'm just checking on eBay, and keeping in mind that if I did have to sell them there, I have to pay fees, but also when the public finds out about this, there's some Kiss fans snoozing right now, okay? They have no idea what's going on. I mean, it's Thursday morning at 2:02 a.m. They have no idea what we've brought out. And y'all know how many Kiss people follow our page. This Creatures of the Night poster, based on condition, I'm going to say $65. $65. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. The Cubes poster. Now, which one is that? Y'all have got all these nicknames for them. The Cubes poster. Which one was that, Kenny? Wow, this is in excellent condition. Now, that one is a different material than the one we had earlier. That one's different material. All right. Phil line later on Creatures of the Night. Phil, that's sold to you for. Have you bought from us before, Phil? That's sold to you for $65. This one here, I'll check that in just a second. All right. There's another, I think what Kenny earlier called the glitter poster. I'm also hoping some of the more of these will be signed. Dynasty, I know that one from the top half. There's a large Dynasty poster. There's just a big logo poster. I hadn't bought before. Okay, Phil, I didn't think so. You're a first-time buyer. Please do me a favor. Nice. There's the New York. We sold a reprint of that earlier. I got two to look up a price for people. If you're new, just make sure you message our Facebook page. I don't have new buyers too often at 2:02 a.m. or 2:04 now. Just make sure you message us. We need your email address and your mailing address, okay? I need your email address and mailing address. $8 in limited shipping, okay? So maybe you can buy some more stuff tonight, tomorrow, and in the future. All right, let me pause there because now I've got three to look up. Let's go back to the Cubes poster. Let me figure out what I just done with it. This one right here for Kenny. Oh, they're standing on cubes. I knew it. Phil's on UK time. Maybe he's overseas. Now, if you're overseas, shipping's done at cost. $19.77 a coin. Yeah, the Cubes poster. I got you right here. A coin. I should have stopped before I opened up a 20-pound tube, but I'm kind of excited to see what's in here. Kiss. That's a notebook there. Notebook. There's the poster. There's the notebook. Wow, the spiral-bound notebook sells for more than just about as much as the poster does. This is in exceptionally nice condition, though. There's just two small staple holes. A little bit of edge wear right there. $155. $155. Okay, the next one is American flag price. All right, let's go back to those. Is there still one on the table? Yeah. All right, so let's put Kiss. Kenny sold on the Cubes poster. Awesome. All right, thank you. That was too quick, too. Oh, no. Kenny says sold quickly. It's like, oh, my gosh, that was a 5,000. That was a rare Ferret poster worth $5,000. All right. The Spirit of 76 is cool, but I also think it's a little bit more common because I've seen that one as much. It is rolled, though. But, man, I like it. Well, I think we have... Did we have one? Yeah, we had earlier another one on a different paper material. I'm going to say 125 on this one. Who all has asked? 125. And the first person who asked was... Who was the first? Jersey Devil. Jersey Devil asked. And then maybe Atlanti G. No. Atlanti G asked on the large Dynasty poster. That is nice for what it is. I've had some that look like they've been wadded up. Somebody took it off and then they tried to flatten it back out on that one. And then the large Dynasty. That was the harder to find. Yeah, I had a feeling. This is the real. It's so nice, too. One more from the top cam. 125 on this. I mean, it's very nice. That's about as American as it gets right there. Kiss. And they're dressed like they're about to go fight the British. What am I thinking on? What am I looking for? I'm looking for Dynasty, right? Dynasty. This is the album cover. A coin, 1979. Let me just type in Kiss Dynasty. This is going to be hard to look up because the album came with a poster. So that's going to come up with all these different results. Let me tell you, I put large, but that's not helping. Let me type in Kiss Dynasty poster. I mean, is there any other place, Kenny, or any other Kiss people watching to look this stuff up like a... I mean, I just think of eBay. I mean, that's the only place I know of. Original, there it is, mail order from poster. Order from poster. Kenny's right. That's what it's showing up, mail order poster. Mail order from poster. Dynasty Faces poster. That one sold for $297. That one sold for $425. I was making sure that one sold for $275. This is in pretty good shape too. Man, at one point somebody had it for, look. Wait a minute, y'all can't see that. Look, somebody at one point had it for $5. Probably like at a garage sale or something. Yeah, that's not bad actually. I'm going to say $250 on that one. I know that's very popular. $250. All right, we're not done pulling some of these out. Let's finish the roll. I had to pause there to look some of those up. $250 on Dynasty. Here we go. Am I on the top cam? I am. Music Vision. That's a interesting one there. Animalized, live and uncensored. $29.95. Animalized like video VHS poster. Wife let me live. I understand. That is, I was about to say, that's not Kiss. Bonham, as in Jason Bonham. That's pretty cool. Jason Bonham. Kiss, The Auction, Paramount Studios Theater. Kiss, The Auction. And let me pause there because Kenny needs a price on Animalize. What's that called? Kenny. One rip down here. $45. But overall, very cool. Nice. Motley Crue from Theater of Pain. And Dokken. Sweet. Where's Dokken guy at? Dokken. Kenny gets the Animalized VHS for $45. Whew. Wow, what a run. I did not, when I started this show, when I started this show almost 9 hours ago, that's how long we've been streaming, off and on, because we had some connection problems. Now, let me show y'all what's in here, okay? Because these could be originals, honestly. Let me show you what's left in the tub. But when I started this 9 hours ago, I had no idea we'd get into this mother load. I mean, this is great promotional stuff for our business. This kind of stuff raises people's eyebrows. They're like, holy heck. Okay? There was a couple other Motley Crues earlier. I don't know if you've seen them or not. But what I got to do is luckily some of them I've already researched, so I kind of know the price. But we got to photograph these and get them researched and get them up for auction. But look at this. Here's what's left in the tub. I'll just bring you the whole tub where you can see it here on screen. So all this stuff tonight has come out of this black tub. And there's this poster left, which is the Beatles. It's a gigantic, mangled, ripped and torn Beatles poster, signed by all 4 members. I'm totally joking. It's not signed by anybody. That one's pretty beat up. And then the rest of it, well, except for this, Ant-Man versus Wasp, some kind of promotional poster. Let's see what that looks like. It's in a custom tube from Hyundai. There we go. Ant-Man versus Wasp. The rest of them are all like this. They're brand new, what we call sealed posters. They're in their original tubes. And I bet that one looks kind of vintage from the 80s. That looks like 80s to me. Just that logo and color. And there's more. Oh, that's Metallica, I think. Yeah, here's another bundle of posters. That looks like Metallica stuff there. Holy moly. I might have found some Christmas gifts for myself. $90 on the USA poster. I would do $115 on it, but like I said, next time that comes around, that's probably what I'm going to start it at. And we got an offer for $100. So, yeah, $115. That's what I'd like to be at on it, honestly. Okay, but see, the rest of this tub, what else is in here? This is a Pirates of the Caribbean. And a poster of who? There's a Jack Sparrow poster. And who is this? Is she from, I'm thinking Saturday Night Live, but I might be wrong. I don't know, honestly. What else is in here? All right, this looks like... What is this? Brittany Fox. That's Brittany Fox. Kiss Gene Simmons. Pirates of the Caribbean. Motley Crue. Tom Petty. Kiss Sonic Boom. Kiss. New York. Motorhead. Kiss Airbrush. Kiss logo. These are going to be tough because I don't know if I really want to open them. Kiss. 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 That's all Kiss. All right, let me take this off. And there was one more little packet of rolled stuff. Let's see what it looks like. Sweet mother of fancy Moses. Whew. Good Lord. Good gosh. Wow. Slayer. Megadeth. Good God. Metallica. Slayer. Nice. Metallica, all happy and smiling. Harvester of Sorrow. Wow, that was a good run. Okay, here's my comment feed. You've got two, right? Yes, Gilda. Motorhead Metallica. Motorhead, 25. Danny says he'll do 25 on the Motorhead poster. As is, just however it looks, whatever it is. He'll do 25 on this Metallica poster. Just sell it to him. Just whatever it is. Motorhead here. This road, brand new, mint condition Motorhead. It says Harrow Road. I think that's what it's going to look like, Danny. He said he would do $25 just as is. All right, sell that to Danny for $25. Danny, you're going to get that for $25. And then Kenny wants to know the price on the Metallica logo poster. Danny wants to know the price on Slayer. Danny wants to know the price on Megadeth. And Danny wants to know the price on Slayer. Let me look up that Metallica. That's a Metallica 1987 logo poster. Okay? Or I could make it very easy right now. I could expedite this so I can go eat my lasagna. $125 a piece for Metallica, Slayer, Megadeth, and Slayer. Not even gonna look. $125. Firm. $125. That's for the Slayer band shot, the Megadeth band shot, the other Slayer, the first Metallica, and this Metallica is probably a little cheaper. This one here, that's probably a little cheaper. I'll do that one for a little less. It's not as exciting as a poster. That'll save a lot of time. That's probably about right. That's probably pretty accurate. And if you want to see any of them again, let me know. They're in beautiful condition. How about the 76? Jersey Devil never did say yes or no. Jersey, I countered your offer at 115. You never did say yes or no. Because Dale is very curious. Dale is very curious if we're going to do a deal on that. Plus, I got to figure out what I've done with it. Now, the next time these will be for sale, I'm going to say in exactly 1 week and 7 hours. No, probably 1 week and 6 hours. No, that wouldn't be right. 1 week from now would be Thursday morning. The next time these are probably going to be for sale is 1 week and 14 hours from now. 7 days and 14 hours. Probably that's going to give me enough time to photograph these. Actually, let me take that back. If we get these signed sooner, or excuse me, if we get these photographs sooner, I'll try to slip them in because we can't do all these in one night. This is a whole show of just auctioning because I have to show them on the screen and back and forth. Plus, we're trying to sell vinyl. So if I get some done sooner, if I get Tanner or Laura to maybe even photograph some of these, might mix in a couple tomorrow. Maybe not. I have no idea. He passed. Okay, so where are you at, Dale? Where are you at on that one? Also, there's a fly going around here, and I'm about to absolutely cook its brains. We bought 12 2-packs of fly swatters. We got so many fly swatters around the store. Dan says, let me see the 3 from the top shot and road and hold for a second. Okay. $100 bill for local pickup on the Dale Spirit of 76. Okay. I'll let Kenny Begley make the decision. Let me see the 3 from top shot and road and hold for a second. Okay. As soon as I kill this fly swatter, which is on top of the hardwired poster right now. Oh man, I almost got it. It heard me. It took off. Better not come back. Okay. So here we go. First thing is this. All right, there's the Metallica. All right, here is Slayer number 1. Hold on a second. Wrong camera. Here is Slayer number 1. That's about as best of a shot I can give you right there. There's Slayer number 1. Okay, and just for basic info, that one is dated 1988, light pinholes. It has been hung, light pinholes. Poster number 2. Megadeth. That's about as best I'm going to unroll it. This one, I'm going to say near mint minus 1988. This has not been hung. It's near mint. Megadeth, 1988. Unhung, near mint. Slayer number 2. Wide shot. Slayer number 2. Wide shot. It has been hung. Pinholes, tattered corners, still nice, no rips or tears, except for the corners. Slayer number 2. We had, of course, the Metallica Black Album logo. That's pretty cool, I think. And then the hardwired. Okay, and then we have this right here. Metallica Live. Looks like Master of Puppets logo. It is 1987. It's got band shots on the side. That's about as wide as I can get it for you. It has just light pinholes. Not really any torn corners, just light pinholes. Looks like it was tacked up and then nicely tacked down. Sometimes you can tell where they had it, somebody had it tacked up and they just ripped it off the wall. And then some people actually probably took the tacks out and it's just a little bit of a pinhole. Or they tacked it up 4 or 5 different times where they were moving it around the room so they could squeeze in more posters. I remember doing that. I think we've all hung a poster on our bedroom wall at some point or another. Kenny, I was just joking. Dale, I will take your offer of $100 on Kiss. Okay? I don't want to do it because I feel like that's what I was going to... yeah, I'm just going to say I'll forget that this ever happened, okay? Sell that to Dale Sanders for $100. All right. Y'all saw the entire tub. That's it. Danny's passing. Now here's the drill. Y'all know how I am. I price stuff. If it doesn't sell, I'll mark it down. This is the first time I've ever shown these. There's only 96 people watching right now. We're going to try to promote these and sell them. You might see them get gone and you're like, dang it, I should have bought it when I had the chance. Or you could see it maybe not sell, and I'm not going to hold on these things forever. They take up a lot of space, even rolled. So what we'll do, I'll try to sell them. If they don't sell at auction at a certain advertised night, if they don't sell in our group, if they don't sell, I'll start marking them down. Y'all know how we are. I do the same thing. I'm obviously in business to make money. I'm trying to get the most I can, but also be fair. But also, I'm here to sell stuff. I'm not one of these people that go, it's 150, and then it's 150 in 3 months, and it's 150 in 6 months. And I'm like, either make an offer, or I'm going to reduce the price. But usually, really high-quality stuff, cool stuff, I'm usually pretty firm the first couple attempts. Combined, we've got about 50,000 followers. There's only 95 people watching right now, so anybody could see these and say, I will gladly buy that for $125. So, but I think y'all already know that because y'all are great Coletco customers still watching at 2:33 a.m. So if you don't get one now, you might get it later even cheaper, or you might see me sell it for 3 times as much. I have no idea. That's why I run an auction. You just never know about this stuff. Yeah, a lot of these were bought up at stores for what, $3, $5, and now they're worth hundreds. Cool stuff. History of America. This is, a lot of people don't think about it that way. This is now iconic. This is just as much as American history as the photo or the painting of George Washington crossing the Delaware. American rock and roll, and some British in here too. A few British people have made an appearance tonight too, and German, and we had Scorpions. We've had a little bit of everybody. World pop culture, we'll put it that way. World pop culture has gotten really expensive. I like this Black album. We have an OG Black album going up for auction tomorrow night, by the way. OG Black album going up for auction tomorrow night. So, thanks everybody. I've had a lot of fun. I now have an incredible mess. Also, usually at 2:30 every night, I've already ate and kind of rested my brain. And I'm already back here at work. I still got to go eat, rest my brain, clean up, go to the gym, order vinyl, etc., etc. So I used to throw dots at Parish Fair, hit the laser. For a poster, yeah. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is fair stuff. What about the old Carnival glass mirrors? Those are highly collectible now. Carnival glass mirrors, etc., etc. All right, thanks everybody for sticking late with us. We dropped off a lot of viewers. Everybody was hanging on, make sure I didn't bring out anything. We had 95 people, and I said that's it. Now we're back down to 68. Everybody held on long enough. Thanks. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow, probably around 5 o'clock. I get started early tomorrow so we can get into that. But this has been epic. I have found all kinds of awesome stuff for us to auction. Oh, man, this is going to be fun to show off all this. Thank you. I haven't been this live long. We've been live for almost over 9 hours tonight. Yeah, I've done over 9 hours tonight. My brain is fried. I've been talking nonstop for 9 hours. Thanks, everybody, and good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow.